Hello. Hello. Welcome to day 2 of the March Conscious Business Showcase. I wonder when we're going to lose track, Virginia. This is the 4th one. And we're just so excited. We're here as the founders of the Healing Soul School. And we are going to go through a full day today, 9 to 3 Eastern, bringing you more conscious leaders, people who are out there sharing their heart, their soul. They have a soul-led business or program that they're running, and we're just really uniting the community. We're uniting people who speak the same language as us, who are spiritual, woo, where you're open and you're free to be whomever you're meant to be, with no, just be yourself, be your soul self, is really what our group is all about. And for us at the Healing Soul School, we have 2 programs running. One is for those who are looking for healing for themselves. They know that they're not feeling good inside and they're looking for some direction. We have a 6-month program on healing through the chakras. So if you're interested in that, just send us a message and we'll set up a call to explain more. Or if you know that you're meant to be a healer, a psychic, medium, something, you're getting these gifts, your spiritual gifts are strong, but you don't feel so confident in your abilities or in your business, or you're needing some extra support there, then we also have a program for that. For those who know that they're called to help with the collective and to be a leader in this space, then we also have a space for you in that area. And so my name is Christine. I have a huge business background in sales mainly, and have worked for all different kinds of companies. I've been in finance, I've been in travel the last 10 years. I did multi-level marketing, a whole bunch of companies. And I just felt like I was always searching for something. And now that I've really started to go within and learn more about my soul self, or who I really am and who I'm meant to be here, then the Healing Soul School is where my focus and my attention is, to help people to better their lives. But also I'm freeing myself and healing myself of past wounds of always needing that search. And so that's been really empowering, and super grateful for that. I want to introduce Virginia, my best business partner. We have so much fun together. I swear we were sisters in another life or something. I don't know. Way back. And so it's super exciting to work with her. And Virginia, we met last spring through a bunch of different businesses. We realized, you know what, we're meant to work together. We just didn't know how. And we spent the last 4 or 5 months figuring it out in the entrepreneurial journey, right? And figuring out what works, what doesn't. But all in all, energy doesn't lie. And we've been really just tuning into our energies and what source has been telling us. And so Virginia, if you'd like to share a little about your background, I think a lot of people can relate to that, especially as a mom.
Yep. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for being with us here on day 2. My name is Virginia Maskell Fantasia, and I am a energy healer, meditation mindset coach, and spiritual mentor. My background is mainly logistics, operations, and sales over the years. I'm a recovering control freak. I'm trying to find a nice way to put that. There was a nice way. So yeah, but lessons learned, right? That so part of my healing journey has really been happening for me over the last 10 years, coming out of that corporate world of hustle and bustle and fast pace, and trying to raise a family of 4 kids. Have my mom live with us and taking care of my mom. My husband worked out of town, so he commuted every day. So a lot of the, day-to-day family stuff kind of fell on me. And bottom line, I burned out. And so it was about finding how to make better choices in my life, and knowing that I can, and kind of just heading on that journey. So for us, it was all about living your dream and learning how to do that. And for us, it was we packed up, sold our house, and moved to Panama. So, it was just an incredible journey. It still is an incredible journey. My husband and I are relocating back to Canada now this year. So it is just an amazing journey. I am absolutely loving life. I am, although stepping away from the logistics part of my business, I'm stepping into this area of helping others in a more one-on-one and group way, and helping them to heal themselves, because I have done that. I know that it can be done, and I am not the only one that can do this. We all have this power within us. So really just kind of helping people see that and move into the power of themselves and learn how to live a life that they love, that they actually maybe never thought that they could have. But yeah, that is a choice. We have a choice. And so yeah, that's really been my passion over this last year, is just helping people. And I am excited to be moving into more and more of that with Christine. It's been an awesome journey, and coming to you guys here with this Conscious Business Showcase each month. I will not lie, it is a lot of work for us to get here. But I've got a great partner in crime, and Christine keeps it fun, and we really truly enjoy bringing these people together and shining a light on them, and I just love meeting all of these incredible humans. It's like, wow, they do so much. So it's just, on my journey, and Christina said the same, that we felt like we were kind of lost, finding that thing that helped us heal, that helped us through that next part of our journey or whatever. And it was just, there was no directory. There was nowhere to just go. And that's really what the Conscious Business Showcase was kind of started, was through the Healing Soul School being that directory, giving a place where people can come and see all of these awesome humans and what they do. And it's just incredible just to have all of these people here. So yeah, thank you again for joining us. We really appreciate you, and hope that you enjoy all these fantastic people as much as we do.
I'm now going to add a recovering control freak to my resume.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, yeah. And once you've learned that, yeah, and once you do that, it's kind of it's easy to slip back into that, right? So, or it's easy for me sometimes. I should rephrase that. It's not easy to slip back into that, but it's easy to slip into the effects of what that brings. So on those days, all of a sudden you feel like, oh my gosh, I'm late. Or oh my gosh, I'm a little overwhelmed, and I got to do this, and I got to do this, and I got to do this, and I got to do this. And I have to really just come back into my body and go, yeah, you totally got this. There's a ton of time. You're not late. And it's just like bringing yourself back down off of that high horse, because really, you do it. And when you stop and think about it, there is enough time. You do got this. Everything is fine, right?
Everything is working out for you.
Right. Yes, exactly. So sometimes I have to remind myself of that even still. But that's okay. The beauty part is that I've learned how to be the observer in that situation and bring myself back into that center and into that alignment. So again, awesome. Something I've learned, right? And something we want to teach others. You all have that ability to do.
Mm-hmm. Love that. So true. And we're going to do a meditation. Well, Virginia's going to do a meditation in a couple of minutes. And I just want to say that's probably where I started I've had my spiritual awakening, I would say it's been the last 3-4 years, but it wasn't until Virginia taught me how to go in and to meditate properly to get that delicious meditation that I started to let go of that stuff. And I started to be more of the observer and seeing what's going on around my life, and instead of being in there and responding while reacting, right? Often being able to now take that step back and come back to center, come back to my truth, ground, and then say, okay, how can I look at this differently? Because I'm feeling, angry or mad or frustrated or disappointed, being able to name the emotions and say, okay, how else can I look at this, from a different angle? I want to say good morning to, I would say, our faithful followers. Yes. My mom.
Thanks, Mom.
Is here. Thank you. And she says, it's a great day to have a great day. And I want to give a special shout out to Violet, who Violetta, who has been following us as well and been one of our great supporters, she had mentioned that Virginia and I have been running a mindset retreat, a 2-day retreat, just teaching you some basic concepts on meditation and mindset and such. And Violet came and she spoke, and she shared that she wakes up and she's had a lot of death in her family. Another person. So I think that's like 2 or 3 within a very short period that she's been processing. And through that pain, someone who, if it was me, I would be like, wow, I don't even know if I would be on a call. She just said she wakes up every day and it's a great day to have a great day. And so we've adopted that in the house. My mom's been saying it all week or the last couple of weeks, and it's adding this extra fun air into the house. And now I started with my little one, she's 8, that I'm raising, and same thing. It's just simply planting that seed in her brain. Today is a good day to have a good day, because she'll often wake up, Oscar the Grouch. And so I'm planting those seeds. Yesterday, I made her listen to Abraham Hicks' Good Morning Rampage before. She always wants her iPad in the morning if she wakes up early. And I said, yeah, you got to give your brain 30 minutes. Like, you can't just go into playing a game. So I said, let's listen together. So she kept checking the time. But it was funny because even though that was happening, I was still playing it. It was just in her brain. And she is dealing with some emotions of friends. And funny, my guy just showed up, so this is good. I need to think of this for her. Is I have Hay House meditations on my phone, and I got a notification yesterday morning on forgiveness. And I was teaching her about, this relationship with her little friend. She was blocking her on social media. And I'm like, so extreme. Like, the kid, I don't even think the kid did anything. So I'm, walking her through her heavier feelings. And it was a meditation on forgiveness. So I just played it, put it on the dresser. So she was playing her game, but it was still playing in the background. And I was like, oh, yeah, getting some Louise Hayes into your brain. So there's ways to hijack the kids' brains.
Yes. I used to when my kids were young, teenagers, and we needed to have a talk. My 3 boys were very difficult to hold in one place for long, right? When you wanted to have a deep conversation. And so my best way to talk to them was when I got them in the car, because I couldn't go anywhere. So that was when we were driving to a ball game or a hockey tournament or a soccer match or whatever. That was my time to I spit out what I had to say. And they were, and still are, those people that just need to chew on it for a little while. They just need to process it, So that was how it always worked with them. I would just say what I had to say. And, and of course, in the most loving and kind way. But, I had to be direct. There was no beating around the bush with those boys, and just, just say it. And then I let them process it. And then we would come back to it, in a day or 2 or something like that. And sometimes we didn't come back to it. We just left it or whatever. But that's so awesome that you hold off on no electronics for at least 30 minutes. And I'm going to invite you to increase that to 60 minutes in the morning, have 60 minutes, and that's for us adults as well, right? I mean, and I've had to train myself of this. First of all, I shut my phone off at night. So I don't get any notifications or anything like that. And when I get up in the morning, I do not look at my phone or turn my phone on first or whatever, mainly because I have 3 dogs that want to go outside. But I come back, I meditate. So I get in my 15, 20 minutes of meditation. Then I get up, and it's just a slow process. I think we just need to kind of come into the day with a little more ease and grace. I don't know. That's just me. I mean, I am a morning person, but I don't like to be rushed. So I like to have my meditation and really kind of enjoy that beautiful space. And then after my meditation, I make myself some lemon water. I squeeze half of a lemon into my cup with boiling water, a little bit of cold water just to, even it up, and some honey. And I sit and relax that. And, of course, I'm feeding animals and doing that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's at least an hour before I'm even looking at my phone. And it's a fantastic practice to get into for us as adults, and definitely for children, right? We've got, because this is new. And I'll speak for me, I didn't have this as a kid, like iPads and computers and all that kind of stuff, right? It just wasn't even in my world. So it's absolutely a part of our world now, and it will continue to be. So we need to teach them, just like we're learning as adults how to manage all of these electronics and social media and all of that kind of stuff. We need to teach them the same boundaries and things like that as well. So that's really awesome. That's
so
beautiful.
True. Let's do a shout out to our faithful followers. So Pam's here, Rossi baby is here, Carmen, good morning, Anna, thank you so much for being here. Jane, our faithful followers, we appreciate you so much. We absolutely love you. I'm going to share a little bit, let's just share what we're covering today for those. Going to quickly share. Oh, we got our firecracker in the backstage already. Anna's here. This is awesome. So today, Anne's coming up next, and she has a business where she's a healer, medium. She's teaching people how to find their superhero, and she uses like Superman and Batman and all this kind of fun stuff, like cartoon stuff. So fun. Janet is coming up next, and Now What Coach. She's super straight, and to the point. Love that about her. Just simply, you have, you've gone through something, and then like, now what? I'm feeling like I'm, struggling with my next steps. She's coming up. Catherine's going to talk about reversing food addictions at 10:30. I'm going to chat on childhood programming, just some things that I've learned since our last showcase that I feel can maybe help some others as well, from fear-based programming as a child or just that environment. Carla's going to come up at 11:30. Do not miss this one for sure, because this is raising the feminine to heal the masculine. I'm realizing now how much I'm in my masculine energy, and I'm afraid to go into that feminine. So she's been helping me and mentoring me, and she totally brought me to tears last night. It was so awesome. We're going to talk about that today. 12 o'clock, we have Betsy Schrader. She is helping save part of the watershed in the rainforest, in the Amazon. So that is going to be a really beautiful session. Adela for Ask a Healer session is coming on at 12:30. And Heather Kuhn. Those two are both very powerful healers and mediums. So definitely come, make sure you're checking in for the healer session at 1 o'clock. And the reason why we have that session is really just to introduce what energy healing is. Many of us haven't been around it or raised with it, or even taught that it was evil or something to stay away from. And so I wanted to have that 2-hour session so you could see the beauty in energy healing and, how many people can be changed. So that's why we have that session. So thank you. I'm going to flip it over to Virginia. She's going to run this morning for the next couple hours. And
did you want me to do a quick meditation, a quick something before we get started? Shall we do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. So let's just get quiet and sit in our chair or wherever you're comfortable. Find a comfortable place. And I invite you to close your eyes. And just focus on your breath, taking some breaths in, expanding, feeling that breath coming in through your shoulders, your chest, your lungs. And on the exhale, relaxing, releasing, letting go. Just focusing on the breath and relaxing. With every inhale, expanding. With every exhale, relaxing, releasing. And the inhale, following the breath coming in, expanding your shoulders, your chest, coming into your heart space. Feeling that beautiful energy in your heart space, in your heart chakra. And on the exhale, relaxing, releasing. And on the inhale, breathing in, breathing into your heart space. Big, deep breaths, expansion. Feeling that beautiful energy, filling your heart space. With every inhale, coming back into your heart, filling that up, expanding. Feeling that energy creating a beautiful sphere within your body. Feeling that beautiful energy expanding. And on the next inhale, feeling that energy expanding outside of our physical body. That beautiful heart love energy. Filling us up, expanding. And just feel into that beautiful energy. Feel it. Allow it into your heart space. Fill you up. Expand you. Expand that energy outside of your physical body, all around you. And just sit in that beautiful, healing, loving energy. Just take a minute to just sit and breathe and feel that. And just taking a deep breath. And pulling that energy back into your heart space. Feeling that throughout your entire body. Knowing that you can tap into this beautiful feeling at any time in your day. And just taking a breath, coming back into the room, back into your body, bringing your focus back. Wiggling your fingers, wiggling your toes. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Okay. I thought that would have been a nice, just to get us into our heart space today and feeling good. Today is a good day to have a good day.
I feel tingly.
Okay, so let's get started this morning. We have got Anne Alexson with us. I'm going to bring her on here. She's backstage. Woo! Hi, Anne. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you. It is 11:30 p.m. Saturday night here.
We are so grateful you're a night owl.
Yes, perfect time for me to have a conversation. I love this time of the night.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank goodness. I don't think I could make it. If it was the other way around, you'd get me in my PJs.
But if it was 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, you'd get me in my PJs. So
yeah. Exactly. Oh my gosh. So you are a super self mentor, and Anne is here with us today to talk about embodying your divine self. So let's just start with a little bit about you. Who are you, and kind of your journey to where you are now, and fill us in.
Well, who am I? What an interesting question that is. And I could take 2 hours to tell you, or I could just take no time at all, right? But for the purposes of a conversation, I call myself the Super Self Mentor. That's a made-up name. I discovered last year that everything that I do in my business is around helping people to become more than their being as a limited human being. And I also discovered that ever since 2009, the superhero theme has been running through my business. So in 2009, I wrote a children's book called My Secret Superhero.
That's so awesome. I love that.
And it was an interesting experience because I actually thought I was writing a grown-ups law of attraction book at the time. But I started to see images in my head and started thinking, that looks like a children's book. And then one day I was driving home from dropping my son at school and I started downloading what became the book. But I noticed last year that the superhero thing was a theme that ran through everything that I did, really, but I hadn't really clicked onto it. So I decided this year that I would click onto it and I would start using it and I would start talking about kryptonite and arc villains and rogues galleries of villains, and talking about becoming as impervious to bullets as to triggers as Superman is to bullets, and using the
it's relatable, right? It's totally relatable.
Exactly, and it makes total sense, doesn't it? Yes. We've got all these. I tell people all the time, I fight inner monsters or inner villains, and so that you can, stop being triggered by your kryptonite, whatever that is for you, because it's different for all of us, depending on our traumas and things like that. So I brought that theme into my business and fell in love with it. Interestingly, I'd actually started the Super Self Academy, my monthly membership, about a year before I decided on the Super Self thing. So I was already using the expression, but I didn't understand what it was all about.
That's so funny. Yes, that happens. That's very common in a lot of businesses, right? That you just, and then it's like, oh, like all of a sudden it's just like, oh, that's why I'm using that, right? When you're paying attention to that guidance, right? That's so awesome.
Exactly. That's the thing that happens. You'll get a bit of information and start running with it, and then something more will come, and then further down the track, you'll understand that maybe it needed to be something slightly different or whatever it was. But if you just keep following your guidance, you just can't get it wrong. I mean, you can't get it wrong anyway, but it's easier if you follow your guidance.
Well, and it's like those little aha moments, right? Like there's things that I've done 3 years ago that I had no idea what I was doing at the time. I was like, I don't know, I guess I'm doing this. And then now that it's come in full swing and it's like, oh, I get how that can fit in now or how that will work. And it's like, man, I was ahead of my time.
I say that all the time. I'm like, I do things before they become trendy. Yes. One of my first businesses was as a professional organizer. But it was before professional organizing was a thing.
Yes. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, that's awesome.
So I find I do that too. But I think all of us who are kind of tapped in, tuned in, insightful, psychic a little bit, I think we tend to do that anyway. I think we tend to, and then we doubt ourselves.
Yes.
And we think, well, no one else is doing it. There must be something wrong with me.
Yes, I don't know. And that's what I can't tell you how many times I've said, like, okay, I don't know why I'm doing this, but okay, and it's just like, I have no idea where this is going, but it always, always, always ends up somewhere beautiful and sometimes somewhere completely unexpected, right? But it's beautiful nonetheless. It's awesome. That's so great. Yes. So yes, I loved your bio photo in the super. I was like, man, I just love that, and you know what? It suits you. Like and like you said, having that, looking at action, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. I thought of that when Christine was doing this. Like I want those cuff things, right? And but it's because that is totally relatable. And so now you've written a children's book, that's very cool in itself. So, but mainly your clients are adults working through their stuff. Like, what kind of things do you do to help people through that?
Oh, so much. I'll be totally honest with you. I just make myself available to whatever needs to come through me for them. And that can include the multidimensional healing that I do. And that's a weird thing because this hand moves in my energy field, and it's obviously working in the other person's energy field, but it's a very odd thing to see. And there's also different processes and things that come through. Just really depends on what the other person, what their soul is calling for.
Yeah.
I truly believe, and I'm sure you guys know exactly what I'm saying when I say that I live by the law of attraction, not the stuff that's out there known, but when you ask, it is given. And so I know that I give myself up to be in service every day. And I know that whoever's out there saying, please, God, help me, I know that they'll find their way to me or someone like me.
Yeah.
And receive that, because that's our human birthright, is to ask for help and to receive it. There's no deserving of it. There's no needing to be worthy of it. There's nothing. It's just purely because of who we are. When we ask, it is given.
Yeah. And getting to that place to get out of your money story, that it's not about the money, it's about the service, and being able to get out of that and into the service as that focus and as that main step, that first step, right? That's beautiful.
Yeah, and you know, it's not an easy job. There's a really hard transition period that you have to go through where you might be broke, where you might not be able to make any money, because you're transitioning from that place of I'm being of service so that I can get money, and then that place of I'm being of service, full stop. It's not an easy journey to take.
Yeah.
But it is absolutely worth it when you do get to the other side and really step into that. The truth of that energy, that when you're in service, you receive 10 times everything that you require.
Yeah. Because there's lessons in that journey to getting out of that society of you have to do to get. You have to, again, like Christine was talking about earlier, be very much in your masculine, right? And recovering control freak and all those kind of things. And yeah, you do see, right? It's part of the journey. It's part of coming out of that, and how we shed that way of existence and step into being of service, and how to be of service in the best way, and getting through and past your money shit is really, kind of part of the journey, right? And the lessons that have to be learned to get you there. So you're right, 100%. It is so beautiful once you get to the other side. You just got to get there, right? But it's people like you and so many people on our showcases and people in our group that are exactly those people that can help you to that next level, right? So that's so awesome. I love that. And one thing that people should know is you channel. So when people come to you, and I'm gonna say to everybody, we all channel. Just so everybody knows, we all channel. We all, when we get into that quiet place and we connect and center with ourselves, there we are channeling. Are we channeling in every waking minute of the day? No. But, think of those. And I remember times as a child where I would be hearing my family. I grew up in a big family, so there was always lots of people around and everybody was talking. And so, so there was, I'd hear a conversation and I would hear maybe a challenge or something, say my dad was talking about something. And I've actually remember on a few occasions, me just giving them an answer. I wasn't asked. I was like 7, I wasn't asked on my opinion. I just gave them what I thought. And I remember distinctly stopping my mom and dad in their tracks. And they just looked at me because it was the answer. It was so simple. And I think they kind of felt a little silly because they were like, why didn't I think of that? And I had no idea how I had affected that particular moment, right? And so I'm 7. That didn't come from me, it was totally just being open and channeling that information and bringing that through. So yeah, I just wanted to say that, because oftentimes people think that that's, only the select few can do that, and that's wrong. Everybody can do that.
Exactly.
So that's a beautiful superpower that you have. So, and I remember when we were talking, you kind of said that that's how you roll. When you have clients come on with you, it's about, like you said, meeting with them, whether it be face-to-face or on Zoom, and seeing what shows up, what comes in. Is that kind of the right description?
Yeah. So the way that I sometimes describe it is that I move my human consciousness out of the way. I actually have a process where I kind of drop into that and move that over to the side. And then allow whatever comes through to come through. So I'll know what, I'll just do all the things that I've learnt to do over the 10, 15 years that I've been doing this for. You learn a lot of things. You learn a lot of different tools you use. When you give yourself up to whatever's coming through, you design new techniques and things as you're going, essentially. So and when I say I move my human consciousness out of the way, you could also say that I go into a semi-trance state. So that's it's the same sort of thing, but just a different way to express it. And then I just speak. And, years and years ago when it first started happening, the voice was different than mine. It's less so now. Only those people who were with me many years ago will recognize when I start channeling the stream of consciousness that we call All That Is, because they can tell the slight difference in tone, but most people can't these days.
Yeah.
It's just me and me.
Yes. Yeah.
It's more of an embodied experience now. I actually sometimes call myself an embodied channel. So I'm able to, there's no separation, there's no distance. It's just, I could be just having a conversation with a friend, and it will start happening if we move into that place. And I have learned to just trust that and let it happen. And other times I actually have to go and meditate for a little bit and go into a heavier trance if it's something that I am trying to avoid letting come through, like guidance for my own self, right? And also when I have a son at the moment who's going through a treatment for bowel cancer. And so I work with him once a week, and I found it at the beginning very, very hard to allow the channeling to come through in the way that it wanted to, because I was so frightened of him seeing me in that space and thinking that there was something wrong with me. And yet he was craving it. And when I finally did it, he said to me, "Mum, you have got to stop being so afraid. People need this. You need to do this."
That's so beautiful. That's awesome.
Huge for me. I was a mess. I was crying and all sorts of things.
Yes.
So that was an interesting experience, yeah.
Wow. See, and even as healers, we still learn lessons. We are always learning and growing and transforming. And it's just, you got to allow it, right? And that's beautiful. I love, love, love that. So curious, and please, if you'd rather not talk about this, that's totally okay, because I'm kind of putting your son on the spot. But I'm just curious, because you said he's going through bowel cancer treatment and stuff like that. So what do you do that helps him in his particular, if I can use him as an example?
Sure. Well, so first of all, I've taught him how to talk to the chemo drugs when they're coming in and direct them to only go where they're needed. I've also taught him how to bring in all of his non-physical aspects, I call them, so his guides and his angelic self and these parts of him. Yeah. Because what I've noticed is that after chemo, they will split away again, right? So we need to pull them all back in again. I remember speaking to aspects of him after a chemo treatment, and they literally showed me, and by showing it through my body, that it burned them.
Oh.
No, it was fascinating to me, because it's just fascinating. But so
wow, that's cool.
Yeah. So after treatment, he does 3 days of chemo and then he's off for 2 weeks. And so I have a session with him every week. So the day before he goes into chemo.
Yeah.
So I've taught him lots of different processes, how to do forgiveness work in his own body and talk to those parts of him, because he's got it's bowel cancer, but it's spread into his liver as well. So I've taught him how to deal with all of that, how to keep himself in the right mindset. But I don't really need to do much work there, because his mindset is incredible.
Yeah.
He's constantly, he comes back from the doctor's appointments and he swears, he says, "Mum, those effing doctors, I want to hear the shit they're telling me, because I don't believe it. I wish they'd stop trying to convince me."
Yeah. And that's so wonderful. Good for him, because you really have to have a strong inner connection to go through that, in my opinion, because doctors are only doing what they're trained to do, but they often want you to own whatever sickness or illness or thing that is going on with you. So they are making you own it, because you own this and it's going to be with you forever, or it's going to be, and that's not how it has to be. That is not how it has to be at all. This is just something you're going through, an experience that's happening to you right now. And you do not have to own it. It does not have to stay there forever. You can heal yourself. And not that the drugs and the chemo and all that stuff isn't helping and isn't doing its job. It's just they really suck at a positive mindset and things to really help the individual, in my opinion, on a personal level, right? So
absolutely,
so awesome.
And so the main work that we do is that right at the beginning, we did lots and lots of work on clearing out any trauma. And I always say trauma is trauma. It's subjective. It can be a teeny thing to someone and huge to someone else.
Yeah.
So just dealing with all of those childhood woundings, and of course that's been very confronting for me as well.
Yes, yes, as mom, right?
Mom guilt.
Yeah. It's like my children are totally fine because they grew up with me. It's like, I'd like to say that was the case, but we all have some kind of trauma from our childhood, and it's not, it's not, like you said, it's not necessarily huge. But it is still a trauma nonetheless. And we all have that. Yeah. So that's great. So working through that.
Yeah, removing lots of the trauma. And that's even the trauma of having to go, going to the doctor and getting a report saying that it shrunk a bit, but we still don't want to operate because there's no point, which is what they say to him generally.
Unbelievable.
Because of his age and because of bowel cancer, they don't like to operate on them. They just say, well, it's pretty much over. So, I know, and that's what he hates, and and so I do what I'm doing with him is the healing work, but with clients I do all of those things as well, depending on what their situation is. Most often, I don't work with people who've got medical issues.
Right.
Mainly, people come to work with me just so that they can start to transcend the human limitations, transcend the lack mindset and all of those sorts of things, and to start to, as I say, open up their super conscious mind, which unlocks their spiritual superpowers, because we all know we've got them. They're natural things, and we just activate them. So I'm actually a master activator. I activate people into their next level, wherever that is. So just activating their superconscious mind, their innate abilities, their spiritual gifts, and then helping people to, where I'm at right now is I really want to be helping people in everything that I do to actually step into the embodiment of all of these concepts. We talk about the law of attraction and we are one. and these sorts of things, but most of us just talk about it. We don't embody it. And so my practices over the last 2 years have been into embodying it. And again, that's part of not being separate from the stream of consciousness, because I'm one with it. We're all one with it, but I just work with it in a slightly different way than many people. So helping people to actually embody these concepts so that they're just lived experiences. I don't have to think about doing practices anymore. I just live those practices. And so I receive the results, but also it leads you to living a life that is just completely in flow, and you're 100% responsible for your own life. And it just makes life so much easier.
That's beautiful. I love that. And now, do you find when you do an activation, do you have like a program? Is there like, well, it's usually best that you meet with me, 3 times or 10 times, or is it just kind of, let's just meet up once and see what happens and then we'll go from there? Or how does someone come to work with you, and what does that look like?
Well, the very best way, and the way that I offer more than anything else, is my Superhuman Boot Camp. And it's a 12-week program. The first 4 weeks are just healing work. When I say healing work, it's the physical, the mental, the emotional, the spiritual, and the financial healing, because that's such a big thing for us women in particular, and people who are doing the work that we're doing. So I do lots of activations and lots of pulling out blocks and things like that, because as we all know, those shadows that we have inside us are just hiding our light. And so the more of those that we get out, the more we become this pure light, and life becomes easier because people just become attracted to us and start to see us. And so we can be in service much more than we were before. And then I actually have a five-part process to become superhuman. So it's about, first of all, unlearning, and then becoming master of your own energy, which is super important. Particularly, I heard you before saying about masculine and feminine. So that's where we do some of that masculine and feminine work and bring the two into balance within ourselves. I call it the marriage of the twin flames.
Beautiful. I love that.
In our inner work, so that we can start operating from wholeness instead of I'm either in my masculine or my feminine. Well, no, it's actually a balance of the two.
Thank you.
Yes. Natural way of being. So energy mastery and getting control of all of those things, and then really just the true law of attraction stuff, the truth of that you create your reality, which means taking 100% responsibility, being in complete unconditional self-love, and also unconditional love of others, and many other things as well. So we do that over a 12-week program. And the most important part of that is where I hold my clients' feet to the fire. And what I mean by that is that if they speak to me from a place that isn't oneness, I just gently pull them back. And if they speak to me from a place that's not 100% responsibility for their own selves, I gently pull them back.
That's cool.
And just keep them there so that it becomes a habit for them, and then it becomes a natural way of being.
Yes, that's beautiful. So I'm tempted to ask if you want to channel something, like just to give our viewership a little taste of Super Anne.
And my super self persona I call Galaxy.
Oh, I love that.
Well, if we've got time, I'll just quickly explain to you why.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So way back many years ago, when I first started channeling, I decided that I was going to do a 6-hour event for people. I thought, oh, I can do that. That's going to be so cool. And I could. It was so much fun. Halfway through, because I channel this stream of consciousness called All That Is. And that's who normally speaks through me. It's a very masculine kind of, but a beautiful, gentle masculine energy. Halfway through the event, I felt a real feminine energy come in. And so someone in the room My mother was there too, sitting behind me with her mouth open half the time, like she didn't know what was going on. But someone said, "What's your name?" And the name that came through was Glixy, Glxy.
Ah.
But then I was sitting in my office a couple of days later, and I was talking to someone who'd been at the event who was also in the same office as me. And as I was talking, I heard, "Put your initials in." So it's Glaxy, Galaxy. And I say it Galaxy because that's the way that I hear it.
Yes.
But of course, it's the word galaxy, but it's the galactic feminine energy. So
beautiful. I love that.
That's the super self persona that I kind of have on my website. But she doesn't come through as much, or that energy doesn't come through as much. It's more the all that is, because it's one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
Just slightly different masculine, feminine energetics of it.
And it's not necessarily one energetic being. It's often it's like a council of
Well, for me, it's actually not even a council. It is all that is. And we're about to channel, right? Because they're going to say it in a way that you'll understand it.
Okay. All right. Cool.
We are all that is, all that was, and all that ever will be, and so are you. We are delighted to be here with you at this time. You are doing important work, and we acknowledge that.
Thank
Each
you.
and every one of you, not just those on the virtual stage, but everyone who is watching as well, is here perfectly to be of service at this time. Each and every one of you is an awakener. Each and every one of you is in service. Each and every one of you is a light worker, if you will, here to shine your light so that others may be saved, so to speak. We use that word lightly. You're not here to save anybody except yourself, of course. We are all that is, all that was, and all that ever will be, and so are you. And what we mean by that is this: you are the one, the only one that exists, and everyone outside of you that looks like they're separate from you is simply a reflection and a projection of what's inside you. The universe that you look out into is a reflection of what is inside you. We love you very much, and we are done.
Oh, that is beautiful. Thank you to all that is. Thank you. That was beautiful. What a wonderful message. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I love that. And I did pick up on a slight change in your, because it's almost, I don't even know. I want to say the language. I don't know. I don't even know how to describe that, but that was super cool. Thank you for being your super self.
Oh, my pleasure. And it was just very, very quick, because I don't want to take up, all of your time.
Yes, no, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
So you have your 12-week program. We have your website listed here on the banner. So AnneAlexson.com.
Yeah.
How can other people? Yeah.
Well, we also do one-on-one sessions. I just want to make that available because, people just love to do the whole, I'm going to come, I'm going to ask some questions, I'm going to just have the channeling, which comes along with everything else, right? Because none of it's separate.
Yeah.
And if they didn't explain, because, sorry, I did go away for a minute, when they say we are all that is, they often say, which leaves nothing out. And so, the reason that I'm saying that is to say this: whether you come and work with me doing channeling work, or whether you come and do a healing, you get both. It's all the same thing. We often say that we create transformation through the vibrational frequency of the words that are spoken.
Yes.
So I just wanted to kind of add that little bit in. Thank you so much.
Yes, no, that's beautiful. And because I really I think I want to do a channeling, so you're probably going to hear from me. But so going to your website is the best way to connect with you in the sense of what programs or booking something with you directly, or how's the best way to kind of get things rolling with you?
Well, absolutely. If you want to book a session or find out about the program, the best thing is to go onto the website. However, I offer lots and lots of free things. I do lots of videos. I haven't for a little while, but I'm starting again this week. I share a lot of things. I open up live sometimes and just do readings for people.
Awesome.
You know, all of that sort of stuff. And that's on my Facebook page, which is Anne Alexson Super Self Mentor. Facebook is the place that I like to hang out. So if anybody is, you know, on Facebook, I'd love to have you come like my page and connect with me there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's awesome, man. I just want to point out to the comments is people are putting their names, their superhero names in the chat. It's really fun.
Fantastic.
Jane, I don't know how to say yours, but Jameer, I think, Heather Stratford is mom, and Tara Ann is the oracle. And I actually, funny, mine's White Lightning. I've had that for many years. I had met someone in Taiwan, kind of a joke, but I've just kind of adopted that, and it has been my pseudo self, another personality.
Well, I mean, but that's the thing, isn't it? This is all, our spiritual teachers are always telling us to go back to being a child, to come at life as a child again. And really, this is all about allowing your imagination to, your imagination is actually the doorway to this super consciousness, right? It's the doorway to all of this stuff that we're seeking. So, yeah, you know, people say, oh, you just make this up. I'm like, yes, I do. Right? That's the whole point. I'm the creator of my reality, and I get to create it. I get to make it up. And so I'm okay if someone thinks that I make it up. And I'm okay if someone thinks there's something, some being channeling through me. You know, I have those experiences as well. It's not just always all that is. Oftentimes when I'm working with a client, a passed over loved one will be present there. But although I don't talk to that energy, I know it's there, and I can say, oh, I've got a passed over loved one here as well. And, you know, around my healing table, Jesus and the disciples rocking out to the song, all you need is love. Amazing.
I so want to come to that tea party.
It was the most extraordinary healing experience I had. But literally, you know, they were rocking like this, singing, and I could hear in my head, all you need is love, while someone was on the healing table. So, yes, that's the point. It's supposed to be fun, and it's supposed to be beyond reality.
Yes, yes. I love, love, love that, Anne. Thank you so much for being with us today. You are so special, and you know, my new favorite thing. Actually, I heard it from a guy I met. Thank you for being you. Who you are is important, and what you do is important as well. That's not quite exactly how it goes, but you get my drift.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so true for all of us.
Yes, yes.
Thanks so much for having me, ladies. I love hanging out with you guys.
Yes, and I hope for us to be hanging out again soon, right? We'll, I think Christine and you initially connected on Clubhouse, but I'm going to go and look for you on Facebook now too, and yeah, I'll be in touch because I want to like hang out with Jesus and the disciples. That sounds like so much fun.
Just, you know, if there is anyone who does want to know more about their super self, I have a quiz. It's on superselfquiz.com. And you can find out a little bit more about your super self archetype.
Oh, I love that. Okay, that's great. We will do that. Thank you again so much for being with us. And yes, we will stay in touch and enjoy the journey.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye.
And I'll see you later. I'm going to take off for a break.
All right.
Thank you. Ciao.
Okay. Oh my goodness, wasn't that awesome? I just love the energy of Anne. She's just such a special person. So yeah, check out her Facebook page or her website if you want more information. Our next guest coming on is Janet Wizawati. Beautiful, my very first coach. I was just kind of stepping into my journey. It was probably about 4 years ago now, and understanding that I had to do something different. And I was totally at my now what stage, and trying to transition into the next best thing in my life. So Janet was a huge part of that journey and kicking me off into where I am and becoming now every single day. So let's just bring Janet up to the stage here. There she is. Hi, Janet. Oh, I got you muted there. Welcome. I'm excellent. How are you?
I'm good. I couldn't get on my computer, so here I am on my phone. I hope that's okay.
It's totally fine. Yesterday, I'm one of the hosts, and my computer decided to do an update in the midst of an interview. So it happens. This is real life. So.
I know. But great to see you here.
Yeah, you too. And so I was saying before I brought you up stage that Janet was my very first coach before I understood that coaching was a thing. And I remember even hiring Janet and asking it was my brother. I was talking to my brother and my sister-in-law, and I was like, it's really great having this person just to bounce stuff off of, right? Like she's an outside of the situation, but she sees things so much more clearly. And I kind of asked them, like, in the sense of checking in, am I normal? Right? Like, this is so new to me that I really, I didn't know if this was normal or what. I'd never heard of that before. And, look at where we are today. But yeah, you were exactly that person in that life. And I love your business as a now what coach and chief. And because that's where I was at that stage of my life. I knew that I had to do something different. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to be of service in the world and do better things, but I just didn't know how. And you were so instrumental in helping me. And that was a few years ago. And I know since then you have evolved and transformed and expanded. So tell us a little bit about you and your journey and where you are today.
Well, it all started a very, very long time ago. I think my journey, I'm a retired police dispatcher. And before that, I had been in several car accidents. And really, when I want to tell everybody, when things like that happen, when things keep going sideways on you, there's usually a reason. And I always say God gave me 3 taps and then a 2x4 because I wasn't listening, that I needed to change something in my life. And I just wasn't paying attention. And so the result was a car accident that put me out for a year, made me sit and not move because of the injury. And it saved my life. Through the process, we found I had health issues that I was not aware of that could have been life-threatening. But the biggest one, the diagnosis was that I had PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And from there, working with the psychologist, because tell everybody, I found my own. The first one I went to was I wouldn't give you 2 cents for. So please, please, please never work with somebody you don't feel comfortable with. And after I worked with her for a while, and this is back in 2003, she says, "Oh, you don't have to work with me anymore." And I go, "Oh, now what?" She was my connection to so much, to my healing and stuff. And the thing is I didn't know where to go next. Like, she helped me with all this stuff, but there was nothing to go to after that. And so that was my journey on studying and taking courses and working on myself, and ultimately to sitting next to you in Las Vegas at a conference on our very last day.
I know. And that is such a bizarre, how we met is, an incredible story in itself. we were both involved with a network marketing company called Vox Life, which has fabulous products. I still use them myself. Love, love, love them. And they were, there was a group of people from Canada that were going to this event in Las Vegas. It was a weekend event, and Tony Robbins was speaking, and I, of course, now can't remember who was all there, but it was just, and it wasn't really about the company. For me, it was about the people, the speakers that were going to be there. It was about the personal development. And I remember first seeing that message from the group that was going, because if we went as a group, we could get discounted tickets. And I was like, and I just looked at my husband and I said, I don't know why I got to go to Las Vegas, but I got to go. I got to go to this. It's about a personal development thing. I mean, it had nothing to do with the company. It was about me. And it was just that pull within me that I needed to do this. And he was like, okay, my husband was so great. He's just like, do what you got to do, girl. And so I was booked, and I said, okay, well, if we can get a pet sitter and if we can get all these things lined up, then you come with me. We'll tack on a couple of days. So that was our plan. So we flew in, and we were in, how many people? There had to be like a couple thousand people.
Thousands of people, yeah.
Yeah. Like it was a huge event. And on the first day, I sat with a lot of people that were in the group that I had traveled with. And then on the last day, I just kind of, landed in there. I think I ran into one person that I had met, and I just kind of gravitated over to their seating. And Janet, I visualize you as that person, like coming sliding in on the last 2 minutes before the event's ready to start. And, she comes in, and the seat beside me was empty. She's like, can I sit here? I was like, sure. And she sat down. And here we are. She's from Edmonton. I was from Ontario. And it was like instant. We just connected. We laughed. We told stories. We shared. It was beautiful. I'm not sure I caught much of that last day at all. Really?
No.
Yeah, because we were working together. Yeah, it was such and how strange is that was in Las Vegas, and here we are today. We're still connected and still trying to do great things in the world, right? So that's so awesome. So
yeah, and what people need to know though, that when serendipity happens, go for it. And I'll explain a little more in a bit. But I was not scheduled to go on that trip. I wasn't scheduled at all. In fact, my upline, her roommate canceled at the last minute, had to cancel. And she called me and says, can you come? Your room's paid for. It just cost you this much. Just come. And so how things happen and how they show up. And I live my life pretty much like that. If something shows up and I look at it and I may have asked for something, and like I say to God, okay, I want this. And then things show up in the weirdest ways. And I say to my husband, well, it showed up. I have to go for it, and nothing else is going to show up. And then you said, I want to do this, this, and this. And I said, I work with people like you. And then the rest was history. But we had some interesting things happen that weren't in the plan, but they served. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you taught me that. I mean, because you shone the light on that. And because it wasn't that I didn't know, it was shining the light on and remembering that, we get what we're asking for. So to be mindful of that. And like you said, saying yes to things. That was a big lesson I learned then, because I can be very introverted. And I like to come in and within, so it's easy for me to come back to that place, and sometimes hard for me to step out, and try something new. So
I know that because I invited you to an event, and it was in Costa Rica, and she said yes, and then unfortunately the leader of that got injured. But he had already paid for our rooms, and he says, okay, you guys, I have X number of rooms. I know some of you already have your ticket. Just go down and enjoy yourself. So she says, I don't need a holiday. I don't need another holiday. And I said to her, this isn't a holiday. And she came, and it wasn't a holiday, was it? You found so much there.
Yeah, that was a huge awakening weekend or week. It was 5 days, and I think I spoke about this a little bit yesterday. There was 7 women that went, and we call ourselves the Seven Sisters because it was a beautiful experience. It was not a holiday. I was surrounded by high vibe energy for 5 days. I floated home. I swear. It was such a beautiful, beautiful experience. And that taught me a lot is because I remember when you had, even to go on that trip, when you had messaged me initially, hey, I don't know if you're interested. And I was like I was watching TV and I had my phone and I saw the email and I read it and I hit reply and I was ready to go. Yeah, no, I don't think so. And I stopped and I put my phone down and I thought, no, just leave it. Think about that. Then I went back and I read a little bit more about what it was about. And then it was, just have a conversation. And it was that same thing, that trip that we did to Vegas. I don't know why I feel I need to go, but for some reason I'm feeling called to do that. And with Costa Rica, that journey, it was the same. I don't know why I'm supposed to go, but I'm feeling this. So it's respecting those nudges and shining a light on it. There's a reason you're getting those little niggles and those little taps on the shoulder and stuff like that. And yeah, Janet, you were huge in shining the light on that for me in my life. So I appreciate you for that because I am very aware of all of that now and everything. I will, if I have someone who wants to reach out to me, or whatever, I'm curious now. Instead of shutting that down as, maybe something that's not pleasant, I'm curious. It's like, oh, wow. How do you show up in my life? And I kind of just, and kind of come at it from that different perspective. Right. And really see. And sometimes it's like really cool stuff. And other times we just never know what that connection brought. Sometimes it's that connection connects you to somebody else that connects you to somebody else. And, and it's, but it's beautiful nonetheless. So do you want to kind of speak into that a little bit more?
It's like taking that step, right? We can sit and say, I want this, I want this, I want this. But until you take that first step, you're not going to go anywhere. And it can be lessons, like you said. It can be lessons like me with the car accidents. But in the same way, somebody was trying to get a hold of my attention to do something about my life. And the journey, we don't know what our journey is. We have an idea of who we want to be and how we want to show up. And if we don't, then we're sort of in that lost place. And that's when people show up in our life, whether to shake us up like the car accident did for me, or just people showing up like you and I sitting next to each other. That's like Judy and I, our mutual friend, that her and I were in a book together and we met on Facebook. And she said, I'm coming to Edmonton to see my son. And I said, I live in Edmonton, let's get together. And the rest is history.
Yeah.
And so it's just stepping forward. And let's face it, you guys, there are days that we don't even want to move. And that's why we have people like Virginia here that has the healing school and, your healing soul school. And because there's avenues and you don't know why you show up to listen to us talk. Maybe we're triggering something in you. I one time, and things happen on your computer. Like somebody's in there watching and saying, you need this. And that's what happened to me with Jack Canfield. And this is in 2010, you guys, when we were on dial-up. And I'm in the basement looking at my husband's computer, and this guy, Jack Canfield, shows up, and he's going to be in Seattle. And I'm going, okay. My cousin lives in Seattle. I haven't seen her for a while. Maybe I'll go to it. And the rest is history, right? I've studied with him ever since 2010. I'm certified in his success principles. And just one thing, it's like a dominoes thing. And so, but you have to take that first step. And, the first coach might not be right for you. The first psychologist wasn't right for me, you guys. You have to use your intuition. Really use your intuition. And, I did a talk in the United Nations, and that was another thing. I was at a course. And she said, stand up, say your name, and say what you want to do. So I stood up, said my name, and said, I want to speak in the UN. That was in 2011. In the UN in 2017. It showed up. Somebody sent a message, I'm doing this program if you want to join. And I just started crying. I phoned my husband. I says, I've asked for this. I didn't know how it was going to show up. And I want to share with everybody, be careful what you ask for, because it may show up, but not in the way you had meant it to. I wanted to speak to the UN. I wanted my grandchildren to live closer. I want them to live with us. And that happened for a year. So, you know what? When you say something with emotion, like I said to my girlfriend, we were having coffee, I said, oh, I wish the kids lived closer. I miss the grandkids. They lived in Ontario, we lived in Alberta, and a month later, they were all living with us. So you have to be careful, because you know what? The universe gives us what we ask for. I broke my arm. I fell off horses. I've done all kinds of things. I was curling, fell backwards. My scaphoid. What was that? Like, how does that happen? But the kids were living with us, and I think I must have said I need a break, and I sure got one.
That's so true. And you know, and you're so great at picking that stuff up. Like because that was it when Janet was coaching me. You know, I honestly, sometimes we would get on a call and be like, and we would just be talking, and I'd be like, well, I don't really have anything to talk about. Like, I kind of felt like everything was going along, and then something would come up, right? And you'd be like, well, you know, you asked for that, right? And you'd be like, shit, yes, I did. And I would remember, right? It was like, oh, I did ask for that, you know? And so, yes, you are 100% right. Be careful. Like, you know, what's that? Thoughts become things, right? And yeah, they show up and in some surprising ways. So that's pretty awesome.
I can remember that incident, and that was so funny, because you were in a transition there, and says, well, this guy's not going to stay. And I says, well, you didn't say who wasn't going to stay. You just said you could only have 3.
I know. And I was like, damn, that's not what I wanted. Right. So yeah, we are powerful manifestors in everything that we do. So yeah, being very, very conscious.
Everybody is. They just may not think they are, because not happy things are happening. But somewhere in there, we've manifested that. We manifest all the time. And, you know, I have to sit and look at myself too. I do this work, but I also have to work with somebody else, because it's just, we can't see what's right in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so important. The healers need healers, and the healers need coaches, and the coaches need coaches. And, you know, it's a continual growing and transformation, and you don't just get there and you're done. I mean, that's life is about experiencing and growing and transforming and becoming, and, you know, and we just have to get out of our own way. So yeah, when we're with other like-minded people that, you know, we can learn things and we can share things. And, you know, the Conscious Business Showcase, this is just another example of things, like you said, you know, going on. I've had that happen, and I've mentioned this before, where I've had something that I've been kind of tackling in my head, you know, a particular, you know, challenge or something. And I've kind of thrown my hands up and said, well, what the F? Like, come on, you know, now what am I supposed to do? Or I don't get it, or whatever, or I'm frustrated, or, you know, walk away from my computer and, you know, or whatever. And then, you know, 2-3 hours later, I come back to whatever I'm doing, or I happen to pick up my phone, and boom, there's a YouTube video that is, you know, there for me. And damned if it isn't exactly what I needed to hear in relation to that, you know, what the F question I had 3 hours before, you know, like that stuff happens all the time. I totally trust that.
Well, it happened to me this morning. Like, I just had to stop and laugh. One of my authors in my upcoming book, The Year the World Paused, she had in her story, she talks about coming from London to see Oprah in the United States. And so I sent her a message yesterday, because one of my editors invited me to go see Oprah 9 years ago. Unbelievable. 9 years ago in St. Louis. And it was a last minute thing. Anyway, so I'm talking, I said to Marietta, I says, oh, and Sandra and I went to see Oprah so we could really relate to your story. And lo and behold, I got up I says, I'll have to find the picture to show you. I got up this morning, picked up my phone, the picture showed up on my phone. And so I shared it with her. I said, this is us in Nosebleed Heights going to see Oprah. But, you know, the more that you are receptive to it, the faster it happens.
Yeah.
But one thing I wanted to say about coaches, we all look at our Olympic people, the people that are in the Olympics, they all have amazing coaches. You don't make gold, silver, bronze, or even to the front door of the Olympics without having a coach. And what do we want to do with our lives? You know, that's a journey as well. And it's an exercise to do. And find the right one. And I know we have friends and stuff that are our mentors and people that help us along on our journey. And I do too. But you know what? It really takes that person that is not in your circle to look at you from that different angle and say, and ask the questions. And that's one thing my career taught me, you know, more than 30 years as an emergency police dispatcher. I ask questions that some people would never hear of. One of my authors, he's a transitioned, and he said to me, he says, you're making me do stuff that even my therapist didn't do, and this is therapy for me. But you know what? I don't care. If it comes to me that I have to ask that question, I'm asking that question.
Yeah, because there are some tough questions, and sometimes that's it. And I remember having a conversation even with my coach, one of my coaches now, about, you know, healing and energy healing and stuff like that. And when working with someone who is dealing with an illness, you know, like cancer or something like that, and the hard question is, when did you manifest that in your life? Like, because it really, there's something that went on. So it's kind of, you know, from my perspective, it would then be taking them on a meditation and on a journey to find that space and to heal that space and whatever. But that's a tough question. And a lot of people don't want to hear that, right? So yeah, you're absolutely right. Your coach they're there to ask those hard questions. And because that's what you gotta, you know, go through it. You've got to feel it. You can't just stuff it down and say, I'm done with that, because you're not done with that. You might be done with that here, but your body still remembers. And so, yeah. And then that's when it can manifest into, you know, sickness and whatever. Right.
And I am constantly learning, like, you know, that I'm constantly taking courses and going on that journey. But in the case, like, same thing, like my journey on searching for reasons and stuff was Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life. And my mom read that, her book, and my mom had cancer when I was 12, and cancer in Louise Hay's diseases is a deep hurt eating away at oneself. And my mother looked at me and she says, that's exactly what that was. And like, this is like 30, 40 years ago.
Wow.
You know, and look at Anita Mariana. Probably didn't pronounce her name right. You know, she was full of tumors and went into a coma and woke up completely healed. So, you know, there are miracles happen every day, guys. You know, just keep searching. There's a lesson in everything. Every illness I've had, any hospital or any journey I've gone on to heal, I've met somebody on that journey that I needed to meet.
Yeah. Yeah. And like you said, it can be something, you know, it doesn't have to be a full on, you know, they become your best friend. It can just be something that they say that triggers something in you and, you know, and helps you to release it. I mean, it can happen in a matter of 10 minutes. Or it can happen in a matter of weeks. I mean, you know, we never know that, right? But yeah, it is so important. So now I know you are, I mean, you're obviously, you know, still doing your coaching and stuff like that, but you've got a pretty exciting program on the go. You're writing a book, and you have a collection of authors, so tell me a little bit about that, because I don't want to mess it up.
So inspired thought, right? You had an inspired thought to go to Las Vegas, and everything happens like that. And so last year was a tough year for a lot of people, and a journey for a lot of people. And
Yeah.
things shifted and happened and shook up. And so I traveled a lot last year, which a lot of people didn't, but I traveled because of work. I was going from one place to another, and I work in the Eastern Arctic. I was a contract with the police force. And in November, I'm in Whitehorse, and I woke up and this title was in my head, and it's called "The Year the World Paused: Stories of Inspiration and Transformation." And it wouldn't let go. Like, it was there, it was stuck there, and it wasn't going anywhere. And so I was in a couple of programs, and so I sort of dropped it in there and said, I'm going to write. I'm looking for authors for this book. And out of 40 people, I think 3 people heard me and contacted me, and it just grew from there. So we have, including myself, 21 authors, and it's
Wow.
our stories through 2020. And some of it has backstories, because you need to know a backstory sometimes for why they did the journey and stuff. And so last year, I think our worlds pause for each of us at any time, right? And
Yeah.
we have to reassess and look at, and yours just happened, right? Again, although it was 2020, it just evolved that way.
Yeah.
And so what's happened is got these stories, but they're really, really kind of interesting how people went on those journeys and what they've learned. And so that's what I wanted to share with people, that you're not alone. You're not alone. This is the first time that I am aware of in my lifetime that the whole world stopped.
Yes.
The
Yes.
whole world paused. And I have an author from West Africa, Ghana. I've got 3 from the UK, 1 from Switzerland, the rest are for Canada and US. And I'm going to add Alaska on there, because although Alaska is part of the US, it's so close to Canada, and I have to bring it in there. And my author from there is amazing. And hers is, she said that she found that at first it wasn't, but she didn't find it as a gift. But at the end, she really found that 2020 was a gift to her, because she found herself.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Mhm.
And that's really what a lot of it has been, right? 2020, I find overall, first of all, there's not one person in the world who hasn't in some way been affected by the circumstances in the last year. Not one person has been affected. But the beautiful part of all of that is that it made us all go within. It made us all stop and try and shed that, like I was talking about earlier, that society's ways of making us hustle and work, and I don't have time to go to my kid's ball game, or I gotta work, or I've gotta get ahead, I gotta make money, I gotta, it just like threw a wrench right into the middle of that entire process that we have all been living in for so many years. And it made us all stop and slow down. And although I've been working from home for over 8 years now, the rest of the world in the last year just kind of picked up on that. And it was like all of a sudden, we've been working with Zoom for quite some time, but now the rest of the world got onto that, and just those little simple things of, we can still communicate and we can still be in touch and all of that, and kind of pivoting into having and doing the work from home. We don't have to be in an office every day or whatever. I mean, I get that. Yes, there's some jobs that you require that, but it just is really kind of made people slow down and take, I guess, inventory of their life. And I know for a lot of people I know, and hopefully for a lot of people in the world, making them look at their life in a different way and really enjoying it and learning to come from life from that different perspective. Right. So that's beautiful that, and what you've done is you've taken all of these beautiful people and the stories that they've gone through and put it into one great book that is just going to share all of those stories, because guaranteed there's somebody out there that has a similar story as someone in that book, right? And
Definitely.
yeah. I mean, we all have a story. We all have
Yeah.
something, and big or small, it doesn't matter, but it's part of being human. It's part of the experience that we have here, in this lifetime. And I just love that you've taken all of that and you're putting these people together. Now I know, is it quite done yet, or when are you going to be launching, or what's the plans
It
for that?
is Carnelian Moon. I know you've had them on once.
Yes.
Carnelian Moon is our publisher, and it will be launching as an ebook on May 15th.
Awesome.
And we're on track, I think, right now for that. And then we're going to put it out in print in July. And then there will be a follow-up companion journal to go with it. Because after all, I'm the Now What coach. And somebody said to me, so you've got the title, The Year the World Paused. How come you don't have Now What in it? And I says, well, that gives me another idea. So we'll have a journal to create that, because my very first publication was on journaling, and I created a whole workshop around journaling. And so it just evolves. There's more that will come from it. Hopefully a workbook. What I wanted is a longevity, because if nothing else, somebody says, but it's 2020. Yeah, 2020, it can be about 2020, but everybody's life somewhere has or something, and they've had to look at stuff. Mine was sitting in my chair, sitting in my what, till I decided to change my direction of what I was going to do, and that took a year. And God has a plan. And like one of the people put in one of their stories is, when you make a plan, God laughs.
Yes.
Right? When you make a plan, God laughs, because life just is like that. And like our journey, we meet people in that. But yeah, you know what, when you talk about the stories are starting. The book's not even published yet. I have beta readers and I'm talking about it, but it's starting conversations that weren't there before. Like one of my writers, his story is he transitioned from female to male. Now, I don't know, I've been to about 4 or 5 places lately, and this story's coming up and says, oh yeah, I know somebody did that. I know somebody that, but it's a conversation that hasn't been out there. And it's been sort of a taboo topic. But you know what? I've got a beautiful relationship with him and his partner, and met them a couple of years ago, and it's been just a beautiful journey. I know the most amazing people. But I want to just also say, sometimes people need to go to an office, but what Zoom and stuff has been doing that we did as business, now families are doing. Like I get my university girls, we have a Zoom call coffee date once a month. I found I got more cousins on somebody did something about descendants of my great grandparents. And so now I got cousins across Canada, and we're going to have a Zoom call, on Easter Sunday. And, it's just, we have this opportunity. The courses I took last year, I wouldn't have been able to travel and the expense of hotels and planes and stuff, but I could do the course online in Zoom where I could see everybody. And that's where I met some of my authors. Was right there, and we've come to be very good friends, just like you and I.
Yes, exactly. That's beautiful. I love that. So how can people get in touch with you if they want to work with you on coaching, or they want to be involved in any of your future book compilations? How is the best way for people to reach you?
People can always call me, but you can always find me on Facebook. I'm on Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn. And I have 2 Facebook pages. One is My Worldly Connections, and Connections is spelt with a K, CONNEKTER, or I can't say that, but and also like Facebook. But if you Google me, you'll find me. If you go on YouTube, you'll find my talk in the UN. And you know what? You can always call Virginia, because she knows how to get a hold of me.
Yes, exactly. And Janet is a member in our My Soul Reconnection group, so you could always private message her through the group as well if you can't find her anywhere else. She's in there. So, all right, that is so awesome. Thank you so much for being with us today. I wish you so much success with your upcoming book and all of the wonderful things that you have coming. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Have a great day. Bye for now.
Okay.
All right. Oh my goodness, that was so awesome. I just love Janet. And now our next speaker that we have coming up is Catherine Petty. And Catherine is going to be talking to us about reversing food addictions. So just bear with me a second while I switch up banners here. Musical interlude. Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry, folks. The banners are there now. Christine must be the secret background person because it all of a sudden appeared. Okay, thank you, Christine. All right, and I'm going to bring up Catherine to the stream. Hi, Catherine. I've got you muted. Oh, sorry. I can't unmute you. Oh, you have to unmute you. There you are.
I'm unmuted now. I apologize.
Okay.
Hi, how are you guys?
Oh, fantastic.
I hope everyone's doing well out there in the Facebook world and everywhere else.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Thank you for joining us today. I know that you met with Christine originally. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume it was in Clubhouse. But I just, was excited about this reversing food addictions and the nutritional aspect and stuff. Because for me, I love that you were going to be on my part of the interviewing, because I myself have done a big journey in food, and I somehow think I always will. So I'm super excited to have you here with us today, just to talk about reversing food addictions and eating healthy and those choices and stuff. So before we kind of dive into the meat of all of that, meat, get it?
Yeah.
Sorry, couldn't help myself. Before we dive,
you gotta pat yourself on the back every once in a while.
I know, every now and again I find myself funny. But before we dive into that, I guess, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about you and your background and how you have come into where you are now.
Oh man, it's a very long story. So I've been practicing as a nutritionist, holistic nutritionist, for about 20 years now. I have a master's in complementary alternative medicine. I'm also a certified holistic health practitioner and a board certified drugless practitioner. So my work is around healing foods and using foods to heal us. And this is why I like to bridge the gap between people who are seeking to heal or live a healthier life or improve the quality of their life through plant-based foods. And so I use that. I use herbs. I use other natural or holistic remedies, such as meditation, prayer, getting yourself organized, being mindful, being a mindful thinker and a mindful eater. Because what I've realized as well is that people are so busy and so oblivious about how they're making their food choices. And if they understand the connections with that, then they'll be so much better off with healing themselves, so that they make better choices with their food choice, with their food ideas, what they think is healthy too. We find that people think that certain things are healthy and they're not. It started for me just not being healthy at one point. 20 years ago, I wasn't a healthy person. And because of the food I ate. So I just switched it up. I just decided, I'll be a vegan. And it was kind of cold turkey. And yeah. And then my family looked at me like I had 7 heads, because I was like, I'm just cutting it all out. And to go from a person who ate ham, bacon, eggs, and cheese, and all of that stuff to just like, nope, no, thank you. The next day they was like, you serious? Serious. So
Yeah.
and 20 years later, you know, I kept it. I decided it worked so well for me. I went into the field of nutrition, and I said, let me see if I can help people make that decision, because I know it's not that easy for everyone. Everyone can't just be like cold turkey, you know, so they have to gradually move into it. And so I'm here for that. I'm here to help you gradually move into it, give you some strategies, some tools, some tips, some everyday practical and easy ways to make healthy eating a part of your life, your everyday life.
Yeah. And enjoyable.
Right? Easy and enjoyable.
Yeah.
You know, it has to be practical, easy, enjoyable. Those are the three things that I say and I demonstrate, you know.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be challenging, you know, it doesn't have to be strenuous to make the decision to eat healthy.
Yes.
It would be a challenge because it's a difference in your daily routines, your daily habits. So to make that possible, you have to rethink how you do things. You have to become more aware of how you do things. So that part can be a little bit of a challenge for people, because, you know, nobody likes to break habits. Yeah. Nobody likes to, you know, you can't teach an old dog new tricks like they like to.
Yeah.
With some work and determination, you can.
Yeah. And it can feel very overwhelming. I know for myself, it was exactly the same. I was sick. My body was sick. I was suffering from some pretty severe pain and inflammation. That's kind of how it had started. And it was just progressively getting worse. And I was doing the things that I thought were helping. You know, I would take time to have a massage, and I would see a chiropractor, and I would do all of these little things that kind of helped me manage. And you know, yes, it helped, but it wasn't until finally I started having gallbladder issues, and I started having gallbladder pain, and understanding what was happening in my body. And I was just, and at that point when that was happening, I was living in Panama, and I was just like, you know, no, I moved here as part of my healing journey. I have to take this time to heal myself and to give myself that time. And I have to look at my diet. This is my body telling me that I have to do something different, and it has to be with food. And I understood that. But I just didn't know how. So I get how that can be so totally overwhelming for people, because I grew up in a household of 8 people that ate meat, potatoes, and vegetables were the small part on the plate, right?
Yes, it always is. It always is. That's the thing that, you know, that's one of the things that I ask my clients at first is, so describe a plate of food for me, right? And it's always the meat, right? Which is always the main focus. So usually we would decide what's for dinner or breakfast or lunch. And we'll say, okay, I'm going to have a ham sandwich for lunch, right? Or a turkey sandwich for lunch. Then we decide what's the fixings. Okay, right. Then I'll put this kind of cheese and this kind of, pickle or tomato, whatever is your desire for the perfect sandwich, but it's constructed around that meat. And the same thing for dinner and breakfast. Everything is constructed around that meat, rather than flipping that over and then using your vegetables as the foundation of your meal, and then everything gets built on top of that. And then the flavors, you can be, okay, I'm gonna have a collard green dinner tonight. What is the flavors that I want? What are the sides that I want to go with that? Do I want some quinoa or some brown rice, or things like that? So those are some of the techniques or tips that I like to teach people, so that they understand that it is a little, that initial jump the broom kind of deal is a little bit of a challenge. But once you understand the goal or your intention, you kind of make the decisions a certain way.
Yeah, because it's like anything, you have to choose it, right? And I totally respect you going cold turkey and the next day you just decided, because that's how I roll. Once I've decided that this is what I want in my life, I am so disciplined that I'm good with that. And for me, that's what it was. I have met and worked with a holistic nutritionist as well here in Canada, who at that time I was like, I don't know where to start. I don't know what my body needs. I don't know what's healthy and what's not healthy, apparently. Like I was again, and then because prior to that, when I was living in Canada, all 4 of our kids still lived at home. My mom lived with us. So I was the main cooker, chef, whatever you want to call it, in the house, right? So I'm cooking for 7 people all the time. And I used to joke that my boys ate 1 meal a day. It started from the time they woke up in the morning and ended when they went to bed. So I cooked in large quantities all the time because they were always eating. And they needed different things that I needed. And, so I was always cooking lots. So I found it challenging with that many people in the house to do what I needed for me. And, again, you think you're cooking and cooking with whole grains and all that. And it was probably fantastic for them, but it wasn't good for me. So what I've learned in my journey was grains. My body does not do well with grains. So that was my biggest thing. But to get there, I cut out everything. I was like, okay, we got to go cold turkey. I got to clean out my system because, like I said, I was having gallbladder issues. So I had to heal that kind of first, right? Yeah. So my practitioner helped me with, like, I went cold turkey, no dairy, no alcohol, no caffeine, no meat. I basically ate vegetables and fruit once in a while, fish and chicken once in a while, no pork, no beef. Cold turkey, like you said, I just stopped and that was it. And what I had done to help me was I journaled every single day for 9 months. I wrote down everything I ate and drank.
That's a good plan right there. That's one of the things that I teach them as well is journaling and keeping track of your eat intake, right? So you're taking a daily, you write down your daily intake, your food intake, your consumption intake, and then you also journal how it makes you feel, how you're emotionally connected to that. And you mentioned something about when you have a big household and you grow up in this house. And for instance, with me, I grew up with a whole bunch of people in my house as well. I come from a family of 7 children, me being the youngest. And my mother, right? And my mother having the soul food cooking aspect of things where everything was cooked with, ham, turkey, and, bacon, and our vegetables were a very minimal aspect of our dishes. So, you had to, when you're trying to break that kind of a habit, that long-term living style, there's a lot that goes on in the brain. So to declutter and bring down that overwhelming feeling, you have to be focused on what you want to do, right? So you have to every day make that decision as you decide. You're choosing every day to decide how I'm going to eat, what am I going to eat, how is it going to look, and such. So, and you take it one step at a time too. So you can always do a meal plan for the week, right? You can plan out the whole week, and then you just do that every day, one day at a time, not frustrating yourself in that sense. So just taking that time to do that. So yeah, I heard you mention that you figured out that grains were your culprit, right?
Yeah. And
a lot of times what I've noticed too is that we have these specific issues with certain types of food, like some people find it really hard to digest beans or some types of vegetables. And I've noticed that when we learn to, for instance, beans, they need to be soaked, right?
Yes.
They need to be soaked overnight. And the same thing with grains. Grains need to be soaked. And so some vegetables need to be cooked. Some vegetables can be eaten raw. And then because sometimes we've been eating such a way for so long that we have to ease into these other methods. And also we have to realize the specific types of cooking techniques so that we can digest easily.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And this is why sometimes when you go to a specific restaurant, or you go to a friend's house or whomever, and they cook what you eat, right? So, I eat potatoes, but for some reason when I ate these potatoes at this person's house, it upset my stomach, right? And then we don't understand really the reason. Is because there's a lot that goes into cooking. What kind of oil that person used, what kind of pan that person used, what were the kind of potatoes? Where did they get these potatoes from? There's a whole lot to consider. And I know sometimes that can be a little overwhelming, but when you have a nutritionist or a nutrition counselor like myself, holistic, who pay attention to those types of things and can help guide you to understand how each one of those things can affect your choice. And once you get better at that, it's smooth sailing. It's like learning anything. When you start a new job, you have to learn the skill to do that job.
Yeah.
And then you notice within like a month, you be like, oh, you be a whiz at it. Everybody be coming to you like, how did you do that? They be coming to you in a couple of months saying, I noticed you do this quickly now. How did you get so good at it? And it's like, because you took your time to learn the skill. And this is the same thing, with eating the way we do.
Yeah. And you do have to make the choice every day. And I think, for me, that was a big eye opener, because I know Janet, who was on speaking before you, was saying how sometimes we need to have a big event in our life that happens that opens our eyes. And so I had been ignoring my need to change my diet and my need to, and I honestly didn't think that I was eating that badly. I mean, I would make whole grain rice, and I would, try to buy organic as often as I could. And I love vegetables. So I always made vegetables and stuff like that. But I also drank too much coffee and probably drank too much wine. And and those kind of things, and for me, what was happening is my body was being overcome with candida, and so hence then the inflammation in my neck and in my shoulders and in my back was increasing, because I was overcome with the candida and the yeast in my body that I couldn't heal. It just kept kind of making it worse for me. And so that was a big thing that I had to deal with. But yeah, highly recommend writing down what it is, everything that you eat and drink every day. And you know what? I wrote down how many glasses of water I had, because that's important. Drinking water every day is important, and we so forget that, right? So just being conscious of it, for me, that made me stop and think about everything that went into my mouth.
Yeah.
Right?
It makes you hyper aware of it, right? And it puts you in the frame of mind. One of the things that we mentioned was, being around our family and eating. And when you like for me, when I changed how I eat, my family, took offense to it, as if I was making this choice based on their life, right? As if I was making this choice when making this decision, I thought about them and how their feelings were going to affect how I made my eating choices. So, and then the crazy thing is that we all go through that, right, with our family, especially if you have a big family, or if you have family around you all the time and you grew up together and everybody's doing the same things together. And the interesting thing is this could be with anything, right? With anything, with how we eat, how we listen to music, whatever it is that was part of our social spectrum, right? So whatever was part of our social gathering. So if we all listen to a certain kind of music every Sunday, and now you like with headphones on, like, I don't really want to hear that. I want to hear this. You know, they like, how dare you? Off your head, right? So, and the same thing with when I changed how I ate. They was just like, what? You're not going to eat this big delicious turkey and ham we got served here for Thanksgiving? And it's like, no, I'm good. You know, I'm going to have this instead. And I bring my own food. I ain't asking nobody to cook for me.
Yeah.
So then it's like, oh, you know, so a lot of times too, people find that a bit of a challenge to get past as well. You know, what am I supposed to do when I'm with my family, my friends, you know, and we go on Wednesdays, we meet every Wednesday and we go to this particular restaurant and we chill, you know, we hang out and the company is good and we eat, you know, so that's some of the things too that revolve around food addiction as well, you know, because sometimes we feel obligated to eat a certain way because of the company we keep.
Yeah.
You know? And that is a direct concern when it comes to people with food addiction. That's one of the things that I work with, you know, and I like to give that's basically really peer pressure. You know, you have to eat because everyone is eating the same thing. And to kind of break out of that mode is a little bit strenuous too. So that's with the food addiction, reversing food addiction plays a real big part in how we become mindful about how we make our food decisions. You know, because is it, you know, because usually they will eat okay, they will eat healthy when they're not around the people, but then they get around them and then it's like, well, I'll just eat whatever everybody else is eating, rather than realizing, no, you don't have to. Just say no, you know. And how do they do that? And that's one of the interesting aspects of it, you know, when they're trying to make that change. You know, they lose that I can do attitude, you know, there's that determination, right? So, but when they're around people, I just don't know how much I can do. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly, because they're very influenced by, I don't know why I'm getting feedback here. It's very strange.
Everything okay?
Yeah, I hear myself twice, so I don't know what's happening. But you're right, very influenced by other people and what they're doing and stuff like that. You know, I know for me now, I say I cheat. I say, you know, well, I'll have a cheat, and I call it a cheat just because it's not something that I have every day. But I almost want to reframe it and not call that word, because if a dark chocolate covered almond, that is something I would call a cheat.
Okay.
That I would have, but I don't have it every day. And you know, okay, I might have one after dinner. I like a sweet. For me, I like a sweet after dinner, but I can have 2 dark chocolate covered almonds and be good with that. And know that I don't have to eat the entire box or bag or container or whatever, you know. And that was a big struggle in our house when all the kids lived at home. And when they were younger, I just stopped buying cookies and I stopped buying all of those things because I said, you guys kill it in 3 days. Like, that's just simply not normal. Like, I would just like, you know, how can you kill this box of granola bars in 3 days? Like, you know, how many are you guys eating a day? And you're still eating the 3 meals I'm cooking for you every day. And so I just stopped buying those things and the sugar and the, you know, because I kind of saw it with my kids. My one son was having headaches all the time and, you know, and stuff like that. And I wouldn't buy pop. And I was conscious of the juice I was buying and how much sugar was in it. And, you know, and different things like that, right? That we, you know, I had to stop buying. And it's funny because now, of course, they're all grown adults and they go, remember when, Mom, when you stopped buying sugar? Like, it was like, it was a huge event in our house because I just, you know, it was like, I'm not buying that anymore because you guys kill it. And it's so funny because I'm just transitioning back to Canada. And so, of course, I'm seeing my kids now a little more regularly. And my youngest son came over the other day, and I have like this small cup of dark chocolate covered almonds in my cupboard. That could honestly last me a month. Like, it's when it's just me, I don't touch them. It's I want them when I want them. I totally have that control. I am mindful of what I'm putting in my body, and because I think of everything else in my day that I've already eaten. So if I've had something that had sugar in it, yeah, I know I don't do well with too much sugar. So don't put that in, you know? And so, but my son came over and he's like into the jar. I'm like, no, you cannot eat that entire thing in one day. That's just simply not right. You know, like, so it's funny that you do. It is and feels kind of challenging when you first get there to make those wise decisions. But I think it's about the hardest part is understanding what is a wise decision for me and for my body, and trying to be comfortable with that. And it is so important if you've got somebody like yourself to help walk you through that journey. And, you know, and because I'm totally grateful that I had Lisa, my nutritionist, that helped me through it. And even if it's to get some recipes, because you run out of ideas, right? Like that's like, here, where's some websites that I can go to kind of, you know, and I still watch for things. I'll watch a YouTube video, you know, that shows up on somebody's Facebook stream, and I'm totally watching it just to see what the ingredients are. It's like, oh, okay, I can eat that. We'll save that one, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, and also be able to figure out what are some of the foods that you are not really accustomed to eating that you might see in your market, and how would I prepare that particular item so that I can start to incorporate new types of vegetables and dishes. Because I find what you're mentioning is true, is that, you know, you get to a plateau, a point where it's like, oh, okay, I've reached this point. How can I reinvent what I'm eating so that I can stay focused on it? Because usually when we get bored, we go back to the same old kind of silly habits. Yes. And we fall back into those. So some of the things that I like to help my clients through is when we talk about applying healthy eaters behaviors, right? So those behaviors would be consistent of things like to be determined, right? And so they would be determined, they have that I can do attitude. So that's something like what we're talking about is saying, not falling back on those old habits, but realizing like, okay, I can figure out a way to make things so that I can keep this healthier living going. So I can, you know, look at some recipes, look at some different foods and figure that out, you know, and see how, you know, just experiment in the kitchen, you know, like I like this flavor and I like this flavor. Let me put them together and voila, something delicious, right? Yeah. So we also talk about the initiative, right? Understanding that big changes is in one step at a time process, right?
Yes.
And I think we all fall into this when we get into something that we look at and we go, I can't see the end of the road. I don't see the light shining at the end of this tunnel. Can we just figure out how to get the magic fairies to make this happen really fast? You know, there has to be like some sort of hocus pocus to this, or something has to be quick about this. But then we don't remember that. You know, I always fall back on the best things in life are not easy. They're not hard. They're not easy. They can challenge the way we think. They challenge how we feel. Yes. Because they bring us to another level, right? Of being, of thinking, of existing, of being mindful of our actions. They bring us to a whole new level. And then perseverance, I like to get them where they can start to be persistent and endure the idea, you know, of what is, you know, I have to walk through this challenge, through my journey all by myself. Even if you're working with a nutritionist who's helping you with tips and strategies and helping you with meal prep and recipes and all of that stuff, when it's all said and done, it's you by yourself.
Yeah.
right? So you have to be able to be like, okay, everything in here is healthy for me, it's beneficial for me. How am I going to carry my luggage all the way through my journey and be okay with that? So it's, you know, having that kind of attitude, right?
Yeah.
So, and that leads right into the having a correct attitude or being focused, right? So it's about always being prepared to do the work to get the results for the outcome. So the outcome is I need to lose weight. I need to get off of these medications. I need to just heal and get healthy. I need to get better sleep, whatever it is. So now that you're experiencing, you know exactly what the goal is. You set the intentions, right? How am I going to get there? And what do I need to do to get there? And that is the most important question. What do I need to do to get there? And once you do that, you know, you're always ready. You're always ready to make that healthy decision. You know, tomorrow is going to come. So I don't know what I'm going to eat, but I know it'll be healthy.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
I know what I'm gonna eat, but I know to be healthy. So I'm gonna make that decision for me to be healthy.
Yeah.
Then you want to kind of make it second nature. So when it becomes a habit, it's because you've done it so many times, which is called repetition, right?
Yeah.
When I also work with children as well. I help moms and dads feed their little ones because, you know, those ones are a little picky sometimes, right?
Yes.
And not only they picky, they can be a challenge to kind of feed because you kind of want to. I've known moms and dads, and I have a kid myself, and I know you said you have. And if you remember when they were little, and they'd be like, "I don't want that," and you just be ready with the spoon, like if I could just hold you down and just put it in there. I would. Right? Say that again. I would. If I could just hold you down and put it in there, boy, I would. But you know, that's against all. That's just against everything in nature. Like, okay, I'm trying to raise a well-rounded individual.
Yeah.
A person who is outspoken, a person who is respectful, and a person who doesn't use violence to get their way. So I shouldn't use violence to get
Yeah, good point.
Right. So you kind of get this in your body. You just feel like, how am I gonna get this person to eat the way I need them to eat?
Yes.
And like you said, you know, the kids would just run through these things within days. And it's like, how do you do this? You take it out of your home, right? You don't put it in there. You and then you sit at the table with them and you teach them, you know, these are the foods we're gonna introduce you to, and these are, you know, this is how you eat. And this becomes part of your nature, part of the things that you do.
Yeah.
So I think that's, you know, that as just human beings alone, you know, we have a way of just of developing habits based on comfort, sustainability, you know, and freedom.
Teachings from you know, the people in our lives, right? It's almost like we have to unlearn what we learned to be able, because what works for me may not work for you or for somebody else. But, you know, and that's what I've learned, is that it's really about finding what works for you. Because I know when I first got on my journey, I was all about, you know, telling everybody that they needed to do this and that and whatever, and you're going to feel so much better, because I felt so much better.
Right.
I noticed the change in my body, and not even in my body, in my mental clarity, in, you know, just different ways in my, you know, in my hair, in my nails, in my pain level, in my body. Like, people have no idea what they put into their body and how much it affects them. Like, they really, and that's one thing I kept saying, was we truly are what we eat. Like, truly, 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 you know, if you only just understood that, right? And they would say, oh, well, you're on a diet. It's like, no, I'm not on a diet. I am on a lifestyle change. And this is my lifestyle. This is how I'm choosing to live my lifestyle, because it's healthier for me all around, you know?
Yeah, you know, you say that, and I always say to I always say as well that it's not everybody. We all need to eat. Right?
Yes.
We all need to eat food. The thing is that and we all need to eat healthy starches. We all need to eat healthy starches because that's what feeds our brain. Okay,
Yeah.
our brain can't live off of all the other things. The brain feeds on glucose, and glucose comes from starch, right? Now we have a lot of things out there that say this starch is bad, that starch is bad, but mostly because of how the food industries treat our harvest, things like that. That's where we have this, we have this GMO or processed wheats and grains, which is like the corn and the green, the soy, and this is where those things become harmful. But however, if we all had our own farm, we can do these things. We can eat it, because we would take care of our farm, right? We'll take care of our soil. We'll do those things. But we live in an age where that's kind of a challenge. So we have to be really, really meticulous about our decisions. We have to be meticulous and deliberate about how we make those decisions for purchasing our foods we eat.
Bingo.
Now, when we do, then we have to be mindful about how we prepare the food. And then that's, so then that would help us. That will help us with how we extract our energy, how we extract our minerals, how we extract our vitamins and such.
Yeah.
So the important thing is that when you eat, we all need these foods, but everybody has to eat the portions or the sizes or the amounts to represent their body, right? And their intake levels and their energy needs. That's why a person who, for instance, a construction worker who goes out drilling all day will eat different than me because I don't need to be out there drilling all day.
Yes.
I'm not doing that kind of work. I'm home. I'm doing Zoom. I might be standing in front of a class of students, teaching them, and such. So my need is totally different. So that's where the journey is. And then also the reason for the complication, the illness, right, can be for the same reasons. We eat too much sugar, which is a problem, but which is refined sugar, processed sugar, right? Because we know that starch is a sugar, but it's a complex sugar. It's a more heartier, or the way it's connected is different than simple sugars, right?
Yeah.
So it plays a totally different role when we consume it. It acts totally different in the body when we consume it. But with that being said, if you just take, and this is where, again, taking the time to do the work, to understand how your body will react to and how your body needs certain foods, this is where your work comes in, right? This is your part of the journey, because I can give you all the information in the world, but I'm not doing the work for you, right? I can't do the work for you. I've done my work. Now it's time for you to do yours. And here's all the information.
Yeah. And I think that speaks to anyone who does any kind of coaching or teaching or anything to help people, that, or even for me, for example, helping someone heal through meditation. I mean, they're still doing the work, right? I mean, I can only, same thing. I can give you certain things, but it's, you still have to do the work. In the end, it comes down to you and how we heal and what we do for ourselves. It's our choice. It is totally comes down to our choice.
And that is the main, that is the main, I don't know, like, drive within us is how do you make your choices, right? It's the main drive within us. Understanding that you don't need to get your protein from meat, right? There's a certain, I've had clients who who feel that that's the only way I know, and it's but eating meat continuously and constantly is making them sicker.
Right.
So then they have to learn to figure out what is the thing that they need to maintain health, to sustain their health. And so then they have to make the choice right there. They have to decide. We talked about that repetition, and I'm having these behaviors. So they have to decide on the behavior that they're going to do at that moment, and
Right.
then live it out, right? Deliberately decide and then actually do it, and then make it happen. And so a lot being mindful and aware, and then meditation. I use that a lot with my clients as well.
Yes.
Because it helps
Beautiful.
them to calm down. Because usually that being able to make a decision for themselves in that way is such a challenge that, because they're not used to doing it, it's such a challenge that it just overwhelms them. It takes them to a negative side of themselves that then prevents them, becomes a barrier from making changes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's beautiful. You're doing wonderful things, Catherine. I think that's fantastic. Christine had mentioned that you have a webinar or something going on. How can people get more of you?
All right. So you can reach me. I'm on Instagram. I'm also on Facebook, of course. HL Nutritionist. That stands for the Healthy Lifestyles Nutritionist. You can also shoot me a text. I do respond to text messages. That's at 862-253-1687. I'm in New Jersey, so if anybody's out here, I'm in Roselle, New Jersey, and there's a market that I work at called Roselle Health Plus, and it's a health food store. And so there we have many things going on. So you can definitely come check us out there. And you can find us online as well. If you Google us, you can Google us at that Roselle Health Plus. Also, you can Google Healthy Lifestyles Nutritionist, HL Nutritionist. You can find me that way too.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. I loved having you with me today. I could probably continue to talk to you for another hour, but
I'm quite sure, because I could just go on and on and on and on. I can go on.
Yeah, well, and I have, like, just personally with my own journey in changing my diet, and even still it's evolving again for me. So yeah, it's I love what you're doing, and yeah, I'm if I haven't already, I'm gonna find you on Instagram, because I'm sure we gotta connect.
Oh yeah, so I didn't mention too, like for the webinar, you can register for it at booking.appointee.com/HL Nutritionist.
Can you come back, and Catherine, and put that into the chat of the
Facebook
Live? Yeah, the Facebook Live. Come back and put that link in. That would be great, because then they can connect to you. They can connect to your link and register. And yeah, thank you so much for doing this. This is a lot of fun.
You're welcome.
Yeah, laughing in the background.
Yeah. I just put it in.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Catherine. It was beautiful to have you with us, and we hope to see more of you. That was great. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care. Have a great day.
You too. How do I get out?
I'll remove her. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. I do the same thing. I
often ask, how do I get out? Not from here, though.
All right.
The Matrix.
Now we have Carla Gomez de la Peña in the background, ready to come on stage. Are you good?
I am. I'm actually, so little change in schedule. I am going to talk about my childhood programming, but Carla actually knows a lot of the story, so I'm going to bring her on because she is an amazing coach, and so I'm going to bring her up at the same time. So let me do that now.
All right.
There we go. Hi.
Hello. Lovely to have you with us today. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I love it. I love everything between you are doing. This conscious school, Healing Soul School, is like gold.
Awesome. Well, we're so glad for you. And another sweet clubhouse find was Carla. We just happened to come, honestly, if you have an Android or an iPad, you don't need to have, if you have an iPhone or an iPad, you can get on Clubhouse, steal the kids' iPads if you need to, because it's a lot of fun. It's like talk radio, but have a set time of when you'll be on there because you can get sucked right in. It's talk radio, like you can chime in if you're in a room that's small enough, and you can be on there for hours. But
yeah, there's some super interesting. Yeah, and there's some super interesting conversations that go on in there, and I have to be in the right headspace to go in there. But yeah, because you can get sucked in real easy, But yeah, it's very, very cool.
Yeah.
All right, I will pass the baton to my friend Christine, and I will let you ladies take it from here. I will be in the background if anybody needs me.
All right, awesome. Thank you. All right, cool. Thank you so much, Carla, and thanks for coming on early. I've been having really a lot of chats with Carla. Help me, fix me. We have been in a Clubhouse room together on Wednesday mornings at 8, all about breath work and going within, for inner healing. And Carla has been doing such a great job. We do have a club in there, the Healing Soul School, so you can find that. I'm Christine 33. Carla, what's yours? All right.
On
Luna Veda.
Yeah, Luna Veda.
Yeah. And come hang out with us if you are in there Wednesday mornings at 8 a.m. Eastern. And so I wanted Carla to come on today. I love her topic. I'm going to share a little bit about my background, but then I'm really going to give the time over to Carla because she's got so much wisdom, ancient wisdom in her brain, and super magical. So what was I just going to say? I kind of went out. Oh yeah, I'm going to share about my story, but I'm going to talk less today. I'm feeling my energy drain and my throat is saying, stop talking. So this is source. I'm meant to listen more today than to talk. So I'm just going to share a little bit of what I've been kind of getting mentored from Carla is about my childhood background. So mentioned yesterday, raised Jehovah's Witness, and it's a very much a fear-based religion and not, if people want to go to that religion, go for it. I'm not here. It's not about putting anything down. It's just simply recognize any patterns in your own childhood upbringing. Was there any fear-based programming? It doesn't even have to be religion, although I would say as a small child, even, my grandmother was Pentecostal and I married into a Baptist family. And so there was a lot of fear even there. If you don't do certain things, you're going to go to hell, or even more in Jehovah's Witness. I'm not even going to go there, but a lot of fear-based programming. And so as a young child, I took in those energies, not even realizing, about, for us, it was, women are below men and you have to serve the man, and it's not okay to be successful. It's not okay to be put on a pedestal. That's why they don't celebrate birthdays, is because it takes away from Jehovah, from God, if you're being celebrated for your birthday. So even all of that kind of mental control programming is just simply, you don't matter. Imagine going door to door like we had to. That's a story of its own. And now that I've been learning about the Taurus energy field, and that energy, our energy is 3 meters around us, all around us. And it speaks before we enter a room, before you get on a phone call, a live, anything. It's speaking before you even open your mouth. So imagine as a young child, and this was such a huge aha for me, I've had this fear of being seen, and I didn't realize that until this January. I went into another depression. I felt like I was slipping backwards. I'm like, I don't want to swear, but I'm like, shit, I know I teach mindset. I teach all of this stuff. Why am I being, why do I feel like I'm slipping backwards? And it was a dying of myself. The ego was there. And in all of that, I found this beautiful Empower Jehovah's Witness group. The guy who runs it, Rodney, such a gem. Like, what a great thing he is doing there's over 7,000 people in that group, and he's been holding space for people who are very hurt by separation and the religion and like all that stuff. And so he's just been teaching us, and through the group and reading, a lot of the comments in there, I've really been learning about this fear of being seen and some of the other programming that was in my subconscious that I would move forward and I'd get pulled right back, move forward. And it was like, it's been this cycle. And I'm like, I want off this merry-go-round. And so I've been learning how to heal myself through that. And I would say it's a form of PTSD. I'm still learning. I think there's a separate thing for religion. So I'm learning that. And if this resonates with anyone, please reach out to me. I'll get you the help. If you were raised in an environment that was very strict religious, it could have been any religion really, or in an abusive home life situation as a child, because it's the same kind of symptoms where we're afraid to speak our voice. Our voice was, we had our power taken away. And so I really love that Carla's here for this time now, because, you know, through that and through all of the learning, I'm really just, you know, kind of taking off those onion peels or the onion rings, as I say, but I feel like they're just flying off because I've been doing the work already. And so learning this about my childhood programming and how deep it is in my subconscious that I didn't even know I didn't feel safe in my body. So I've just been, you know, putting my hand on my heart and on my belly and just saying, I am safe when I feel like I'm getting the wobbles or, you know, something's happening. And I just, that small little thing in the last 3 weeks, I actually feel like I'm coming back into my body, along with, you know, Carla's help with the breathing she's going to share today. All of that has just helped me to calm my nervous system down. And I just had no idea that that was even running in the programming. So I'm super, in my subconscious programming, I'm super grateful for all that has happened in the last months. A lot of shedding financially, you know, and just being, just so much good is happening in that. And I'll share my story, just not for today. And there was one more thing I wanted to say about that programming. Anyways, I think it's just, it left me. It'll come back if it's meant to. So I just want to introduce Carla properly. So you can share like all the modalities and stuff that you have, but as an Ayurvedic lifestyle practitioner, you are just such a beautiful addition to the earth. Like we definitely needed you in the state that you're in and just as you are, and super grateful for all. So if you would like to share, you know, a little bit about your background and where you are, and then your topic today, I'm super excited, raising the feminine to heal the masculine. Thank you.
Yes. You know, your story is incredible, Christine. It's really, you know, I want to also edify you in the.
I remembered it.
Okay, yeah. Tell me before I continue.
Sorry, because it kind of fits in with what you're going to talk about. So imagine going door to door as a child with the, you know, as Jehovah's Witness, and our energy is 3 meters out. I'm at the door, and I like to make jokes about this too, but I know y'all hid from the Jehovah's Witnesses. You know, as we were coming up on the street, it was like, hide. Imagine as a young child, I'm feeling that energy of the house, you know, on the other side of the door. And I didn't know if anyone was in there or not, but people were hiding from me from a very certain age. So I adopted in my subconscious that it's not safe to be seen. And Carla, we'll talk about it a little later, she had said to me last night, what does it mean to be feminine? And I started to cry because I have been in my masculine my whole life because I had to take care of myself. And just even that released so much for me last night. So I want to say thank you. I didn't do my homework. We'll give it to everyone else today because I will do it, but I needed some time to process that. So anyways, I wanted to say thank you because just understanding and learning these things about even my own journey, I know it's going to help a lot of people to heal that stuff that's hiding, that you don't know why you can't move forward. You just can't move forward.
Yeah, you get stuck. But I was saying earlier, all of this comes together, right? So I want to edify you in the fact that you've done so much work already on yourself, and even just realizing that religious path wasn't for you. You know, it is for some people, but for you, it isn't the path for you. So that takes a lot of courage and a lot of strength to really notice and face that and realize that, you know, there's something else. There's something else for me. And then that's where the work starts, right? So you really start digging, and sometimes find it's really not fun, and it's really like, so heart-wrenching. But, you know, all of it is just stepping stones to getting to really getting to know your soul, getting to know yourself, and really feeling comfortable in the power that you have, because you're very, very powerful woman. Yes, very powerful. And so I think that that's where a lot of us can start, right? Like we're one way or another, some kind of trauma, or it can even be micro trauma. It can be something very, very small, right? That affected you so deeply. It doesn't have to be like massive traumas that everyone knows about, and it's so severe and it's very life-changing. It's almost like those daily traumas are things that we try to brush off, and then we kind of maybe realize our body tells us like, oh, I have a headache, or my tummy hurts, or I don't feel well, like I feel a pressure. Like those are the things that kind of get like thrown under the covers, or they brushed away because I'll just take a tablet, I'll feel better, and I'll just ignore it, it's going to go away, or I'll just whatever, take 5 minutes, right? Those are the things. Those are actually the most important, because when something really traumatic happens to someone, like you're all in, right? Everyone is all in. Either you're on your own taking care of it, or you have family members or friends that come to your rescue, come to help you, and are present. But it's the little small things from childhood going all the way up to how old we are today that gets really programmed in our mind, and it creates neural pathways. And for really to understand, who am I really? Like, who am I? When we're born, Ayurvedically speaking, when we're born, we have a little bit of our mother, a little bit of our father, and then we also have a little bit of the universe. So there is no other one like you. You are like a snowflake, right? Special in every single way, very different. There's only one of you in this lifetime, and the next lifetime, if you believe in that, there'll be another one of you the way that you're meant to be in that. So as we age, when we're younger, we don't really have that much power to divest ourselves of our parents' energies. But as we age, that is the goal, right? The goal is to say, thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad, or no thank you, Mom, and no thank you, Dad, right? And then stick and find yourself, find your personal true north, right? What is that? And so this is a journey that comes up for everyone at different times in their life. So some people really recognize those things early and say, wow, that's not even me. I don't even know why I'm answering that way. And that sometimes can only happen when you're 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, like there is no real time frame for that. So the question then is that when it does come up for you, are you ready? Are you open? Because that journey is very challenging. Yeah, like be open and available to who you really are. So that's where the feminine power, that's where my story kind of starts. So I am an Ayurvedic practitioner.
What does that mean? Because I thought it had to do with the spa. Like that's where I saw that word.
Yeah. So Ayurveda is an old system of healing. It's very ancient. So it's like equal to, let's say, Tibetan and Chinese. So cool. It really goes way back, and it's based on the 5 elements: water, ether, fire, earth, and air. So every living thing is composed of these elements. And so Ayurveda stems from this, and it's a way of, it's an approach to life, let's say, right? So I see things through an Ayurvedic lens all the time, meaning that we are individuals. What could be right for me won't necessarily be right for you. Even we could be twins, born 1 minute apart. It doesn't necessarily work for everyone. So everything that you hear, like drinking 8 ounces of water a day or 8 glasses of water a day is ideal for everyone, isn't really true. So we need to find out who we are, and that's what Ayurveda does, right? You really find out who you are, how do you help yourself, what are your areas in your life that you're less strong, what are you more strong in, and so you find your constitution and you build your life with your eyes wide open, saying, this doesn't work, this works, this doesn't work, how do I manage? So that's Ayurveda in a nutshell, but it's kind of it's the sister science to yoga. So yoga is more the asanas and the positions and the flow. And then Ayurveda is more like, we could say, the medicinal aspect of it. So what you eat, how you eat, when you eat, what exercise do you do? Do you do exercise? Do you meditate? Do you, it's a whole system of looking at how you're living your life. It's really interesting. It's pretty easy, but can get very complicated, put it that way. Yeah. And then I do breath work, which I adore, which is also for me, everything comes from Ayurveda, right? So it's all about breathing, grounding in your body. And then I also do quantum flow, which then connects you to the universe so that you can bring in this beautiful divine intuition and gut instincts that everyone has. And then from there, you can make your choices and move forward and bring your ideas, you're really into fruition, so you can manifest and be who you're really supposed to be, who you are, right, at this time. And then we can throw in energy work and some essential oils and some yoga, and that's all me in one package.
I know you have so much. I want to say thank you. Last night you said something. You're like, your intuition is 99% right. It's our spirit team, or telling us the way to go, and that was so super helpful. And the what we were talking about last night. But today even I was I had some hummus, and I was like, I don't know if this is off or not. And I was like, you know what? I'm going with what Carla said. I'm gonna just throw it out because I don't want to end up in the bathroom. Not a good day for that.
Yeah.
And so I just went with it, and I'm like, oh, this is so good. Like in my body, it was saying, don't eat this. It's there's something that's not right. And I was like, I'm just gonna follow that intuition. So thank you. And for whoever's listening, like follow your intuition. If your heart is telling you yes to leap for something, your heart is, do it. If your heart or your gut saying no, then don't do it, right? Don't let your mind convince you of different things. It's really just following that first instinct.
Absolutely. And it's so funny that, because I actually have this conversation with my daughter often, and she'll be like, well, I went to this party pre-COVID. I went to this party and I was standing next to this person, and inside of me, Mom, she goes, inside of me, I was like, this is not a good person. But society is saying, don't be rude.
Be nice.
Be
Oh,
nice.
goodness. Yeah.
Be kind, right? All these things. When really inside, and if you're tuned into yourself, this is not a good place for me to be. And so then what is more important? Is it how we were taught, we were raised, or how we feel? This is the massive lesson.
Yeah.
And so we spoke about it, and I said, okay, babe, if you feel this way, you have to honor your intuition. So your angels or your guides are inside you, and they're like, time to go, don't turn around, move, right? So that's I think that's a major lesson for everyone, myself, to really always listen. And your intuition is 99% right. It's very rarely wrong, and we try to convince ourselves otherwise.
Ego.
We try to balance it out. Oh no, that hummus is good. Yeah, I just paid for it. It's like $5. Why am I going to throw it out? It's whatever. And then you eat it, and then whatever happens.
That's how much the hummus was. And it was homemade, and I was like, oh, I was so disappointed in myself I didn't eat it sooner. But it was like, yeah, totally.
Right. So so we have to really trust our gut instinct, and really, it's a practice. It's truly a practice to follow your instinct because of all the training that we've had. So it's really like even let's say arguments or business calls or anything, like you have an instinct to say something and you'll cut yourself off midway and be like, no, I shouldn't say that. It's too rude. Or I shouldn't say that. That person won't hear me, or it won't work. Okay. Divinely inspired, your words are going to come out when they're supposed to. For sure. We have to be like, watch what we say sometimes, depending on who we're speaking to. But inside, it's time to leave, it's time to move, it's time to change the topic, it's time to whatever, inside. And so that gap of like, not necessarily the mind, but really the core, the heart and the mind, is like that gap gets shorter and shorter and shorter. So then you just know, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Let me just go here. But it's kind of like a constant battle. It's always there. It's like it's always in your mind. It's always alive. Yeah, it's very interesting. So
cool.
Pardon?
So cool. Let's dig in, because I really want to make sure that we can get to this part of the topic of raising the feminine to heal the masculine, because I think you have so much powerful information there for people. Yeah.
So this, I actually realized from my own personal history that I was quite young, I was maybe around 9 or 10, and my father abandoned the family, right? And so I didn't realize how much that influenced me until much later in my life. And then I started to seeing patterns reoccurring with partners that I was choosing and things that kept happening over and over. And I had to really take a step back and say, why is this happening? Right? And so a lot of that comes even from what I remember, even being as a child and always helping my dad or wanting to be with my dad. But that always involved me doing what he wanted. Right? It wasn't like him honoring me as his daughter and saying, oh, let's go to the park, or let's go, what do you want to do today? And how do you want to do all these things, right? It was always like, well, if you want to, yeah, come spend time with me, but I'm going to go do this, right? So I was like, yeah, okay, let's do it. So that was, I noticed, and I just noticed that earlier this year in January, that was really where it started for me, where I recognized that I would give up my own not even knowing, right, my own identity or my own sense of being to, if I wanted to spend time with someone I love, that I have to give up what I'm doing in order to, and do what they want. Right. So this was like the first step for me. And then I realized, started digging deep, doing more work and everything, and realizing like, okay, wow, even if we look back 1,000 years in history, even if we look back at religious texts, even if we look back at all these things, where is this coming from? I mean, it's not my dad, like he was raised a certain way, right? But where does this come from? It comes from like, it's like systemic. It's thousands of years of indoctrination of like, women are lesser than men in whichever capacity, right? And so how do we raise that? How do we raise the feminine? Which is, by the way, the new way of the future. There is no more like patriarchy. It's still there, obviously it's still there, but men are seeing this as a bit of a threat. And this is where it happens, where we're like, no, we are not a threat. We're actually so powerful. We create life. we can, I'm pretty sure there's must be women in the room that, you've had ups and downs. And if you have children, or even if it's just you, there's nothing in this world that can keep you down if you really have a mission, right? So tapping into that, being grounded in yourself and really feeling, who am I? What am I supposed to be doing on this time on this planet? I chose to be here now. What is my voice? What is my power? What is my purpose? Yeah. So then the question then becomes, how does this balance out? Because now it's polarity. So male energy is up here ruling everything. And look at where it's gotten us, right? It's not gotten to us a very nice place. And so that feminine energy, because we're always like this, feminine energy is down here. Not really, but let's, for argument's sake. So now we got to try and balance everything out so that it's here. Means that feminine energy is more powerful because we have to do less to invoke our power. We are co-creators. We can forgive. How powerful is forgiveness, right? Love, compassion, understanding, radiate love, magnetize what it is we want to bring into our lives. This all comes from the heart. This is feminine energy. This comes from the earth. This is like Mother Earth, Gaia, right? We connect every day to the best mother, Mother Earth. She's there for us, Sophia, the goddess, right? So where do we go from there? We tap in and tune in to ourselves with the breath. And so we do that by really grounding and taking big belly breaths in order for the ideas that are coming through, the intuition, the gut instinct that says, you need to get out of here and do it, right? Leave, as opposed to being like, no, oh, he looks like a nice person, When your gut instinct is screaming to you, you better get out of there. You need to be grounded enough to say, I'm gone, right? So that's just a very basic example. I mean, there's so many things that happen on a daily basis, but with the breath, you're able to fully, completely ground in your body. And so what it is that breathing comes in 3 parts, okay? And so if someone says to you, take a deep breath, Christine, oh my God, you're too nervous, right? What will happen oftentimes is a person will breathe into their chest, right? Where is the power in there? Is the power in holding the breath, or is it in releasing, right? So really, what people should be saying is take a deep exhale. Take a breath in, deeply exhale, right? Because the relaxation comes from that. Yes, thank you. So this is a great example of how we need to be breathing. And ironically enough, we were born this way. So this is natural to us, but now as adults, it's not natural to us so much, right? And so when you take a deep inhale, so like in the first figure right here, you would inhale so that your belly gets really nice and rounded. And then you bring the breath all the way up. It comes up to your crown actually, and then exhales through your mouth or through your nose, right? And so when we exhale, the belly comes in and the breath goes out, right? So this is actually how it happens. Whereas you can get rid of that now for a second.
Okay, sure.
Why is it a bit confusing? The truth of the matter is, thank you, is that when people breathe, oftentimes they think they should suck in their belly, like, oh, suck it in and let it come out. But then it doesn't have space to move. So what happens is most people end up breathing from their chest. And the chest is part of the nervous system, right? Automatic nervous system. And this is fight or flight. We're in sympathetic breathing here. And the sympathetic breathing is, I got to get out of here. What do? I don't know what to do. Oh my God, a bear is coming to fight me and I have to survive, and deadlines, and everyone's asking me for stuff and I don't know. And I'm just going to hold my breath. Right here. Or breathe like this.
Yep.
Really like almost hyperventilating. Just doing that, just talking that way makes me like, oh my God.
Where's the bear?
Yeah, where's the bear? So anyways, the idea is that the breathing comes in 3 parts. Your belly, and the top of your diaphragm, which is like your lower rib section, and then your chest. But we're not breathing necessarily so that our chest comes forward and the shoulders come up. We're breathing so that we breathe from the sides of our back, sides of our chest, and then our back. So the power comes up. If you can just think about this for a second, right? Our kidneys are like our lower, sort of like, not actually our mid-back, okay? Our kidneys are right in our mid-back. So when we breathe, the belly comes out. You can just visualize the breath goes through the kidneys and then goes up your spine. It comes up through the back of you. So it's a totally different experience than if you think I have to breathe in my chest. So it's not going to be like a, it's going to be more like a belly.
Right.
And it's expansive. Then your exhale is like, wow, I feel so comfortable and grounded. This is how it really functions. So do a breath with me, Christine. Breathe from your, let's do 3 so everyone can kind of get into the zone of it. You can put one hand on your belly so that you can notice that the belly is actually going to rise, okay? And then try your best, because I know some people they don't do this all the time. But try your best to bring it up through the back, through your back, and then let it come out, okay?
Yep.
So, yeah. Take a deep breath here from your belly. I'll just do this so you guys can see, okay? Breathe in from your belly. Belly comes in. Open it up here again. Last time. And exhale.
That's actually easier thinking of it coming up the spine instead of, because when someone says take a deep breath, sometimes if I'm laying down, I'm much better at it and I can feel the belly. But if I'm sitting up, or if I'm kind of in this state of fight or flight and not even realizing, then I feel like I'm taking the smallest breath ever. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's often the problem. So you know, if you're not used to breathing like that, you will feel like resistance. The body's not used to it, right? The diaphragm, which is just underneath your ribs, it goes all the way down to your pelvic floor almost. So that's a really huge muscle, okay? When you take a deep inhale in, the diaphragm goes down and it squishes all the organs together. So it's like, workout for the organs, right? And then when you exhale, it releases and the diaphragm comes up almost halfway up your chest and massages your heart.
Wow.
So people who like to work out, awesome. But also do your deep breathing, because that's like your inner body workout. It's part of your like soul school workout.
Yeah. Very cool. There's a couple comments of people who need to practice. I feel you. Me too.
Okay.
So for someone like, what can we do? How can we kind of retrain our bodies to breathe properly? I just know when I am holding my breath, or I notice I'm being more aware of that in the day now that I've calmed more of my nervous system down. So I'll put my hand on my belly even, or if I'm on a call or something, and I'll start that breath. Is there something that you have or you teach where it's just that practice to come back to center, come back to breath?
Okay, so there's a couple of things that I do. First, I actually turned it into a practice for people. So the moment you wake up in the morning, you're lying down on your bed, pile some pillows underneath your knees so that your whole lower back is like really relaxed into the bed. Remove any pillows from behind so you're really lying flat with your legs upright, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do this. This is called the wave breath. And so when you do the wave breath in the morning, first thing in the morning, you just really like, this is your first movement. Like you're not even getting out of bed yet, right? You can think to yourself what I'm grateful for. That's a beautiful practice too. And
Right.
then just go deep into the breath. So belly first. Imagine that when you're lying down, the oxygen is coming through your root chakra, your tailbone,
Mm-hmm.
fills up the belly, then comes out, then lowers and comes up to the diaphragm, and then comes in through the chest. And then when it comes all the way up, then you just relax. Right? You do that in the morning. When you wake up, hello, you're waking up the body, you're detoxifying the rest of the stuff that needs to go, right? Because your body's detoxifying all night. And you do that 5 to 10 times, or how many times you need it, right? More than 3, I would say. But you can go do 20, do whatever it takes for you. And then get out of bed, right? And so then I would also recommend to do that at the end of the day when you're about to fall asleep. Just as you're about to fall asleep, you think about one thing, that beautiful thing that happened in the course of your day, right? You let go of everything else. You let go of the phone calls, the stress, the people, the anxiety, whatever. You let it all go, and you just think of one thing. Like, oh, wow, I was crossing the street, and this beautiful person just smiled at me, and I felt so good inside, which means you're now more focused on being on the here and now. You're present. Right? When you can recognize those things throughout your day, it means you're present in your day. You're not somewhere else. You're not anxious in the future. You're not being stressed out about what's coming or anything, right?
Right.
So when you're lying down in bed, do the same exact thing. Put pillows under your knees. Take away the pillow from under your head. Just lie down, face up, hands up. You can put one hand on your belly if you want, another one on your heart. Say what you're grateful for, and then do the wave breath again, right? And you're going to see it's going to take you maybe 5-10 breaths. You're going to be so relaxed. You're going to sleep like a baby. So that means you're detoxifying from your day. You're detoxifying it. You're like, goodbye, thank you, see you tomorrow. And you're falling asleep, retraining your subconscious mind, saying, wow, what a beautiful moment. And you're taking that with you until you wake up in the morning and you do it again.
That's the best way to go to sleep too, because you're already going into theta state. That's when you can reprogram your mind. And you have 2 things you can fall asleep to. You can be worried about the bills or a fight you've had with someone, or you can think about, what you're grateful for, what's exciting in your life that's happening. And then you're going to take that state into your dreams or as you're sleeping. And so that's really powerful. And I'm just going to throw out a challenge, actually. Let's do this for 7 days. Let's practice that breathing in the morning, and then at night, just as Carla mentioned, come back and rewatch this if you need to. And if you could actually go back, Carla, after and just type out what you said as far as each of the practices, then people can click on you. They can add you as a friend and find you that way if they want more information. But then also come back in a week. So next Saturday, come back and just do a post in the Healing Soul School and let us know, what you have experienced. Are you calmer? Are you in less fight or flight? Pam, this is for you. Do you feel happier? Do you feel more content by doing that breathing? So let's practice that for the week. Me too. This is good accountability for me to just be more present. I love that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You know what? I have a video somewhere of teaching that properly. I'm lying down. and I'll stick that into the Healing Soul School page.
Okay, and maybe we can go live next week, and we'll figure out a time that you and I are available, and we'll see what the results are and how everyone did.
Yes, you know what, guys? It's really, our ladies, it's a game changer. You know, because the idea is we need to ground ourselves, right? We need to ground. It's absolute necessity. It's not even a choice. It's something that we need to do every single day. And then when you become more present in your day, right? Because you start noticing beautiful things, and you start noticing, wow, this person brought me coffee. I didn't even ask them. Like, wow, amazing. So grateful. It's such a small gesture, but it really means so much.
Yeah.
Then you can start to realize now, okay, my thoughts are not my own, right? I have to be responsible for my thoughts. I have to be responsible how I am putting that out into the world. And then when you become responsible more with this and your breathing, you're acting as one. So basically what happens, I'm taking you back, you have the feminine side, which is the power of like all these beautiful things, love, forgiveness, all that stuff. And then you have the masculine side, which is all about getting it done, creating, making it happen, paying the bills, all that stuff, right? We're here, masculine is up, feminine is down. We need to bring it out like this so that we can have access to both. Access to the feminine when your kid falls down and she's crying, or access to like, oh my God, I have a deadline, I have to get it done, right? So then when you do those things, you have access to both and you become one.
Wow.
This is the power, right? The power lies here. You can only heal yourself by yourself. There's no one. You can't give me a magic potion or tell me something, you can tell me something that's going to lead me on my own journey that's going to clear it up for me. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm doing it, right? And so the more you're open, the more you're accessible, the more you have ability to reach both sides without feeling like, oh, if I'm too masculine, even women who are too masculine feel like, oh, I can't share my feelings, or I'm a workaholic, or I'm a this, or I'm a that, right? You need to dial it back because you're here and your feminine is down here. You need to dial it back so that you can say, wait a second, you know what? I'm going to go take a nice hot bath. I haven't done that in years.
Right.
And now I'm going to do this because I really want to take care of myself. I have to calm down. I have to really figure out what is my next step without actually doing it, jumping in and doing it, right? I'm going to lean back here. I'm going to lean back. Everybody try that. Just lean back right now. Lean back, lean back. Now you have 360, or not 360, but whatever, 180. 180 perspective of your whole room, right? When you're like this, looking into the computer screen, you're like, right? Now you're leaning back and you're like, wow, what is open for me? What are the possibilities for my day today? I have so much open to myself. When we're like this, focus, 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 there is no space for intuition and divine and this and that. When you're like this, it's physical. You can actually feel it. You lean back and you're like, wow, okay, I have space.
So powerful.
I have space. Take a deep belly breath here, and then you can really move forward from there.
So awesome. And I just want to come back to the homework that you gave me. Maybe you can explain it to everyone else. So I'll just share a little in case people missed the beginning. So you were coaching me last night, talking about, I have been very much in my masculine my whole life because I didn't feel safe. So I felt I had to take over, the control freak, right? No one can do it as good as me. And so that's just the energy I've been in, is in the masculine, because who else is going to look after it, or look after me? And so you had said to me, come more into your feminine, which I can kind of understand. But as soon as you said to me, what does it feel like to be feminine? I immediately just wanted to start bawling, because my intuition, or my first thought was, it's not safe. When I'm in my feminine, I'm taken advantage of, or I'm left, that whole victimhood that I am shedding. And actually, I just chose not to live from there anymore. So can you share what the homework was, just as the final thing? And we'll definitely have you back on.
Well, I want to just rectify one thing, because I know, I know a lot of people think this way, that being feminine is not safe, right? Being feminine is less powerful, right? When I'm bringing to the table that it is more powerful. Okay, for sure, if we're physically up against a man, okay, that's definitely we're not going to win that, right? but that doesn't mean that our will and our love and our strength doesn't match a man, or sometimes even supersedes a man. But at the end of the day, it's not about duality, right? It's not about who's better than who, but it's really being able to access your own power. So the homework was, I don't know, I told you so many things. I mean, I think
to write out, what does it mean to be feminine?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. So like, let's say you've been in this role of being the masculine energy all the time. So for you, even for you, your masculine is up here, your feminine is down here. So what does it mean for you to feel like a woman? What does it mean for you to be in your feminine power? Because this is also for men, right? Men have to also tackle their feminine side to balance themselves out, right? It's not about stoicism anymore. It's really finding that balance. So what does it mean for you to be men? What does it mean for you to be masculine but be in your feminine? And for women, you're in your feminine but still access your masculine. So does that mean like, okay, my first boyfriend, how did I feel when I had my first boyfriend? Oh my God, my belly, butterflies in the belly. And you go check yourself in the mirror and you did all these things. Doesn't make you less powerful if you're admiring yourself in the mirror and being like, I'm a beautiful woman, or and then you're like, oh, I could lose that weight. No, all that stuff that comes up, write that all down. So everything that comes up, like, oh, my body, oh, I have wrinkles, oh, I have cellulite, write that all down on a piece of paper and still continue with your journey and say, what does it mean for me to be feminine? So you write down all your stuff that you think you feel inside, right? It's not thinking, it's feeling. How do I feel? What does it mean to me to be feminine? Like, do I feel better when I wear these jeans, or when I wear this, or do I feel more sexy with this, or is it being sexy, or is it something else, right? It can be anything, right? It depends what it is for that person.
Right.
Write that down. Write everything down. And that side that comes up that's like, what are you talking about? Look at you. This and that. How could you think of yourself as like feminine? You're not feminine. You've been in masculine for 20 years. Who do you think you are? All that stuff, you write it down on a separate piece of paper. All right, you got it. Now you have two pieces of paper. The one that has all the qualities of you feeling your glow and you're flowing and you're like, this is me and I'm going to reconnect with myself. I'm so excited. Perfect. After that, light some candles, light some sage, clear the room, clear yourself, and then take that piece of paper, go to the kitchen sink and burn that sucker. Burn it down, right? You burn it and cry if you need to cry. Let it go, because this is now representational of your ego dying. It's an ego death. This is an ego death. This is the old you. This is not the you now that's trying to tap into your feminine, trying to really access that side of your feminine power that is like unstoppable. And you know what? The unstoppable part is not like, I'm a warrior. The unstoppable part is like, wow, I'm a flower. I'm beautiful. I'm strong. I'm going to rise every morning with the sun, and I'm going to go to sleep every night with the moon, right?
Nice.
This is power. Mother Nature, Mother Earth, Gaia, this is feminine power. Look at it outside, okay? Gorgeous.
Right.
Okay, so that other stuff you burn down, you let it go, and you really say to it, like, I'm not going to give you one more ounce of energy. I'm not giving all these negative notions of myself that I can't be who I truly am, because I'm not used to it, because I haven't practiced it, because I'm not in that space, because maybe, I don't know, whatever. You burn it down and you say, okay, you know what? Today is the first day of the rest of my life. Stepping into who I really, really am, being accessible to both, but really recognizing. Because in this lifetime, you have a physical body, and that physical body identifies more as being a woman. Or if you're a man and you identify as being more feminine, perfect.
Right.
There is no, it is. You're just a feminine energy and with masculine energy, and you're just one. It's just accessible.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Thank you so much. Sorry, just some shifts around with our healers from today. I'm going to come back and I'm going to listen to this again. I'm going to take notes, because I always learn so much from you. And I love your Latina energy, and super excited. I'm actually going to go and visit Carla, who's in Montreal, for a little getaway vacay for myself sometime in the next month, and we're going to create some content together.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So thank you so much, honestly, just for being here and alive and for Clubhouse connecting us. It definitely was not a coincidence. So I'm super grateful. I hope you have the greatest day. And of course, we'll be in touch.
The last thing I want to say is just honor yourselves. That's it. Right?
All right.
Do something you
Awesome.
love. Do something you love.
Yeah. Go play.
Go play. Go play.
That's
Bye.
right. Okay. Bye. Thank you. Okay. Awesome. I am going to bring up Betsy, and then I'll get her banner and everything. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm here in sunny Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. How far is that from, where's the Vortex place?
In Sedona. Yeah. So that
Sedona.
is about 4.5 hours away.
Okay.
Yeah. So I grew up in Sedona. I spent every childhood summer there. My family homesteaded there in like 1886. So I'm
Wow.
like, yeah, I go way back with that area. It's so special.
Right on, right on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm so glad you're here. You are another sweet find from Clubhouse that I was in a room and I heard her speak and I was like, ooh, the tingles. I love being in rooms because Source is just like that one, and I'll look at the profile and I'm like, oh yeah, great profile. Good one.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
much. It's been so lovely to connect with you and Virginia. I mean, that's the magic of Clubhouse. It's like, you know, we're being able to have community and be connected with people who we resonate with, and you know, it's just magical. I found someone recently from National Geographic to help me with the Amazon land project recently too.
Oh, super. Yeah, honestly, any business owners need to be on there because it's such a great way to connect with people. So this is so great. I'm just fixing up our banner. Adela, she is a beautiful healer, but she is having internet trouble, so she's not able to join us today. And so thankfully, Betsy is a healer too. So I just said to her, all right, girl, we got an hour. Let's just co-create and see what Source wants to do with the day.
I'm down for it. So
I love it. So I'm going to say, start with your story. If you want to throw in your spiritual awakening as well, but just share whatever's on your heart as far as your story. And that's okay.
Okay, there we go.
All right. And yeah.
So basically, yeah, like I was saying, I grew up in a very special place called Sedona, Arizona. And, you know, from a young age, I had abilities and special gifts that I thought, you know, was normal for everyone to have. And especially growing up in such a place where you're in such a vortex, you know, playing outdoors all day, it's like, it's a very magical place to grow that connection and those gifts, which I really believe we all have the capability to have these gifts. It's just like singing in the shower, right? It's like some people are better than others. Of growing up in an environment that really fostered, you know, the beauty way, that way of living. And, you know, I was playing all outdoors all day and like the canyons and such a beautiful place, but I had a huge imagination. And I just always from a young girl too wanted to be around things that were beautiful, you know? And so I found myself, you know, in college, getting an internship with a modeling agency. And that launched a 12-year career in fashion where I was around the beautiful, the glamorous, you know, it was a very exciting, fast-paced world. And, you know, in the beginning, it was really fun. I was young, I was 23 and, you know, producing all these fashion shows, going all to these fancy parties. And, you know, from the outside, you know, I think my friends who I grew up with were like, wow, like what's she doing? But I think I had this unique perspective because being around this world, you know, being behind the scenes as the agent, I was an agent. I managed the careers of like hundreds of models. I managed teams. I managed photographers. I worked behind the scenes to kind of help orchestrate this whole machine. And I started to see the, you know, the not so pretty parts of the industry. And from someone who just from my background and who wanted to initially get into the industry because I wanted to be around like this beautiful world.
Right. Every girl's dream.
Seeing the flip side of it, that it's not so beautiful, and most of the girls who I was managing had zero self-love, and they were the girls that the young girls now follow on Instagram and they want to be like them, and it just started to become this whole machine of self-deprecation, basically.
Yeah.
Especially when Instagram came in the picture like 5 years ago, and most of my models started getting plastic surgery, and so I had this really unique experience to be in a culture that many people would consider the most beautiful of the beautiful, the luckiest of the lucky, like these gorgeous women and men and glamorous people. I realized we're stuck, myself included, stuck on this hamster wheel, just, going at such a fast pace, not really having a moment to think about what makes you happy. Just, it was so fast paced. And, I know most of the models I worked with, some of them were amazing and have a lot of self-love, and they're, really amazing women. But I'd say probably 80% of the women I manage, which is a lot, and they're the most beautiful, eating disorders, addiction, unhealthy relationships. Yeah. Like, I spent most of my time as a modeling agent, as a therapist, I felt like, as a life coach, just, and luckily I had my background, and I studied with, I continued studying with a woman from Sedona for like 10 years in tandem, being a modeling agent. So I was developing myself as a healer, as, I was growing higher and higher in my career as a fashion agent. And it just started, my soul just started to feel like it was going like this. Like I had to be one person at work in the fashion world. And then with my friends in private life and home, I got to be the healer who I was. And I started to feel very fragmented and unhappy. And and just being around a culture of almost like self-love was not encouraged. And I refused to be part of that energy system that was created in the office, very toxic, very competitive. If you had any sort of self-love, it was kind of like, well, who do you think you are? Very unhealthy, very toxic. I think a lot of offices have this type of culture where they want to keep you down to keep you, where you're at, because they like where you're at. You're of service to them where you're at. So that started to just not resonate with me at all. And I think it became, very apparent to everyone I worked with. I was just fed up with the whole charade of it all. And so at first, I was kind of like, I don't want anything to do with the fashion industry, like awful. Reflected, and I realized, what, maybe I had a little PTSD from it, but healing that and seeing the reason why I was there, and in part of that whole system, I believe, is because I'm meant to be shining a light in that system. Awesome. And recreating a different type of role for myself in that system. So I know I'm kind of bouncing around here, but
no, this is great.
So what I really did to leave my career as an agent, this happened at the top of the pandemic. I found through mutual friends a Taita, a healer from a shaman from Colombia, and spent like a month planning to bring him out, because I was like, I just need some plant medicine to get my head right from having this, traumatic experience of managing this agency based out of London. This is my last hurrah as an agent. They hired me to launch their LA office, and they're a very prolific modeling agency. They, discovered a lot of supermodels, but it was just a culture of such sickness and just not heart-led at all. It was like the universe being like, okay, well, here's your last taste. Something had to get me out. So I had just had a really tough year. I didn't know what to do next. I knew I was miserable. And so that's why I found this shaman from Colombia, brought him out right before the pandemic. And
Wait
you
a
know,
second. Before you even go there, how do you even search? Do you just search shaman? Like, I never even thought of that.
literally, it was all kind of divinely meant to be, I think.
Okay.
Because I asked a random friend, like my friend Chris, I was like, hey, do you know anyone? Because I saw that he was in Tulum, and Tulum's a place where people do
Yep.
plant medicine. So
Yep.
I asked him, I'm like, do you know any shamans down there or anyone who's doing ayahuasca? I want to bring someone into LA, and I know it's illegal, but I want to bring someone into LA and have them here for a couple weekends. I want to get, a group of people together, and he found this guy Cesar, who at 6 years old started training as a shaman with his indigenous tribe in the Putumayo outside of Villa Garzón in Colombia, if you know the region. So he comes, and that was when I realized, wow, I had some ancestral trauma that was keeping me small, keeping me, in a miserable job. And that, I mean, I won't go into a lot of details with the plant medicine, but it was, and not everyone should take plant medicine. It's only, I think, if you feel really called
to it.
And you have the situation where I had, where this, literally the medicine we got was made by Cesar's relatives, prayed over for days. They're the only ones energetically who touched the medicine. And Cesar, had been training since he was 6 years old. And his grandfather, his great-grandfather, the grandfather before that, they were all the taitas. They were all the shamans of his village. So we were very safe energetically. And I think a lot of people who serve plant medicine in the States, maybe they're not as careful, because you have to respect it.
It's becoming this trend, and it's very dangerous because I feel like a lot of people are hopping on to be cool, to do it, to have these experiences, when I feel like connect to source, but also don't do it for the fad. Do it if you're called to it, because I think it's just another coping method. People want that quick fix of how do I get to feel centered and to feel good inside, or to have this experience. And it's like, you got to do the work. You ain't taking a shortcut.
The thing is, it's not a quick fix.
Yeah.
I had done plant medicine maybe twice before I brought Cesar over. So I had experience with it, but it is no joke. You're going into a spirit world, sometimes visiting past lives. It could be very traumatic if you're not prepared for that type of experience. You have, you can have ego deaths. You're experiencing another dimension, essentially. And you need protection, and you need to be around a really loving group. Like, I planned for months for this, and I made sure that I had my best friends there, and I really had people who made me feel safe, because deep down I knew I was about to enter a spiritual battle. There was something, because I'm a healer, so I could feel it. I'm like, what is this? I can't figure it out. It's like a darker, heavier energy body that just I didn't know where it came from. And a lot of this darker, people can call them entities, demons, dark energy bodies, like whatever. I prefer to call it a lower dense energy body that maybe is like cellularly transferred to you through epigenetics from trauma that like your great grandmother may have had. That's kind of how scientifically it's passed down. But however you want to phrase it in your mind, cool. But it is no joke doing the work to heal these parts of yourself with plant medicine. So I'll just say that it is a very serious thing. And you want to make sure, if you're going to do plant medicine, that you're doing it with someone who I did it with, Taita Cesar, who has studied and worked with the medicine his whole life, basically. Right. And that knowledge is passed down, because what happens in a ceremony is, Cesar has the ability to understand what's going on with each person's journey, because he is so connected to the medicine. Awesome. And sometimes you need people to help you through stuff you're working with. You can't just take it on your own, or take it with, someone who claims to be a shaman from the States. It just doesn't work like that. I just don't believe in that. But anyway.
I just want to add, sorry, for anyone who is thinking about it, because it is a very serious thing. You can have not the greatest experience, but I feel the first step is, what's your motivation of wanting to take it? Are you feeling drawn because source is saying, yep, this is your next step, on your journey? are you doing it to feel cool or to, you know, have that quick fix? It's just really looking at what's your motivation and go with your intuition. If your intuition is like, you know, of those things of I just want to fit in, or my friends are doing it and I should be doing it too. It's just really tapping in. Is this the next part of my journey? Because you might not be far enough in your journey yet. That's you know, a very deep thing to go in that way. And yeah, I just want to protect anyone. Just really think about what's your motivation for doing it, and then decide whether you're doing it, yes or no.
And to be quite honest, Christine, my motivation was addiction. I had a problem with alcohol and I couldn't figure out where it came from. And I, with the help of Cesar, I was able to purge my addiction in that ceremony. So it was very powerful, but that was a very hard ceremony. And I think it's a miracle that, you know, it happened, but that changed my life. That was the start of like deep self-love for me. And so it can be really amazing under the right conditions if you're ready to really face what you need to face. And if anyone is watching and wants more information, Rhythmia is a great resource. They're in Costa Rica. They have doctors there and taitas and you know, I would say if you're wanting to do medicine in a really safe container, Rhythmia is a great option. Cool. So anyway, so after I did the plant medicine, a week after that, the pandemic put us into lockdown. And so this taita was stuck in LA with me.
I'm laughing, sorry, because you just had that ceremony and now you're in lockdown and you have to do the work. Like you are stuck, you're by yourself.
Yeah, so after this experience, which was life-changing, randomly, my parents decided to come to LA and stay in LA that weekend. I was like, well, I have a retreat. Are you sure you want to be here? And they're like, no, we're here. And then I think that was all divinely orchestrated because, you know, they were just had to be there. And
wow.
So, so I went into lockdown. Cesar, he ended up staying in the States and moving to LA during lockdown because, you know, he just felt divinely called to be there because he was stuck there. And he's like, this must be where I meant to be, where I meant to be serving people.
For LA.
Yeah. So he's been able to help, you know, a lot of people this year and built a tiny community around it. And, you know, in turn, he came to me because we got really close this past year. Obviously, I continued to work with him and really understand, you know, what he does on a different level because I had done a lot of my own work and purged a lot of the things I needed to purge. So it wasn't like, you know, going into a ceremony with him maybe 4 months after that. It was a completely different experience. It was more, you know, the medicine, if you really need to heal something, it's intense. If not, it's kind of like, wow, this is beautiful.
Right.
So that's the thing. Also, after that experience, I'm like, well, I don't really need this anymore. You know, the plant medicine is showing me it's done its job. But I continued to really support him because I felt responsible for him being in LA because he doesn't even speak English. But through translators and, you know, a lot of that freetransfer.com app, like we talked, you know, online and stuff. So he came to me, this is before Christmas, and he's like, I need your help. We're facing this land issue in the Putumayo. And he connected me to his friend Roberto, who had spent a month in the jungle with him, this guy who is from Spain. And so next thing I know, I'm in like hours of Zoom calls learning about this land issue that this indigenous tribe is facing in the Putumayo. And, you know, essentially the government irregularly granted this public land that these 600 indigenous families have protected the past 50 years, even though they've had to face guerrillas, you know, war, crime, like you name it. But ever since there's been this kind of peace treaty in Colombia, oil companies now feel like it's safe to come in there and start drilling. And so Cesar and his people, they're very passionate about wanting to protect this 100,000 acres in Colombia. They want to turn it into a UNESCO World Heritage Site. But, you know, the government irregularly granting this land to a group which has known ties to Canadian oil companies. It's just, they're creating conflict within their own country with this land. So next thing I know, I'm raising money with Roberto, and we hire a lawyer and actually appeal the grant. So we stopped it, but just in time. So I kind of fell into helping now protect this area of the Amazon, and it led me to get in contact with the Amazon conservation team, and they're helping out now. And I met on Clubhouse this National Geographic journalist, and we, just this week we had a call, and he's going to write a story about it, because
cool.
The next thing is just awareness. People have no idea that this is going on down there. And this area of the jungle, it's so pristine. It's like the waters are the clearest waters you've ever seen. The jungle has never been touched. And the plants and the animals and the water there, so much more important. And the people than the oil. There's enough oil in the world. This, they're irreplaceable. And this area of Colombia, where it's pretty much where the rivers start for the entire Amazon. This area is the wellspring, where the water, feeds the rest of all the rivers. So if this gets,
huge.
If this gets, compromised, it's going to compromise the entire jungle. So we're very passionate about protecting it. So I fell into that, once I started to really shed all the things in my life that didn't align anymore. And things like this is just one thing that just started to come to me, and things that felt way more aligned than, managing models, which I'll get back to that. But, I after working with Cesar, I just had the self-love and the strength to step away from this salary corporate job high up in the fashion world and be like, you know what, doesn't align with me anymore. Something that does will come in. And then I had been working, before working with Cesar and all last year on a beauty skincare line that I was going to launch with a creative director from London. Didn't feel aligned anymore. Ended that. I did a whole life edit the past last year, which has been so empowering. It's like getting rid of all the noise, all the things that make you feel heavy, all the resistance, things that maybe you think you should be doing, but they don't feel good. Don't do them. You live one time. We get one time in this ego at ourselves. So it was a lot of surrender and trusting that the universe, the divine source, had bigger plans. Because when you let go of the things that don't resonate anymore, you create space, and you're actually sending a message to the universe. I trust you. Show me what I'm supposed to be doing. Lead me, guide me. We like to be in control. That's why we mess up divine plans all the time. We are not in control. We are not. I can tell you. We can co-create, which is a huge thing I like to do with journaling, with, there's another thing I love to do, which is a great tip, is a self-love shrine for yourself. A lot of people have altars. Wow. What about a self-love shrine? I think that we all should be doing that right now, because
and a picture of your little self needs to be in there.
Yes.
Love on your little self.
A picture of yourself as a child, a picture of you looking your happiest, you're in your joy, in your flow. Yes. And words of affirmation too, things you love. Spend at least 5 minutes a day honoring yourself, really being kind to yourself, speaking to yourself like you're your best friend. We have to practice doing this. Self-love is a practice, And I really believe, after working with a lot of people who didn't love themselves, it's really sad, because our whole world opens up once we start loving ourselves. And how do we get there? It's, a lot of people don't know how to get there. Well, it starts with finding all the things that are dulling your shine. And usually that's the hardest part, because it requires going in and, I like to tell people I work with, write a detailed paragraph or life, a couple paragraphs, your life story, describe exactly who you think you are, and let's separate the negative from the positive. We make columns. all this if there's any negative, where is it coming from? You have to go to the root of where it's coming from. It's usually coming from something that happened in childhood, that things that we don't want to look at. But looking at those things, transmuting them into love and taking it out of your, your metaphysical, you reach new levels. You start shedding heavy things and your world opens up. That's how you love yourself. You have the courage to look at the things that are holding you back and weighing you down. You don't need to carry that stuff anymore.
Beautiful.
What happens when we're young, our heart has 40,000 neurons in it, way more than the brain. The heart is in constant communication to the brain all the time, telling it how to think, telling it how to act, then the brain tells the body how to function. So what happens when we have young trauma at a young age, the heart has long-term and short-term memory. The heart is communicating to the brain, oh, this happened. This is like a bad memory. Let's keep this bad and make her unhealthy and hold her back. But if we constantly decide to go into our trauma through our heart, forgive that trauma, understand where it came from an ego perspective, and ask it to be let go. Like if we work through this stuff through a heart space, and there's a lot of ways to do it. Caroline Leaf has a great book, Cleaning Up Your Messy Mind. She's a neuroscientist. She talks a lot about the heart-brain connection. Yeah. And she has a method to go through. And, as healers, we do it. I do it intuitively, energetically, but a lot of people can't comprehend that. But Caroline Leaf, as a neuroscientist, has really shown that what we do as healers has science to back it up. Because when you go through the heart space and transmute these old memories, heal them, your brain chemistry starts to change. The neurons in your brain fire differently. And you restructure essentially your brain using your heart, which heals your whole body. And and that's the stuff that frees us. That's the stuff that brings us to self-love. So that's number one, is healing the trauma. And really, having the courage to, if something is coming up and triggering you, I would suggest just get a pen and paper, start journaling about it. How does it feel in your body? What are these emotions? Like, get it out of you. Don't just sit and dwell on it, really journal on it. And then take the time to figure out, where is this coming from? And then you can start to do the hard work. And so that is very crucial to shining, your fullest. And we come here on earth and we're put through these situations so they can crack us open, so we can find the deep depths of strength within ourselves to get closer to the universe, Gaia, God, whatever you want to call it. That's why we're here. So if you're going through something tough, if you're feeling like there's no hope, this is because you're about to have your breakthrough. If we're going to take a big bite out of the universe, it's going to take a big bite out of us, because it wants to see, how are we going to grow? How are we going to get closer to the divinity within ourselves? That's what trauma is there for. I believe that we reincarnate as souls and we pick these lessons. We do, because we want to experience the growth that comes with each lesson presented to us. We wouldn't have picked it if we didn't know our soul was strong enough to handle it.
Awesome.
Yeah. So we're divinely guided and protected all the time. It's just, we have to get out of our own way and surrender all the control. We can co-create, but we are not in control. Right. So that is also a relief for a lot of people, because it takes a lot of pressure off. And I think that, our mission, the reason that we're here is to find joy, to find happiness, to live from our heart space, to fully realize what it is to love. So that, has to start with the self-love. And after the trauma, after you take the time to do that, I really advocate, the self-love shrine, or you could write in your journal, like, love letters to yourself, like, as you were your best friend, like, I'm so proud of you today for doing this. And when you do stuff that, you feel bad about, maybe you lost your temper, or you're feeling guilty or shameful about anything, change the self-talk around that. Be like your sweet auntie or grandmother in your own head. It's okay, honey. Of course you did that in that moment. Of course you did this. Start speaking to yourself in a kind, sweet, nurturing, way, because you have to be your own best friend in this life.
Right.
You have to be your lover first. And then that creates space for your love to overflow and pour into other people's lives. But if your cup is empty, you're constantly going to be feeling, really lost. And that's, I really advocate self-love, and I am teaching people how to undull their sparkle. And it's just like cleaning off all the bullshit that doesn't belong there anymore in your energetic field. And everyone, I believe it's everyone's birthright to shine, to be happy, to be the fullest expansive version of themselves. But, a lot of people don't know how to get there, but luckily there's, we're in this moment in time where people are waking up, they're becoming more conscious, and they want to change. And so it's amazing, like you in Virginia, even doing this, it's helping so many people. People are ready to heal. And it's such a beautiful thing what you guys are doing, because, we need it. We need more healers. We need more people helping and lifting each other up. And that's what I decided I'm here to do as well. So,
Awesome.
and once I started to embody both sides of myself, the healer and the girl who was in fashion, and not, have the PTSD and like, oh, never again, but incorporating both, I'm like, wow, I have an audience that maybe I could reach who wouldn't normally maybe be exposed to the things I have to say. And so I've just started, embodying my fullest self. And I encourage all of you to do that, because if you are in a corporate environment, it's easy to make your solar plexus small, I like to say, because you don't want to intimidate people, because you don't want the people who are, competitive with you you don't want to flare them up. So I did it. It's called playing the game. And unfortunately, playing the game really starts to dull your sparkle. And we don't want that. No one can be dulling their sparkle anymore. So,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, I love your heart. I love as you're talking. I'm waiting for Virginia to start chiming in. I feel like you're not only my soul sister, but I feel like you're me, because you just said exactly what's in my heart. And so interesting, because I love these 2 days, but I was like, had such an energy drain this morning, and my throat was kind of feeling sore. I had some cookies last night. So as I was eating it, I was like, probably shouldn't have these because of the sugar, and I'm talking so much in 2 days. But you know what? I feel like it was so that I would shut up today. The source is like, it's your day to listen. And you just said exactly what I would want to share with someone, and to like kind of walk them through that journey. So I'm so grateful. And I think this is a really important relationship for us, and through the school too, to see your magic and what you do. It's not a coincidence that you're here and you're sharing your heart, because I feel that we also, are receiving and benefiting from that.
Well, I'm happy to share. And I'm so grateful to have met you and to be connected with you now, because that's kind of like the magic of this year. It's like, everyone sit home, figure out your bullshit, and then there's been opportunities to connect with new communities, to new people who align with you. So I encourage everyone to do like a little life edit and get rid of the people who aren't bringing you joy. Find the people who do. It changes your life.
So amazing. Yeah, I love it. My heart is just so full. Keep going. Like, whatever you feel like you want to share, let's keep going. I do want to come back to the PTSD part. From, what you experienced, because I also feel like I'm experiencing that from a religious childhood and even into my marriage. And I feel like it doesn't matter what we've come through. We came through it for a reason. I also believe we chose our families. We chose what we've come through. But those symptoms are the same regardless of what the trauma was or the experience. We like to use the word experience, not own that trauma. So whatever the experience was, that we chose that and we came through it. And being, the hard thing that we went through, we are also victorious in that. And it's building the muscle that we actually need for today. So it's coming to that place of thank you that hard thing happened, even though it's difficult in that moment, but it's formed who I am today. So we can't, want to shut it down or want to erase it, because it formed who we are today. But it's so beautiful, because I really feel that everything that we've been through, it brought us to the place where the collective is now going to benefit from that experience or the muscle that we gained. And as we stand in our power to lock arms together, as the collective, we're that piece of the puzzle. We needed to go through those things in order to be at our best self and what we came here for. And the time is now. So if anyone in the audience is listening and you feel called to be part of a community, let us know. At the Healing Soul School, you want to heal yourself because you just don't feel good and you don't know how to get off those loops in our brain, right? I love the neural stuff and reprogramming the mind. Please reach out to us. We have a 6-month program. We want to help you. We want to teach people how to heal themselves. It's a program we run on Mondays. We're going through the chakras because it's just easy for people to understand that system. But we're teaching you how to heal yourself. And then ideally, as we're healing and we feel good and we feel stronger, there's something in your experience. So, I know there's a few who've had a lot of trauma around death. It's hard of what you came through, yes, but look at how you can now mentor someone else because you've been through it. Whatever your hardest thing is you feel that you've come here to learn, that's probably what you're here to do, to help others with, where you heal yourself and then you just turn back and you reach out your hand and you pull the next person up who's needing help in that area. That's your zone of genius, right? Because that's what you know best. You don't need a textbook. You don't need certifications. You freaking lived it, right? I've lived depression. I'm divorced. I'm raising a child that's not mine. Like, there's just so many things that we have in our life and in our experience that other people can relate to us. And that's your magic. That's what you're here for. And then I just want to say the last thing, if someone feels called to be a healer or to have a business with the collective, but you don't know how to get started, you don't know how to get your message out there, we have a year program on how to be an energy healer, how to bring this, this inner feeling, this inner magic you have within, how to bring that out into the world. We are that support system where it's safe. We're going to help you heal yourself. We'll teach you how to heal yourself. Just like Betsy said, and I say that too, we're going to wash the shit off. We're washing off that old programming, just like at the car wash. And then we're going to teach you how to heal others. You have it within you already. Source has already been telling me anyone who's coming to us has a modality within them. This is the new way of doing business. This is the new way of spiritual healing, is those gifts. We've been getting downloads, a lot of us this year. You have it within you, and we're going to show you how or where it is. You don't have to do this on your own. And then the last piece is we'll build that business with you. We have a business foundations program. This has been, on my heart, because I've hired over 6 coaches this year, and I still was suffering. I was still feeling like my needs weren't met. And I wanted to create a school where we were a one-stop shop. Heal yourself, teach you how to heal others, and then we'll help you with your business. We will build it with you. You're going to do the work, but we're here for the support and teach you how to build that up. And it really starts with your spiritual vision. What's your spiritual vision? What are you here for, sweet soul? Go back to that. Because when you're on those waves of an entrepreneur, that journey, and you are feeling like, the imposter syndrome or your ego stronger this day and that day, you got to come back to your spiritual vision and what you're here for. It's going to keep you grounded. It's going to keep you from not wanting to throw in the towel. Because tell me, right, as an entrepreneur, that's the thing. And just having the clarity around your life vision. How much do you need to make a month so that you are not in financial insecurity? You feel secure, and it doesn't take a lot of clients, to be honest. Like, you'll be surprised at how little it is in the end with what we teach. And then what is your business vision? Like, that's the third thing. A lot of people go into business because they want to heal their financial insecurity. Oh, I can make money at this. That's not what it's about. If you start that way, you're going to have burnout. You're not going to attract the right clients. You're not in the right energy. You start with, what's your spiritual vision? What is that thing that's on your heart that that you're here to do, and maybe just haven't been able to vocalize it yet? We will help you with that, on how to do that. That's how you start your business. Because when you're in alignment with source and you're here for what you're meant to be here for, everything just falls into place. A little bit about my story, and then I'm going to give the floor back to you, is simply, I was a travel agent a year ago. I went to my first Reiki session in February, and then my energy downloads and gifts and all that came on quick this year. And now, I channel, I have a guide. My intuition is so strong. I'm being able to connect to source, and it's getting stronger and stronger every day, which is awesome. But that's only been this year, so I was a travel agent. If you want to, do something greater, whatever you're meant to create. A year ago, I was a travel agent, and now I own a healing soul school, right? So, and ever since I said in November, when I just said, you know what, I'm here, I surrender. Source, how can I help the collective? I'm here, I'm willing. What can I do with all of the skills that I have? And then things just started falling into place. I got a huge download for the school, huge download for this Conscious Business Showcase, and then meeting all these incredible, incredible people. And that download back in the fall for the school was this incredible sense of urgency to hire coaches, and now I'm seeing the vision actually come through. I know what that part is for now. And so that's super cool. But it's just, journal it, whatever you're getting for your downloads, it's a crumb, like the breadcrumbs, right? And you're a piece of the puzzle in the world. Source is giving you those little directions. It's a part of your bigger vision and your bigger puzzle. And if you can record those, then you're going to start to remember, especially if you're working towards that with a coach. I will never be without a coach anymore. I spent too many years of my life trying to figure it out on my own, and it's a hell of a lot longer than just hiring someone when you have like a directive to be, just for that guidance and that support, is really powerful. So that was a really long, I don't know where that came from. That's from Source. But let's come back to the PTSD, because I think this is really going to speak to a lot of our audience is, people feeling stuck, or they have this vision, but they don't know how to move forward, or they lack the confidence based on some childhood programming or PTSD. So please share with what you learned about that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that the PTSD from the workplace, you get so beaten down that the confidence, it's like your confidence crumbles.
Yeah.
And for me, the last year of my experience being a modeling agent, before I left in October of 2020, I think that the universe put the situations I was in front of me because I had to learn how to set boundaries with people. And I realized, like, in hindsight, wow, I had to really learn to stick up for myself using my throat chakra, and not, I had to heal my throat chakra because I I bit my tongue on a lot because I didn't want to rock the boat. I wanted to keep my job. I didn't want to upset these crazy people. You know what? It ended up making me sick. I had some like growths on my thyroid from it. I went and got a scan, and they're like, oh, we have to do this. I was like, what? And because I'm a healer, I took the time and really scanned my body, and I realized that it was stemming from me not speaking my truth. And so that night, once I had this strong download, because we all can tap into different energy, portals in our body called chakra. Right. And you can
be free and open here. Our audience is on board, and if not, they're learning. They're meant to learn.
Download from Source. And so my download was, you're not speaking your truth. You're not standing up for yourself. You have no boundaries with these people. Right. So the next morning, I called the owners in London and just told them exactly how I felt about the whole thing in like a diplomatic way, but like, this happened. This is not okay. This happened. Not okay. I don't subscribe with any of this. None of it's okay. Went for my scan the next week. They're like, why are you here? There's nothing here. I'm just saying. You can heal yourself. You can go through. Yes. You transmute. Like I said, the heart tells the brain how to communicate with the body. You heal the heart. It self-regulates itself. Not saying that's every case, but in my case, that happened.
I can pop in just quickly. I have had 2 lumps. I had one in my hairline and one on my face. And when I have a metaphysical anatomy book, and it was all about anger. And that is in human design. That's my thing, the resentment. And I have stuffed down so much anger within me that it was starting to come out. And since I've been healing, and this one here, it was, it says in the book, it says it's in your face. Like, you have to deal with it. And so as I've been healing the anger, this one disappeared, it's gone. And this one is getting smaller and smaller. And it's also proof you can. And whatever you have that's an ailment or, a restriction, anything, it's there for a reason. And just get curious and say, Source, show me why this is here. I'm ready to heal this piece.
It's to get your attention. Your body's trying to communicate to you, and Source is trying to communicate to you. And it does it through the body because that's something tangible that you can grasp. And then you have to go deeper and you have to really ask the tough questions to kind of get to the root of why you're ill, why you're sick. Yeah. And so for me, the PTSD, and going back to having a coach, I've had the same coach for like 7 or 8 years now. And she's a woman who I know from Sedona, where I'm from, and she's a medicine woman. She's a psychic and very intuitive. And I used to call her, I'd had a weekly call with her for many years because I needed to talk to someone who also had my ability, so I didn't feel crazy in a world that was so 3-dimensional. So she kept me growing and feeling like myself until, I finally had the courage to embody my full self unapologetically and not, hide this other side of myself to the world. So she really helped me. I recommend everyone, having a coach or just someone to call and have like a weekly checkup with. And she really, helped me. But she's the one who pointed out, you have PTSD around this whole situation. And I was like, I do? Cool. Yeah. But, that's why it's important to have a coach because, I knew that I had some I knew that every time I had like 3 or 4 job offers to be an agent at different modeling agencies after I left the one I was at. And I just, the bodily reaction was just like, oh, no. Like, it was just like a really get away from me type of feeling. Right. And that's the PTSD. It's like, I don't want anything to do with it. It's triggering for me. And I had to really take a look at that and be like, that's not healthy. I can embrace this world that I was in that I once loved. And I still think it's fun and creative. And there's a lot of, fantasy involved and it's very creative. And that's the things I loved about it. But I don't have to be so everyone is horrible, everyone's awful just because I had some crappy experiences.
Right.
So I had to reframe the way I thought about those experiences and embrace that side of myself and not shun it. And how I really, healed, how I'm starting to heal that PTSD, which, once it was made apparent, I think knowing something is there is the first step. Not being unconscious to the fact that you have a trauma or you have PTSD
we
around.
All do. We all
do. We all have it.
No one's special. We all have one.
Understanding where it is, what it is, where it's coming from, then you could be like, okay, I choose to heal you. And I wrote it in my journal. I choose to heal the PTSD. I am no longer going to be living in a state of PTSD surrounding these events. I will see someone and, and embrace the things I loved about that industry and allow myself to still, find joy with the things I found joy within it.
Cool.
But the things that were triggering, I choose to forgive. I choose to let go. No, not everyone's like that. That's not going to define me anymore. I'm more powerful than it. I had to do all this self-talk, and self-talk's very important because you are reprogramming your brain and your thoughts with how you're talking to yourself about a situation.
Cool.
So I found better thoughts to cling to. I found better, ideas around the whole industry, how I could fit into it. And I posted last week this silly video of me, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, just making fun of myself, pre-pandemic modeling agent in LA. I did a TikTok video for the first time. And I really connected with my peers and people in fashion again. That was very healing for me because it's I'm still here, and there's a lot of people in that world who I love, I really love them. And I'm not going to let 4 or 5 people in the whole industry taint that relationship I had to the rest. So I had to consciously make that decision and start reprogramming myself with better thoughts around the situation. So, and I'm still doing that. It's a work in progress. So yeah, it's but I was really surprised when she told me I had PTSD from it. I'm like, that sounds severe. Are you sure that I do? It's like, yes.
Right. And I just want to touch on, like, I also just discovered I had, from my childhood programming, I had no clue until I looked at what are my results, what are my patterns. I'm a huge patterns person because your patterns are going to tell you. And it's often not what your hard thing is right now. It's been, there's been a common thread through your whole life. And that's actually what your soul came to heal and to evolve. So just, looking at your patterns. And I would say, find someone to help you. It doesn't have to cost money. If it's a thing about having, the money piece, just even write down your story or record it or share with a friend that you trust and say, do you mind if you just listen to my story and then just pull out anything that, maybe patterns or things that I'm telling myself that are negative. Your friend or whoever's listening is going to feel that because their energy is going to drop. Obviously, working with a professional is better, or a coach, someone who's going to understand your story and then go along the journey with you. But wherever you are vibrationally for money, if it's something that you're like, yeah, but I just don't have the money for a coach, find a trusted friend. But if you do have the money for a coach, that's what we're trained in. We're trained to see your blind spots. We're trained to see your ego when it's having a temper tantrum, yet you're trying to talk us into the idea that you want. Virginia's really good. I call her my ledge walker offer because I'll be in my stuff. And I've convinced myself of something in my brain. And I'm like, I need to talk to you because I'm pretty sure I need a sounding board. And she's my sounding board. But I also have coaches for for things that I need. And I just want to say, there's people out there to help you through whatever it is, but we cannot do it ourselves. You cannot see your own blind spots.
Yeah, we don't have to do it ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of what you guys are doing. And, I think that also having something that happens to us where we need to get help, maybe, that is the universe trying to force us into our vulnerability, because that's also what cracks us open and gets us into our heart space. And for some people, it's very hard to ask for help, to not be strong. And I'd say if you're one of those people right now and you're having trouble, with the idea of appearing vulnerable, then that's why then you're about to have to be really, the universe will bring you down and force you to be vulnerable.
Oh yeah. Vulnerable. Broke me in January. Heck yes.
Yeah. And then it's kind of just like after the vulnerability sets in and you get help from other people and you realize how willing people are to be there for you, then the gratitude comes in. Then you're really in your heart space. Then you can really create from a place of joy because you're feeling the support and love of other people.
Right.
And it's okay to have support and love from other people. We need that. We need community. Like, going back to Cesar and his tribe, he's kind of like, they have community. They have a lot of people around them all the time and they're all supporting each other. That's a tribe. He's from the tribal perspective. I go over and see him. He's like, we're going to buy land one day. All of us will live on it. I'm like, okay. Like, like, sure. But, for him, it's very serious. The community is very important. We have to have each other, and this society where it's like everyone out for themselves, that's not normal. That's not what we come from. We come from tribal mentality, community. We need each other. Yeah. So definitely vulnerability. Yeah.
I love that you said that. And actually, I think we're going to maybe use this in our marketing, but it takes a village to raise a child. It also takes a village to raise a child. It also takes a village to raise an entrepreneur, like to be in that community. Yeah.
And that's the thing too. It's like, you can't, with me helping with this land issue, it's like, I have been reaching out to anyone I think who could help, and it's like, once you put it out there and you have this vision and it's coming from a place of authenticity, of joy, because you feel called to be doing something, the universe will just be like, here are some people to help you. And it's like, okay, thanks. Like,
happens.
It's just like magical how it's like you step into the surrender and the flow of receiving.
Yes.
Instead of the control must make this happen. I'm going to make it happen. Like, that creates friction and resistance in your body. And like that also creates friction and resistance energetically. And it slows you down. It hinders you from stepping into what you're trying to step into. When you surrender and you kind of step into flow, but surrender in a way where you have a vision, that vision is very clear and it feels really good within you. And then you surrender and allow magic to happen. You'll be supported from the universe. Before I did this before I really got deep doing this land project, I was having a moment. I'm like, well, I'm just like a white girl from Arizona. Like, why am I helping Indigenous people? And like, what can I do? And this seems ridiculous. And so I prayed to his ancestors and to God and to my guides. And I said, if I'm meant to be helping with this crazy Amazon jungle land issue, which my parents are like, that's dangerous. I'm like, I need to see a sign because this all seems very ridiculous, but it's all coming to me and in flow. So I feel like I'm meant to be helping, but I want to see a toucan, something random. In Arizona, show me a freaking toucan. And so 3 or 4 days go by. I'm like, no toucan. And I've never really asked spirit for such an obvious sign before. And then my sister comes over to our house and I grabbed this swimsuit I had just bought to go in the hot tub with her and then it was like, oh, it's reversible. The reversible side, a giant toucan. It's like
like giant. So it's like clear.
Okay.
Good one.
Yeah, just trust and and really like co-create with creator, co-create. You don't have to be the only one in control. You're not, actually. I said this a couple times, but well, I have to hop off in 5 minutes because I have to pick someone up from the airport.
Okay.
This has just been so lovely, and thank you so much for having me. I look forward to developing our friendship and relationship, and and anything I can do to be supportive because I love what you guys are doing here.
Awesome. I think Virginia's coming back in.
Yeah.
Hi,
Virginia. Hi, Betsy. That was so awesome. Thank you so much for today. That was so great. I was in the background and, you couldn't see me, but I was in the background. I was like, yes. Yeah. So that was awesome.
You spoke our heart.
Thank you so much for having me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Cool. Well, tell people, how can they support you?
Yes.
Like with the watershed.
Yeah, so I have, if you go to my Instagram, it's just at Betsy Trader, which is my full name.
Perfect, it's there.
I have a link in my profile to the GoFundMe that we created to raise the funds for the, to appeal the grant, the decision, which we did. So we were able to raise enough money to start the process, but they're going to need more money for scientists, for anthropological and topographical studies we have to do to prove ancestral rights, which we've already started doing. So really it's just raising awareness, have a conversation with someone. And if we raise the awareness of what's going on, that is going to do more good than anything. But if you feel inclined to donate, the proceeds go directly to the villagers in the GoFundMe in my profile. And we're working to create a nonprofit. So, it will be eventually tax deductible to donate, but it's been a long process. And since this was such an urgent issue, we just kind of went ahead with the GoFundMe. So
I just want to share, I think in your story, Source is just pointing this out, you had a plan. You were going to do this beauty, face creams and stuff like that, right? You had that plan. And then out of nowhere, he came and was like, hey, can you help us with this project? Source, and this is now you feel your purpose. So that's the great thing about whatever we have coming next in our lives is you don't have to stress about it. You don't have to try and figure it out. It's going to come. Source is going to bring that to you. It's just simply saying, I'm here. Show me what are my next steps. And also I want to just offer, as us from the Healing Soul School and anyone who's watching, send me a DM, #Amazon, I guess. We can be a prayer support team for the project. We are energy healers, and So I'll create a separate messenger group for anyone who's watching, who's interested in helping. And I know there's a lot of you out there who are energy healers or mediums or psychics. Let me know, just send me a DM that you want to be included as kind of like in the support energy healer group for this project. And I'll just keep in touch with you, Betsy, and we'll figure out what you guys need. And then you have us as a band, kind of like a sisterhood, or if guys are wanting in, that's okay too. But we're mostly women. So like as a sisterhood circle who can circle around you and that, those 600 families as that support.
Thank you so much. And I think just having the conversation with your own audiences, hey, did you know this is going on in the Colombian jungle? It's really crucial. And, the whole story of what's going on is in the link to the GoFundMe. So just raising awareness. I think that it's important for people to understand this is happening, and it's going to be ecologically devastating to the planet and the Amazon if we allow it to happen, which we're not going to allow it to happen. I've already decided. I saw the toucan.
I got the message. I am taking it home.
Thank you, ladies, so much. It's been such a pleasure. And I hope to speak to you soon. So
yes, for sure. Thank you so much, Betsy. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
All right.
Awesome.
Wow,
What's her energy? Right? She's just such a bouncy, beautiful, loving energy. I just love it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very cool connection. Honestly, like the interactions and the people that Source is bringing us for the showcase is so super cool. Like I'm sad that Adela didn't get her chance, but you know what? It wasn't her time. We'll give her another spot, and that was just a beautiful time to co-create with her. So super grateful. We have so a little bit of time here in our session. I'm just going to say, let's open it up. Anyone who's watching, do you have any questions? Do you want a card reading? I can do some card readings. Is there anything?
Do we want an afternoon meditation?
Oh yeah, I would like that. I'm gonna just go take a quick break. So do that. We'll do a quick meditation, because we say meditate twice a day, one in the morning when you wake up, and then one in the afternoon, your afternoon quickie.
Yep.
And then when we come back, if you have any questions, this is the Ask a Healer session. So if you have something that you've been struggling with, or even, this is my favorite part, is there something you're struggling with in your business? You have a little bit of, you need something, let me know, post it in the comments, and we'll just chat with you. And then Heather Kuhn is coming on at 1:30. So just in about 25 minutes.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. So let's do a meditation first and kind of get our second wind for the rest of the day. And so just get comfy in your chair or wherever you're sitting. I invite you to close your eyes. And just focus on your breath. And like Carla taught us earlier, bringing that breath in and expanding our belly, feeling and seeing that breath coming all the way down, expanding our belly. And feeling, seeing, or intending that breath on the exhale, releasing all the way up our spine. Relaxing, and just focus on the breath, focus on this breathing, focus on the belly expansion on the inhale and the relax and release on the exhale. And if those thoughts come in, just allow them to dissipate and come back to your breath. So today, let's take a little journey, a walk through the jungle. Just breathing comfortably. And now I want you to see or feel or intend a doorway in front of you. And we're going to open up this doorway and walk into this beautiful jungle path. Oh, Can you feel and smell the jungle? Shutting the door behind us and taking the journey, walking down this path, walking through this beautiful jungle, focusing on the smells, focusing on the sounds. Look at all the colors. So many greens. The flowers. You smell that moistness of the jungle. And up ahead on the path, we see a beautiful bench. Surrounded by the jungle, the trees, the birds. And we're going to have a little seat on this bench and just relax. I invite you to breathe. Breathe in that beautiful smell of nature. Take in all that's around you. And just allowing your imagination to wander, allowing this space to be and feel whatever it is for you. It's your special space. Just relax on this bench, and we're just going to take a couple of minutes and just let your imagination go. Create all of the beauty in the jungle around you. What does it smell like? What does it taste like? What do you hear? What do you see? What do you feel? Just sink into this moment, sink into this beautiful space. Remembering to breathe. And let's just take a couple of minutes and relax in this quiet space. Just continuing to relax and breathe and feel, see, intend all of the beautiful nature around you. Let's just spend another minute or so here. And just coming back to our breath. Taking a deep breath in for all the beauty and gratitude around us. And I invite you to journey back down the path, back towards the door that you came through. Enjoying the beautiful path. And stepping through that door, coming back into your body, hearing the sounds around your room and in your area, in your space. Taking a big, deep belly breath in. And when you exhale, relaxing and releasing that breath all the way down through your body, through your legs, out your feet and into the ground. And taking another deep breath in. And on the exhale, just relaxing, releasing, and grounding down. And just coming back into your body, wiggling your fingers and your toes. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Hi.
I didn't want to come back from the jungle. I don't know about anybody else.
That was good. I needed that. Thank you.
Yeah. That was nice.
Awesome.
So we got some people looking for a card reading.
Yes.
Okay, let's
And I
have it.
pulled a card, and it's funny because this is who I have: June, Brenny, and Jane. It's who I see so far. So we'll just go as long as we have time. So anyone who has maybe isn't familiar with decks, so this is an oracle deck I'm pulling today from the Relationships Oracle deck. I love this one. Lon Art, Lon Art. These are her sacred.
Lon was on our very first showcase, wasn't she?
Yeah, December. If you go back into our Facebook group, if you go into the guides tab, which used to be called units, then our December show is in there, and she was our healer. It's going to be in I don't know, it was day 1 or 2. Sorry, it was so long ago, but her session was really awesome. She's teaching people, like, this oracle deck is sacred geometry. If you go on her website, you can do free pulls on there, but I'd say support a local artist. You can buy her deck. They're so beautiful. Like the artwork, this is the one for intuition as an example, but they're really beautiful, and it's an activation. So you can look at it and it speaks to your soul. It's an activation for you. But in here she has, I'm just going to tell you the topics because I think that this is just so great for learning how to live in the world and to live from a soul level. So she does all the chakras, each of them. The first chakra is the physical. So your base. Do you feel safe here on earth? And a lot of people don't. So start there. Second is the emotional. And that was the card that I pulled. So I'll share just in a couple moments. There's the, sorry, StreamYard's backwards on the camera. So that's the second chakra. This is for you, June. And I feel Brenny as well. And I'll speak to that in a moment. Third chakra is the self, so your self-power, your self-image. Fourth is love, the heart. Fifth is chakra for communication, the throat chakra. Sixth is the spiritual, so that's your third eye, or just a knowing, a sense of God. And then the seventh chakra is your crown, which is source, so connecting directly there. Then the other topics in here are abundance, attraction, authenticity, awareness, balance. I'm not going to read them all, but like commitment, divine feminine, divine masculine, duality, freedom, honesty, grace, integrity, intimacy. And integrity was the card that I pulled yesterday. And that's what I've really just been saying to myself when I feel some wobbles, or especially around my money story that I'm healing, is how can I be in integrity in, with my bills and with money and all of that. And that's actually been really helping. So much energy has shifted, and I just feel less pressure, which is a good thing. Multidimensionality, the soul, sensuality, sensitivity, romantic love, reflection, union, all of this. If you pull cards on her website, you'll come up, whatever card you pull for the day. If you want to go back to December and watch the interview with her. And so that's the one that I pulled here for, I'm going to say for both of you, for you, June, and Brenny. It's the second chakra, which is all about the emotion. And something that we learned from our spiritual coach that Virginia and I have, Tara Antler, is we communicate through our torso. So we communicate through our second chakra, which is where, the womb is for women. For men, it's where your stuff is. And that is a space of, if you're not feeling like you're able to communicate your emotions, then look at what was any past trauma or experience where you felt shut down. It's also a place of creation. So when you're creating a new business or a new program or anything in that, not only for babies, it's also for business. What are you creating? And Brenny, that's so good for you because you're in the process of creating. We're in a business mastermind together. And so you can even just imagine taking your hand. I do sometimes with my hand, and I'll just do the infinity symbol. And I'll imagine just cleaning out those chakras. Or you can imagine, going in a clockwise position right from the top and clear your energies, clear your chakras all the way down. Just, saying anything that doesn't serve me, allow that to go down into Mother Earth. As you're connecting, you're bringing God's source white light energy from the top of your head. Just go with your heart. The words don't really matter. Just go with your intention and just say, clear me, wash me. When you're in the shower, wash anything that doesn't serve me anymore and allow it to go down the drain, and just imagine the release you feel as that's being released. Okay, so in the second chakra, and then in our throat chakra, so this is our energetic mouth from our second chakra up to our throat chakra. This is how we communicate. So we are all here to communicate somehow. If you felt put down and you didn't have a voice early on in your life, or even through any relationships that you had, just really look at the pattern and what's there, what is meant to be healed, so that I can openly communicate. Maybe you have trouble expressing your emotions. Maybe you have trouble setting boundaries or speaking your truth. Maybe you have a hard time loving others because your heart is so closed up based on any past hurts where you just shut down. All of that, this is your communication. So I feel for both of you, start with the second chakra, but it's really being able to be open and to communicate and to heal your inner child, heal that, those parts of you where your power was taken away as a younger person, because it's not who you are. It happened for you. It happened to show you that you can rise up from that. I love the rise up. So the book says, I am creative. It says the sacral chakra's color is orange. So if you want to wear orange, that's good too, to be in that energy. Rennie, as you paint, maybe do something for the second chakra, with lots of oranges and corals, and allow that to hang on your wall or wherever you see it as a reminder of, you are creative. You are in your power to create something really beautiful for the world. That's where you're headed. Same for you, Mom. That's June. So viewing it as a freeing effect on the body and mind, stimulating creative thinking, abundance, success, and appetite, just sitting in the energy of all of those things. It relates to our creativity, our sensuality, the emotional world. With water as its element, this chakra is connected to flow and flexibility. Its principle is pleasure. So have you had your pleasure shut down? That's another one, right? When did that happen? And can you just release that? And it's just simply like, you don't have to go back through any trauma or experience. It's just saying, I recognize it, heal and clear it, delete, clear. And its center of feelings and sensations. Reality on the physical plane is mostly experienced through our senses, and the world of the senses is governed by the sacral chakra. It is located right below the navel. So even just hold your tummy below your belly button and just say, I am safe. When you're feeling any wobbles or you're feeling like you can't communicate, your body's telling you to communicate and your ego's like, no, I'm really scared. Just simply put your hand on your belly and say, I am safe, and then say the thing that you need to say. I'm going to continue because I feel this is important.
I pulled a card too, and I think it's for, I don't know which one of them, but
okay.
Whenever you're done.
Okay, give me a sec. I'll just finish this part. So for the relationship to the second sacral, or to the second chakra, and if anything I said resonates and you're watching, let this card be for you too. So much of our understanding of ourselves in this sensual, delicious world comes from the feedback offered by our powerful sensory organs. Our physical bodies are designed for this offering. Our first attraction to another person is based upon what we see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. Before babies can distinguish features by sight or understand spoken language, they recognize their mother by taste and smell. We often can sense if a person we have met will become a friend. Sensuality and sexuality are sense-powered qualities to fuel romantic relationships. Sensuality deals with the experiences that bring pleasure and sensation through the senses, yet it is not always sexually oriented. It can be a healing force that connects us to our raw emotions and allows us to feel deeply connected to our own self and others. Sexuality deals with the intrinsic drive for procreation, the physical desire for sexual stimulation, and life-giving energy. This drive can be purely instinctive and lacking any emotional connection or sensuality. Sensuality and sexuality merged together can be a powerful, deep, and delicious component to any romantic relationship. And if you're not in a relationship, or even doesn't matter if you are or you aren't, is having that emotion and that feeling for yourself, to be so connected and so loving towards yourself. And if you don't know how, it's just simply asking God to tell or show you or bring someone who can help you with that, to really connect. This is, the biggest thing I feel people don't trust themselves, or they have any kind of a wobble or resistance, is they are disconnected from themselves and from source. So with this card, I'm just saying reconnect back to yourself.
Yeah, beautiful. So I pulled a card from the Postcards from Spirit deck, and I didn't ask for a card for anyone in particular. I just said, for kind of the group, the people who are watching, what's a message? So I'm not sure who this is for, but I'm going to read it anyway. So it says, "Dear you, now is one of those times you're being asked to add some distance. Take a step back and do nothing but observe. Don't worry about how long it will take to regroup. Just know it's temporary and actually an opportunity to take a breath, slow down, and look at how far you've come. Decisions for the highest good are made when you have clarity, which comes from being open to information from both the intellect and the intuition. When you step into the role of observer, it's as if you turn on a switch that allows your soul to be an essential part of the information gathering and decision-making process. In this way, you can approach things from a more neutral and non-judgmental place. We know you'll make the right choice. Trust us when we say, now is not the time to get too close to the fray. Step back now. You will be glad you did. Love you."
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. And Brenny, we've had chats about business. So I wanted to pull a card for you for your business, and it was Trust the Niggle. So let me just get there. Just 3 women standing there. It's that inner intuition, that little tap that you've had on your shoulder or maybe in your ear, and Source God is really just saying, trust it. And I feel for you is to get to a place where you can open your heart. All of the things and the difficulties of what you have going on, is just open your heart really wide. And as you do that, this is where you're going to create for your business, is to teach other women how to open their hearts and to connect them to their higher power and to connect them back to their heart. I really feel that as you are able to do that within your business, it is going to grow, because people are so desperate for that connection, and you can be the one to help guide them there. I'm really excited. I'm so excited you've been here watching the last 2 days, because I really feel that, out of a group of 200, you were the one of the people, but really the strongest one that I connected to through that mastermind. So I feel that, Source is calling you to step into your soul calling of why you're here on the earth. And that's to connect people back to the colorful beings that they are. So that's another part of that for you. And then I have a card here for Jane. This is the last one I'll do for now, because our next fiery guest is here backstage. So this is for Jane, and do you want to pull a card for Jane as well? So this is mine. It's the Pleiades. Oh, and I wonder if this is why I feel so connected to you, Jane, because I'm told I have Pleiades energy. And that also for you, there's a reason that you're here and hanging out with us. We'll just figure out what that is. But I'm going to read your card for you. So the double mission, channeling and uplifting humanity. The Palladians are a group of star beings dedicated to raising the vibration of the planet and sharing new consciousness through creations and technology. They have been incarnating on Earth since near the beginning of humanity. You are a soul who has a double mission: to grow at a soul level and to raise the vibration of the planet. If you have been called to write, speak, or channel, this is your sign to keep doing it. She is a channeler. Your work is divinely guided. Of all of the souls, Palladians are the chattiest, and so perhaps you have already started channeling some of this work into the third dimension. Thank you for doing your part in the great plan. Your presence and unique light is needed. I call upon, you can say this as a transmission, I call upon Palladian consciousness of the highest realms and highest good of humanity to work through me. Let me be a channel for only the purest light of the essence of source. Let me channel in a way that also serves me. So that is for you, Jane.
Beautiful. Okay, I pulled a card for Jane too. This is from the Oracle of the Seven Energies deck. And I pulled, actually it jumped out of the deck. Opening to discovery. So I don't know if you can, there's like no way. This is so backwards. It's hard to see. But anyway, it's very pretty. So opening to discovery. We tune into information from our outer environment, then assign meaning to it within our psyche. Every day, however, the amount of data we sort through exceeds what we're capable of processing. Especially since the advent of the internet, we have been bombarded with more than we could ever hope to absorb. Therefore, it's important to be mindful of what we expose ourselves to. Consistent exposure to unhealthy messaging invites us into a cynical, fear-based worldview. On the other hand, conscious exposure to information supporting our well-being shifts us towards growth and expansion. The choice, though, is not always obviously ours, which is why we must be discerning on a daily basis. The universe is always engaging us. We are a part of it, after all, through synchronicity, omens, and other signs that point toward our best path. Our intuition helps us tune in and see our environment like an oracle. However, this new information doesn't always make sense right away, so being curious and non-resistant is key to learning. Today, be open to receiving important information that may come from an unusual source. The universe wants to help you, but recognizing the way this aid will arrive depends on your willingness to shut out superfluous noise. Maybe you need to take a break from social media, gossip, or the news. Don't let yourself get distracted. Listen without attachment and see what arises in your life. Expect a message from the universe and you shall have it. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
She's totally got to share.
Chills all over and tears in her eyes. Yeah. And you're connected to us for a reason. It's so amazing. Tara Ann, you're slipping in with the last one. This will be the last one is, it says, answer your call. What is your soul calling you to do? And that's for you, Tara. You know that source is talking.
You know you're still
a very strong channeler. One of the best I've seen. So really excited. Answer that damn call, Tara.
Pick up the phone.
We can joke with her. She was one of our students in our confidence and consciousness program. So we know Tara. Yeah. We are getting ready to bring up Heather. And Heather Kuhn, I pulled a card for you as well. I'm going to share it with you later towards the end because I think it's going to, well, Shorts is just telling me to wait. It's going to be part of our conversation, I feel. Yeah, so I'm gonna just say how I know Heather, and then you share as well. Let's bring her up so we can love on her.
Okay.
Let's love her. Hi, Heather.
Hello.
So our connection is through Virginia, and Virginia will share that in just a second. But I just want to say thank you to you because you have really impacted my life so much, just from a conversation around, hey, can you tell me about the showcase? And, you know, we talked about you coming on, but we talked for 2 hours because you really helped. You coached me through what to do for the school. We've really stepped into that. But also, through my money story, you were like, there's a block. You need to have an energetic orgasm. And I was like, say what? And it was so funny to me. And so anyone who's listening and has a money problem and you want to shift the shit, Heather is your woman. But also, I just want to say, kind of an update since we chatted 2 months ago is things have shifted. And I am so grateful because now I'm really just learning, about truly loving myself, truly being able to express, to pleasure, sensuality, all of that stuff all together, and Source is just saying like, relax, play. My mom keeps telling me, can we just go dance? I must be like annoying to the house and my energy. So this is just really good because you help to wake me up, to,
that's awesome.
to that part of the energy. So thank you. Yeah, Virginia, share how Heather, because I think this is helpful for our audience as well.
Yeah, so actually I spoke about Heather a little bit yesterday because your daughter Brianna was on, and yeah,
so amazing,
awesome. Yeah, she's a rock star, and but it was probably about 5 years ago, that I met you through Janet Wizawati, who was on earlier. Because Janet, I was in my, kind of awakening, and I was like a sponge. I was like, and kind of the whole reason for the Healing Soul School and this Conscious Business Showcase is give me people who can help me with what I want, right? And what resonates with me. And you were one of those people. And I can't even remember, Janet, I think she was doing a talk show or something, and you were speaking, and I was listening to you, and you were talking about the Akashic Records and doing an Akashic Records reading. And I was like, get the popcorn, man. What is this Akashic Records? And I was just like so interested in that, how it works. And yeah, I think I reached out to you almost immediately and said, we got to do this. I have no idea what it is, but it sounds so super cool. And yeah, it has been a journey ever since. And actually I think at the time you weren't teaching how to go into your own records, and you had given me a book to learn how to do it on my own. And it just didn't happen because I got halfway through the book. I was like, I can't stop falling asleep. Like how can I go into my Akashic Records? I can't get through this. And like with a lot of things, right? When you're learning something new, it's always nice to have a real person to get some feedback and so I kind of just dropped it. And then it was just earlier in the month that I saw you posted that you were teaching how to do Akashic Records. I was like, yes, I'm in. This is totally bad timing in my schedule, but I'm in. And and I haven't quite finished the course yet, but I just knew that I wanted to, but it's in there. It's on my hit list. Let's put it that way. But yeah, so that's how we met. You're like a magnificent channeler, and yeah, and it's just been a journey since then. We've kind of stayed in each other's energy field, and it's great to have you here with us today, so we get to share you with the rest of the world.
Yay. Well, thank you for that. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today, and it means that I didn't get to go to Costco with my husband.
Darn.
We talk about being healers and all this stuff, and the reality is real life is going on at the same time.
Yes.
Absolutely. So where would you like me to start? Because there's so many places that I could start.
I know. Well, Christine, you know what? I'm going to go off screen so you guys have got more screen time, and I'll let you run with it from there.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's talk about your title. So you're a soul igniter, and I love that you're forward thinking. You sometime in this chat, we had talked about human design. Maybe we'll come back to that. And you were like, too boxy, because you really come from a soul level, where there are no divisions or different sects and stuff like that. Sect. S-E-C-T. So I feel like this conversation is going to flow really nicely, but I just say, let's start with like who you are and what you do.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm always asked the question, have you always been intuitive? And it's something that probably a lot of healers or channelers have been asked. And I always like to talk about my knowingness. Knowingness has always been very prevalent in my life, and it's guided me through so many circumstances and situations without knowing what was going to happen next, but that deep knowingness. And often when people talk about intuition, it seems a little out there for some people, and it's hard for them to grasp onto. So I like using the word knowingness. And my life started with very incredible knowingness. I grew up on the East Coast of Canada, where my dad's family had been there from the early 1700s. So to say I had deep roots, I had deep roots. There's Canadian historical sites around my dad's ancestors. And the reality is the majority of them stayed there. And that's what life was. And so even as in a young age, I recognized that was kind of limiting. There must be more out there. And so I really challenged that. And my knowingness was, I don't think life is meant to be quite here. So that led me to university in Halifax for 3 years. And I thought, well, it's a bigger center. There's more here. No, still not there. And so I decided to, at 20, pack up and on my own move to Western Canada, to Alberta, not really knowing anyone or what was ahead. But it was that deep knowingness that brought me there. And it's interesting because I also had a knowingness that if I discussed it with my parents, they would try to convince me otherwise. So I booked the plane ticket, made arrangements, and then told them after the fact, I'm gone, I'm leaving. And it was devastating for my family because we're very close, very loving. I was very blessed to have still have a very supportive family. So I ventured to Alberta, and it was, okay, so what all is here? What can I discover? And again, just letting my knowingness follow me. So that led into a corporate career. I worked in marketing and advertising, I had an opportunity to go to law school. So I thought, well, I'll work with some lawyers, see how it feels being in a law office. Honestly, they're mostly jerks. So I was like, that's not for me. And so I ended up in the banking industry in management. And I thought, wow, these opportunities are, this is really something. And I get to oversee staff. I'm in charge of the vault full of all the money. In those days, we didn't have customer cards and ATMs, and there was a shit ton of cash hanging around. And I had the key to the bank, and it was a very responsible position. I met my husband through the banking industry. So he was actually in a similar program, but he was at a different location. We were transferred to the same area, and we met. So shortly after that, we got married, and we decided that we would start a family. And that's where some of the sense of deeper knowingness that there's something more going on here. Because in that instance, I experienced infertility and not able to get pregnant. So I'm like, okay, so what's the deal? What's this all about? And started to recognize the misalignment that I had with some of the aspects of mother role and things in my family. With circumstances with my mom, she had a very difficult upbringing. And so some of those aspects came into play for her as a mother. And so that was very difficult and came into play. So it was like, yeah, what I've seen so far doesn't really align to me. Not that it was bad, but it didn't align to me. And so I was working through and taking what I knew at that time, what do I really want? And when I figured that out, I got pregnant, and we had our first daughter, Brianna, who was on the show yesterday.
Right.
Incredibly proud of her.
Yeah.
So life was good, had both successful corporate careers. And as Brianna got older, started to recognize her incredible spiritual gifts. And she is an animal communicator. And she was seeing fairies and talking to her spirit guides. And so I was like, these things aren't really in the parenting books. I know more about this. So always being very open, You know, having that knowingness again of, okay, there's something I have to learn here to support her, and treasuring and honoring that gift, at also the same time recognizing that not everybody would understand it. So, you know, it wasn't shared even with some of her family members, but really honoring that for her. It was part of who she is, still is, and her connection to animals is absolutely phenomenal. And it is a natural born aspect of who she is. And I realized and learned that she speaks to animals because she vibrates at the same frequency, the same vibration. So that led me to learn about energy, about frequency. You know, what is it about vibrations? How does that work? And I studied everything from Tesla, Einstein, you know, the scientists that are now merging into the spiritual realm, like Joe Dispenza and Greg Braden, as well as all of the spiritual stuff. So I'm like, wow, this is kind of interesting. And that path just continued on. And so I traveled around the world and got to learn from the most famous people, because I had a successful bank career and I had lots of vacation time. And I was traveling around the world learning about angel therapy, learning about the Akashic records, learning about mediumship, learning about what it is with the mind-heart connection, what all of this is. And at some point, the scales tipped. It became, you know, they were very supported and comfortable with who they are. I had an understanding of that, but I kept going further, and it became more about my journey and opening up. And as I learned various energy modalities and taking from each of them aspects of what really resonated to my knowing, people started showing up and asking for healings. And I was like, wow, this is interesting.
Right.
Even my husband said to me, a year after I started doing healing sessions for people part-time, because I was still at the bank, and he asked me, so what does it take to book an appointment with you? Because everyone's on their own path. You have to honor where they are. This is not about being in someone's face, or as I like to say, reaching over and putting your hand on somebody else's steering wheel of their soul bus. We're all to be in our own driver's seat, driving our own soul bus. And that's a philosophy that really came into play when the girls were teenagers, because they were going through their teenager human experience. And there was lots of aspects of that where, you know, they struggled. There's an aspect in the teenage years of figuring out who you are, what the future looks like, what am I supposed to do and be? And it always comes down to, for all of us, the doing versus the being. And the more I learned about the Akashic records, I gained that soul level perspective of who we truly are on an energetic level and a soul level. Things continued to evolve. My part-time practice was getting busy. I took life coaching certification that included studying the universal laws. And I was like, wow, all this stuff really relates to energy healing and the science. It's all kind of fitting together like a puzzle. And so it was super interesting to see all of those pieces coming forward, the divine orchestration of all of that of my path, and understanding the energy and aspects, soul level, universal laws. And so I got to a point in my banking career after almost 28 years where I realized that now in my time at the bank, I used the universal laws. There was times where I was like, yeah, this role doesn't suit me. I would love to have a role that had these parameters and do these sort of things. Doesn't exist. And a role was created. And I actually went into those roles. So several times I created specific roles that fit for me, also gave me flexibility with hours because I was also doing healing work part-time. So about 7 years ago, I said to the universe, you know, I really feel complete with the bank. I know my time is done there. I really had the opportunity to meld the understanding of energy and soul level work, because when people came into the bank, I started to recognize their belief systems.
Oh,
including the robber. Went through 6 bank robberies.
wow.
What was their belief systems that brought them to a place that they felt they had to come in and rob the bank?
Wow.
Right? And the recognition of the energy of clients and not me seeing and knowing what was in their bank account, what their balance was, and how that correlated and what they felt about themselves and the things that they would say. So I said to the universe 7 years ago, I feel complete at the bank and I'm ready to leave and do healing work. It really feels like my soul's calling. And then I said, and by the way, my pension number is still 2 years away. So I'll leave that to you to take care of. And a few months later, roles were switched around and I negotiated and received a package to get paid to retire 2 years early with full pension.
Awesome.
Now, if that isn't the universe saying to you, you're supposed to be doing this work full time, I don't know what is.
Right.
So that evolved into, okay, how can I serve? What are people requiring? And what's interesting is I have this sense of looking at what do we have now and what's beyond that. One of my roles at the bank was business process management. That sounds really boring, but it basically comes down to what are we doing now and how can we do it better?
Right.
And so that's a big part of all that I know about energy and our soul and who we are and how all of that works is, okay, who all have we been? Who are we now? And where are we meant to go? And from an energetic perspective, what is that part of us that perhaps is standing in the way? And that really started to develop in the corporate world, you'd say a skill set, but my mojo is I see where the energy is that is impeding you. So a lot of clients refer to me as an energetic plumber because we have a connection, a conduit straight to source. We all do.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the shitty crap that's plugging it? What is the stuff that's in there that is not allowing us to be the fullest of who we are in our fullest abundance, to be receiving infinitely? And so energy is around trust and allowance and really understanding how supported we are. That really starts to not only we're clearing stuff out of that pipe, but to be in that state of divine trust and inviting and allowing things in our lives with the release of, how that's going to show up. Because honestly, we stand in the way of the universe all the time. When we don't and we have no resistance, it's amazing what stuff can show up. And I create things all the time. And it's like, oh, cool. Look how that showed.
Yeah.
So it's been an incredible journey the last almost 7 years doing it full time. As a channeler, you never know how that's going to show up. And for me, it was an incredibly personal moment when 2 days after my dad had passed 11 years ago, and I was actually on the way to the airport. And I remember driving along the highway and it was a very cold day and my cell phone ringing, and it was my husband telling me to turn around and to come back because my mom had phoned and advised my dad had passed and he had canceled my flight. So I turned back home, and 2 days later, we had made arrangements for all of us to go back east for the services and to see family. And I remembered many times during my life, I had that knowing that I would always do my dad's eulogy. I would have a glimpse or sense of me standing up there and saying words, although the words weren't present then, but it would come into the occasional dream, or I'd have a sense of it, through, the 40, 50 years. I don't want to say how old I am because it's just a number. It's all about your vibration. But I always had that knowingness. And so I sat down at the computer 2 days after he passed and I said, okay, Dad, let's write this.
Awesome.
And I wrote my dad's eulogy with him together.
Goosebumps.
It was incredible. incredible. And imagine being back on the East Coast where the churches are very similar to in Europe, where they're, 140 years old and massive pipe organs and tall walls of, stained glass windows. And there was 400 people there, and you could just feel the angelic presence. And my mom to this day still will run into people and say, I still think about your daughter talking about your husband at his funeral. It really had this energy aspect. It was such a strong divine message. And it was so cool how it spoke about the aspect of who we truly are and the different perspectives that people see us as. I entitled it A Daughter's Perspective, because I saw my dad in one way. He was a bit of a shit disturber. He liked to challenge things. He made people show up when they were doing shit they shouldn't in a small town. And, and he was very driven and community oriented. And so there was lots of different perspectives. And what's interesting, this perspective ties to judgment. How much judgment energy do we take into our field that's affecting us that we don't even realize?
Right.
Judgment is killing our bodies.
Wow.
It's killing the planet, actually. So really stepping into this place of very powerful energetic discernment, teaching clients to step into their own power and knowing with energy that we're energetic beings. And we all have this ability with guidance and learning to really incredibly shift all of that and experience life in a completely different way.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's so incredible. There's a bird that keeps flying around. I feel like you and I are two birds.
Well, if it was a squirrel, I would laugh because my dad always shows up with squirrels. So
yeah, well, we had squirrel yesterday, but it's a black crow, and that's the for me it's money, because Robert Kiyosaki has a black crow on his desk, like when he does his podcast stuff, and he's teaching people how to come into their money. So I don't know, that's just something I'm gonna look it up and check from what I know of you. But yeah, it's so weird. Like I keep seeing it, but it's like flying by the window. I've never had a bird fly that close, and it's come by like 4 or 5 times. I'm like, all right, there's something here.
I see you. Got the message. I'll interpret it later.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
Cool. I think we have an hour, and this is our Ask a Healer session. So I don't know how you want to, like, do you want to do readings for anyone? Do you want to just talk about how it works?
Well, what questions do you have that you think would be of contribution to anyone listening now or to the recording?
I'd love to talk about the Akashics, because for us at the school, what we do when we are working with a client is we look at what are their patterns, and we look at from like now. So we're listening to their subconscious and to their heart. And so it's the patterns that have, come through their life, from when they were a child, what they've been here for, through the womb, what they chose is their soul contract to come. Genealogy is part of it, the epigenetics of, if your grandparents had a fear, it could be that that's their energy you're living today, but then also past lives. And this is something that is really new for a lot of people, is this past life stuff. So if I can, just as an example, ask about, you've been working with me on clearing that money stuff and my money story. And I have been told that I did a beautiful Akashic class with Tara Ann, one of our healers, and she had told me, well, I think it was the two of us, that I had a kingdom at one point in a past life, and my brother stole it from me. And so there was a lot of shame that I felt like I have been carrying through that past life that I've been working on healing. And so I'm just wondering, if you can talk to people, just knowing a little bit of that backstory, but about the Akashics and how maybe my money story today can be affected by my patterns of what I've come into this life, but then also in the past life.
Well, it's interesting. Money is something that we view as physical, and it actually only exists in this realm. And in fact, on Earth, there's been instances where physical money didn't exist. We had a barter system, and understanding, things like supply and demand and my banking background with how, pricing and Bank of Canada works and all that kind of stuff. It's really interesting and it's very subjective and it's actually all very energetic. So money as a sense of physicality in this reality, we tend to have belief systems with respect to it being something tangible. But the reality is it actually goes way beyond that. And lots of people say, money is energy, but it even goes further beyond that, right? So tying that into the Akashic Records are an energetic dimension. And they have within that dimension a record of all our soul's lifetimes, all our thoughts, deeds, and actions that we've ever taken. And there's many aspects of the Akashic Records that come into play. But to know that we have our own soul record and that it's been our soul's choice of all the things that we've chosen to do. In fact, there's an area of the Akashic Records called the zone of choice. So in the Akashic Records, when we're non-physical, we will go into the zone of choice, and we have decided to come back into a physical body to be embodied again. And we go into the zone of choice and we go, and it's kind of like the candy store of physical experiences and growth learning at the same time. And so we go into the zone of choice and we're like, okay, I think I could work on trust a little bit more. So yeah, in that lifetime, I really kind of screwed it up. I really was mistrusting, it wasn't warranted. And I really carried that energy. Oh, in this lifetime, I got a little bit better. And so we choose from main themes of what we want our soul growth and expansion to be around in our upcoming lifetime. Now, what's really interesting that people seem to get a little, really, is that we choose all the supporting actors. We choose. So if there is someone that in those past lifetime experiences that you're witnessing in the zone of choice, and you're looking at, okay, how was I then? Where do I want to grow from? And wow, that person really breached my trust in 3 past lifetimes. They'd be really great to come as a supporting actor in this lifetime. Wow. When my desire is to really build trust.
Right.
And another example of that is for a lot of clients, their childhood comes into play and they place a lot of aspects of that circumstances on their parents. So I worked with a client recently. So this is another great example of how we choose the themes as well as the individuals that are coming into play. She's really here to step into her full power this lifetime in a significant way. Very powerful soul, doesn't view herself that way currently. And in many past lifetimes, she was disempowered. And predominantly by one individual who disempowered her in many, many past lifetimes in a very nasty way. And as a soul desiring to be all about stepping into her power, I'm done with this disempowerment shit. This lifetime, I'm doing it. I'm going all out. I'm owning my power. Okay. Right. She chose that person who disempowered her many lifetimes to come through as her mother.
Wow. Wow.
That certainly wipes out all the victimhood, shitty parents. Yeah, I didn't fare well in the mother department. It takes away all that energy when you get to understand from a soul level perspective that you chose to come through for her to be your mother, to choose her as a role to play a key piece in this lifetime of you choosing to step into your power.
Right.
So when it comes to money in the Akashic Records, there is an accumulation of all the various experiences that you've had in the past lifetime. Now, it might not have been physically about money, but it definitely was about your value, your worth, trusting being supported by the universe,
Mhm.
that, receiving, the energy of receiving. Something I always ask is, how do you feel when someone says, here, let me help you with that. I'll take that over for you. Or they pay you a compliment.
Right.
Because how you receive one thing is how you receive everything, because it's a vibration. So it's not just about the money and safety of having money. And in your instance, with the past lifetime of having wealth and it all being basically embezzled by someone you trusted.
Right. And it's that feeling of shame that is that theme that has come through.
And it was embarrassing. You didn't take care of it. You lost it all. Okay. But that, with the Akashic Records, this isn't your soul's first rodeo.
Right. No.
And it isn't the second one either. It's hundreds. So there's many other aspects in your lifetimes in the Akashic Records that pertain to value, to worth, being responsible for money, receiving. All those energies tie into money. It's not just about money. And so that's what I've learned through the Akashic Records with energy and vibration. And that, all of these, and so all these lifetime experiences. So when I work in the Akashic Records, I don't go into individual experiences. I go into themes.
Cool.
Because it could be 27 lifetimes that there was a theme of wasn't safe to have money because you got killed for it. Could have been 39 lifetimes where you had money, you kept it, you were good with having it, but it was kind of lonely. Or you were very judged. Or you had to be something that you really didn't desire to be because you had money. So all of these themes and different facets come into play with money. Money is energy is commonly said. And as I mentioned earlier, I tend to be someone that thinks beyond what currently. And so I'm a very forward thinker. And as a channeler and receiving inspiration and information from the universe, and I work with many galactic councils and guides. And so, there's that other further step beyond what we're doing currently that comes into play. And, certainly with the Akashic Records, when I chose to start teaching, which I did just last month, and I've been working with the Akashic Records for almost 10 years in this lifetime. I know I've worked with them in many lifetimes, and I have this incredible deep connection with them. But what I continue to witness over and over and over again is people would go to learn it. Like Virginia mentioned earlier, bought the book and she was falling asleep. Well, there's an energy that's getting her to stop her or disconnect her. So I witnessed so many students learning the Akashic Records, and they would struggle, or they had a perception of this is what it's supposed to be like, and I'm supposed to get psychic visions, and and they would shut down, or I'm blocked, I'm not getting anything, or they would go into fear. Because when you're working with something with such a pure high vibrational dimension like the Akashic Records, all the stuff is coming up. So for students to go and learn it without all that stuff not being addressed, most of them are unsuccessful and they never use it again. And my guidance is it's going to be one of the most powerful tools in our ascension, that we're all meant to be working with our Akashic Records, that we are stepping into the ascended aspect of being our own healers in a much more expanded way than we're even doing now. And that there is no North American gurus any longer. There isn't placing more power in rituals than ourselves. The vibration and energy of choice and us being in our power is going to be a significant piece as we move forward as healers and as being healed. And And so the Akashic Records has been shown to me as something that is going to be very profound. And when I thought about that, I'm like, well, I witness all the time people really struggling and not proceeding with it, you know, spending a full weekend and they're so overwhelmed. And it's, I don't like the word trigger, but it's bringing up all of those things where perhaps they've been an oracle or a sage in a past life. And the one thing they got wrong and advised the king,
off with their head.
all of that's coming up when they're looking at working with the records again, because it is as close to source as you can get in that sense of a tool that we have access to. And it's one of the reasons why in past generations and lifetimes, it was isolated to just specific people. So people were chosen. They were given the secret of accessing the records. And there was only a select few that got to work with it. But that's shifting and changing. But healing around going into something of that power and that vibration comes into play with learning it. And that's something no one else is doing. So it's actually the first module of the course that I designed and I taught last month, and I'll be offering it again. So
awesome. That's so great. When we're done today, come back and drop that link in if anyone wants to, you know, take the Akashic course with you. Can we chat a little bit about the receiving of anything, love, abundance, money? I think that for a lot of us, we have had our voices shut down through different experiences, trauma. I don't like using that word. And it's almost like a shutting down of not being able to receive, especially as a woman. Can you speak to like, how do we open that up? How do we allow that to come in? And maybe even, I don't know if that's an incorporation of the divine feminine, divine masculine, but how that plays in.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Predominantly, most healers are female in this lifetime.
Or witches.
Not always.
I'm kidding.
Oh, well. My husband jokes with me and says the only difference in this lifetime is I don't wear a pointed black hat. So,
which was a sign of them being a business person. I learned that.
Exactly. And at the same time, he's like, you make money show up everywhere. How do you do that? Like, and things just line up, and seat sales on tickets, and all of a sudden we had a cancellation for a condo we wanted to stay. Like it's all vibration. It's all energy. Right. And I love doing that. And I love showing him how I do that.
Awesome.
But when it comes to receiving, you know, it is something that it's a unique recipe that comes into play with each person. You know, as I said, it's not our first nor second rodeo as a soul. And so all of our experiences come into play. Now, some of those experiences we may not necessarily have held on to. If it was something in isolation, it was like, yeah, okay, that didn't go well. And we're not necessarily holding on to anything energetically. That's an impediment, you know, to us receiving or being in our infiniteness, because receiving ties to us being infinite and the safety of us knowing that we're infinite.
Right.
But for many people, there is the themed aspect where we have been lessened, where it wasn't fully safe to be any part of us. One of my lifetimes on earth is that I worked very closely with Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene and Jesus. And the wrongness aspect as a woman was picked up upon, because in those years, there was very strong power. And Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene were both initiates of the secrets of the universe, and they understood that. But there was also a fear of it as well, right? So there's lots of channelings of Mary Magdalene that speaks to that aspect. And what happened, of course, the church picked up on that, right? And it facilitated, you know, the wrongness that was assigned to Mary Magdalene, the hiding of information and all of those aspects. So there's aspects that we have had in multiple lifetimes around that wrongness of us, the wrongness of the feminine, when in reality, from a divine perspective, the divine masculine, and my fellow friend and Divine Gold Consciousness Energy Channeler, Talua, we do a circle together monthly. It was actually just last night, bringing in the consciousness of the divine.
Cool.
And we were together in that lifetime as disciples. The divine masculine was actually the softer energy. And the divine feminine was the action taker. And so there has been, through suppression and soul's experiences with that it's kind of shifted. And, you know, with everything in life, it's about balance. You know, accountants like to balance the books. So does the universe, right? And having those things in balance, you know, it's a great question to ask. Where do you feel out of balance? Where in your life is that sense of out of balance? And not necessarily, and yes, the balance of feminine and masculine is important, absolutely, but don't overemphasize and put so much on that. There's more of the underlying energies around, well, what is it that I perhaps carry energetically when I was a man? What aspects do I carry in lifetimes that I was female that I perhaps tried to carry into that lifetime of being a man? So it's not just in isolation. You have to really think beyond all of those aspects. So to really focus on being in balance, in a divine way, in a way of higher truth, and in the highest expression of who you are truly, because that's the juicy stuff, right? Does that resonate?
Yeah, it does totally. My crown chakra has been going crazy when you're talking about the Akashics, and right from then, yeah, amazing.
Yeah, I know. I have that effect on people. Somebody messaged me yesterday and said, I knew you were going to text me 5 minutes before you did because I could feel your energy.
Nice. My little one, she's 8. She came into the room. I was having a nap, and she said, "Did you feel me coming?" And I was like, "Wow." She's starting to I think she's just hearing us talking about energies and the power of them.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Maybe do a double take. I'm like, wait, what?
Something that I like to challenge things. I'm a really kind of no nonsense kind of person. Spiritual people describe me as spiritual as fuck and relatable as anything, because I make it common language, relatable. You know, I don't feel that there's value in using terms that people that are new in their path, that it feels intimidating to them.
Yeah.
And the picture that you had up on the page of me with the mug that says, fuck that, that was actually a gift from a client, because it's not uncommon for me to, you know, when people are talking about belief systems or different aspects,
right.
Well, I can't do that, or this is how it is. And my response will be, fuck that. And so a client a long-term client of mine saw the mug and went, oh my God, this is so Heather, and bought it and brought it to me. So there's aspects of, you know, let's be real. We're here being human. And that's one of the biggest things that I learned about raising the girls. You know, talking to animals, seeing angels and spirits, and seeing energy and crystals. And, you know, our youngest telepathic, she heard her teacher's thoughts all the way through school. Well, there were some interesting experiences that came with that, because I'm sure those teacher's thoughts didn't really want to be known.
Right.
Right. And people would say, oh my God, it must be so amazing to raise these incredible beings. And I'm like, yeah, I am so blessed that they chose me as their mom. And they also recognize they're here to be human. So when they were teenagers and I would hear upstairs, it was quiet, and all of a sudden one of them said, "You bitch, you went into my closet and took my sweater with them." And I'm like, oh, yay, they're being human, because they're here to do, we're all here to do that too.
Right.
To stumble, to get back up, but also in that balance piece of understanding, we're energetic beings, we're divine beings, the universe is supporting us. We have that solid pipe. What's the crap that's stopping the flow of all that we have access to, that the universe really wants to give us?
Awesome. So good. Can you share a little bit about, for the collective, where are we headed? What do you you are very forward thinking, and I, even if you want to talk about Reiki and the energy of that, but where are we moving as a collective, and how can people, kind of in their thoughts or what they're creating for business, kind of prepare for that?
Yes. Well, as I mentioned earlier, my awareness is that from channeled information of various sources is, we are going through ascension and shifting to the vibration of a higher unity consciousness. And as a humanity, we're doing that, and we're having to clear a lot of stuff that's low vibration.
Heavy, dense stuff. Yeah.
And so's the earth. It is, and so are some of the constructs and structures within the world. The banking system, the educational system, the government, it's all of those are being forced to shift and change. The earth is needing to heal and release and bring to the surface and let go all the things that are happening around racism and pedophilia and human trafficking and police brutality. Like, all of those things need to come to the surface to be healed, because the earth needs to ascend as well to support us, right? So as healers, all of us are awake and aware as healers already. And the reality is we're ahead of somebody else. So what I've seen in the past is a lot of healers say, well, I don't know it all yet. I don't have all the certifications. I don't have all the courses and training. So who am I to assist someone? I don't have all that yet. And to really recognize and know there's somebody that's not where you are yet.
Right.
And we all can be a contribution in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of us that are awake and aware are on our individual path, and we can do a multitude of things. Helping someone, out in public, saying a kind word. There's so much. Source says to me all the time, we don't recognize how much we affect and change things just simply by being here and being in our highest vibration.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
There's many people that are on the fence right now. Many people that are on the fence. As a collective and humanity, there's many people that are sitting on the fence and they don't know which way they're going to go.
Of what? I just want to, and I would say it hurts.
Trusting and knowing. Yeah, trusting and knowing that we are divine beings, and that this is all occurring to create fear and control. Or are they comfortable and not putting themselves out there? And the reality is that on a soul level, they've had difficult, and they're carrying energy around the difficulty of some soul past experiences. There's been many souls that have had clarity that they're not part of this ascension. They've left already. They've used the virus as their way to depart.
Right.
And Source has shown to me that those souls had the clarity who left, had a knowingness they can be more contribution from the other side, non-physical, that their turnaround time is going to be a lot shorter.
Right.
Okay. No different than many souls chose to be on the plane and be part of the global message when 9/11 happened. There's also many souls that are choosing to be part of the message of the conscious message of waking up, that have chosen to exit at this time with the virus. So many people are playing different roles in this aspect. As us awake and understanding that there is more than what is trying to be conveyed at the moment, we can all play a role to someone who isn't quite where we are, someone who's on the fence, who's not sure, and being open to that possibility and asking Source to bring them into your path. That doesn't necessarily have to look like a formal coach-client relationship. That could be a caring conversation with a neighbor,
Right.
or a friend of a friend. The intensity of the next 6 months is going to increase until August 8th, which is the Lionsgate portal. The light codes that have been coming in to activate and support us in this ascension is really, it's been nudging people up to this point. Now it's getting a little shovey.
Gotcha.
So those people are on the fence. So
Right.
those of us who understand what's going on, even to some extent, we can play a huge role in helping someone else who's not quite where we are or is on the fence. Because right now, it's all about the fence, folks. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I did a Facebook Live yesterday on my Heather Kuhn Soul Igniter Facebook page. And I love using analogies and making things relatable. And it was about rainstorms and air balloons.
Okay.
And when it's slightly raining outside and we look out the window and go, oh, I'll put on a light raincoat. That'll be good. I won't get wet. And I'm just going out for a little bit. In years past, energetically, it would be like a light drizzle. Right now, it's like a monsoon.
Wow.
Torrential rain, energetically.
Mm-hmm.
And some of us are having a difficult time with that because we're still using the light raincoat.
Right.
You need to have the heavy duty raincoat and the umbrella. Right. Now, I don't believe in protection. I believe in clarity and choice and being consistent, using energy discernment, and being very clear of being in high vibration. Mm-hmm. That is your heavy duty raincoat. Particularly people that are incredibly empathic and energetically, their body is responding to what they're aware of. This is not the time to be lackadaisical with your energetic self-care.
Okay. Can you share what does that look like for someone?
I like to say that I work with a lot of young people in conscious parenting, as well as adults.
Parenting adults.
Marketers say to me, "Who's your ideal client?" And I'm like, souls.
Yeah.
Right. So souls who are seeking and they know there's something more and they haven't found it yet. People say to me, "Oh my God, I've been looking for you for 15 years." But what I like to say to my younger clients is, would you go next door and wear your neighbor's dirty laundry?
No.
And you're like, oh my God, no. I'm like, well, if you're not taking care of your energy field, that's in essence what you're doing. Most of us are walking around like energetic meatloaf.
Wow.
We have no idea what the ingredients are. Might not taste good. Not sure if we even want to eat it. Right. But we're walking around like energetic meatloaf.
Right.
When you want to be choosing and walking around in very clear high vibrational energy.
Okay.
And so I tell the kids, you do the daily energy tool and you create your energetic designer wear. High end, high vibration, feel good, no other shit coming in my field. It's about choice. Not about protection, that if you don't do that, you're at the effective energy. It's you choosing to be in high vibration and not at the effective energies. Very slight difference, but there is so much more empowerment and choice energy and vibration than oh, if I don't protect myself, I'm going to be affected by this.
Right.
So that's a beyond piece that I have been teaching for a number of years. In fact, on my website, heatherkuhn.com, you can go and download an audio channeled version of me doing that tool of every day cleansing and purifying your field, actually twice a day, cleansing and purifying your field, and then infusing and surrounding yourself, creating your energetic designer wear. Because low vibrational energy does not desire to be in a high vibrational environment.
Right.
It's science.
Right.
It truly is science. I have lots of clients that are, doctors and surgeons and physio and nurses and home care providers. And one lady in particular that, she'd been working with seniors in a facility that had everything from light assisted living to palliative. And in the last couple of years, she was having lots of health issues. And she's such a beautiful soul, and it's her calling to work in that type of role. But the physical issues were really starting to get to her, not sleeping, blood sugar, waking, all kinds of things that was happening physically with her. And implementing the tool of creating her energetic designer wear, high vibration, and having an understanding of something low vibration was coming in to reject it and to send it back to the universe. In under 5 weeks, all her physical symptoms that she had had for over 2 years left.
Beautiful. I want to make sure the audience caught that, because I feel it's a setting of the intent. You can be have those lower dense feelings, but it's, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit and just recognize it, or are you going to sit and suffer in it? And we can make that choice and that decision and create that intent to have, be in that higher energy and vibration. You're going to heal some stuff, definitely, if there's, something that keeps coming up. But this is really important. And I just love the way that you speak and how you're preparing us for the future, but also, to live, just a life where we're in our good stuff. We can be in that high vibrational space more of our day than in a low. And it does really just come down to a decision, right?
Yeah, and it's really about that clarity and power of, that doesn't work for me. That energy of being really clear. I remember a couple of years ago, I had an unusual blood test result, and the doctor sitting there, and it was actually a replacement doctor, and she started spouting off and being concerned about, the C word. And I looked right straight at her and said, I'm not choosing that. She probably was ready to prescribe me psychotic prescription. She's kind of looking at me like, but I very clearly rejected that vibration, that possibility in my field.
Right.
And I did channeling a couple months after that, and they showed me, we're all going down a hallway, and there's various doors of opportunities. Some doors may be quite wide open, some closed. And they said, in that moment when I said, I'm not choosing that, it's like the door doesn't even exist.
Awesome. I've heard another healer say, I'm not available to that. When those lower dense energies just be like, oh, I see you, recognize it. No, I'm sorry, I'm not available to that. I do it with the kid, actually, depending on what kind of meltdown she's having, or if she's crossing my boundary. And I also say the same, I'm not available to that. You can have that feeling and that, but I'm going to leave the room. I'm feeling good. I'm not available to that energy, to at least let her think about what she's in and what her choice is, because you have two choices. You can choose to sit in the shit, or you can choose to rise above it. It is a choice.
And how often, have we perhaps in our lifetimes, I have a very strong personality. There's no denying that. And I also understand I have a very strong energy. Didn't always understand that. But for many, many people, where in your life have you felt that you didn't have choice?
Bingo.
Of what gift you wanted, of what experience you wanted. No, you can't go to that school just because your friend's going there. This is a better one. And I think as parents, as friends, as partners, you know, when we talk about choice, saying, well, what choice feels light to you? What choice resonates? You know, if you could do this or this, you know, with a child and as a parent, I would always say, well, there's this and there's this. What's your choice?
Right. That's
Right.
great.
Particularly when you have intuitive kids and they're reading your mind, you know, and you're having to like not think about the hidden Christmas gift because they're going to read your mind and they're going to know what you bought them.
Right.
That was a little tricky. It was hard to keep secrets in the house. But really having an understanding that at the core, what choice aligns to you? Where have your choices been taken away? Where have you not been allowed them? And that also comes from a past lifetime perspective. One of the things I did in my recent Akashic Records class that I created, not only clearing all the energies of what comes up even before you start to learn about going into the records, is doing guided meditations that I recorded of opening your own record and going in and feeling the vibration of the wholeness of who you are. I mean, that is the energetic essence of who you are in a soul.
Right.
That doing that for 5-10 minutes every day, best meditation ever.
So powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Choice is very, very key.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're whole. We are whole when we were born. It's just life showed us that, or made us, we just bought the story that we weren't, but we are whole. We are complete.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the aspects of really understanding, particularly with kids and grandkids that are coming in, of their soul knowingness and who they represent and the wave that they are in taking us forward.
Right.
Our youngest daughter said one time, I think she was about 9 or 10, she said, you know, I was supposed to come first. I'm like, oh, really? I said, yeah, you weren't ready for me yet.
Oh, wow. I have goosebumps.
So, you know, how much do we discredit the knowingness of kids?
Yeah.
And so to be open to say, what do you know? How does that work? Right. I was always full of questions and asking them what they understood, what they saw, what they were connected to. And the reality is many of us were like that as children ourselves, and that got shut down.
Right.
Because it wasn't safe or allowable, because, you know, choices were being made for us. This is how you have to be.
Right.
All of that kind of stuff. You know, I've struggled with that my whole life, even when I was taking my life coaching certification that was very intensive and included having clients who agreed that their session was recorded, it was transcribed. I had to self-critique myself, send in the transcripts. And so I would do the structured coaching pieces to demonstrate I was reading the material and I knew what coaching principles that I was required to learn and demonstrate. But partway through the session, I was like, oh, yeah, I'm getting blah, blah, blah. We just cleared that. This whole thing goes away. But I wasn't allowed to do that. I had to stay in the cookie cutter. Right. So the question for everyone is, where have you been cookie cuttered?
Yep.
I almost didn't complete the certification. I was like, okay, just get the certificate. Don't do any of the filling stuff. And then I incorporate the coaching principles as I feel appropriate, right? And to know that you mentioned earlier the question about like, what does that look like for those that are starting out and learning, to know that it's not the same as it was for many of us who started this journey 20 years ago, like myself, and that, you know, learning this modality and learning this, and then I did this, and then I did this, and amazing experiences. But the reality is I have taken components of all those things I've learned, my own guidance and understanding, my own knowing, channeled information.
Right.
And I'm this mosaic
Right.
of all of that.
Yeah.
So what does
We
your
are.
mosaic look like? And if you come across someone who is teaching or instructing that says, no, you have to do it this way, or something that doesn't feel aligned to you,
Right.
ask for a refund. Seriously.
Yeah.
I have a post on a blog on my website that talks about choosing the right and light practitioner for you.
Awesome.
Because sometimes what happens is we're starting out in our journey and we think, oh, well, they've taken all this training that I need to align and to agree with all that they're saying. You actually may be further ahead in your understanding than that instructor is.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And it's just a trusting of source, because we all have our mosaic is we have been given what we need and what we're here for. So if you have that inclination or that nudge or that push, to be a healer, or for your gifts that you're feeling and to create, a business or something with it, then you already have everything you need. That is,
Absolutely.
in the time of your letting go and surrendering, saying, okay, I don't get it. I don't know how this is going to work, but I'm here. More of that's going to drop down into your perception of now, where you can access that. Right. It's just the trusting. And I love that. And I just appreciate you, and even Anne, who was on earlier this morning, because the two of you, as healers and mediums, you're so forward thinking. And it's, yes, we've come through all of these things and you've been learning a really long time, but it's just simply that trust and that connection to source. What is here for you? What are your gifts? It doesn't have to be that you go to this school. You can just allow what's to come in, and you'll know, like, you have that feeling within.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there is the odd time where you have an experience of like, I don't know what I'm supposed to learn here, but I don't think it's the course.
Right.
And you're guided to go there anyway.
Right.
I've had instances of that, and sometimes it's been meeting a specific person, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
and it's so interesting having met Virginia 4 or 5 years ago when I was interviewed by Janet about the Akashic Records, because I was teaching, like as an energetic guide and intuitive coach. And that was the prominent part of what I was helping people with. And the Akashic Records, like when I'm working with someone, I'm in your records and I'm seeing all the themes and all of those aspects and the energies. And that's what I'm clearing in the session. And that's why I call the sessions Holy Shift, because it's like coming from this level. And after the session, you're vibrating up here. And life shows up differently because it matches your vibration. But the Akashic Records were sort of a reading, was kind of behind the scenes a little bit more. And so when Janet asked about me doing the interview, I was like, oh, sure. Okay. And look at the connection, that has come from that could not have been seen. That was 4 or 5 years ago.
Right.
And Virginia and I connected, and I believe she did a Holy Shift session with me as well, if I'm not mistaken. And how that contributed. And she went on her own journey in a multitude of other ways to exactly where she is meant to be, and connecting with you and creating the school.
Yeah.
And here I am again, like, isn't that amazing?
It's so amazing. And even through the school. So before the school, Virginia, she joined Thrive 365, which is our spiritual coaches. And that's part of what they're teaching, or, like teaching us from a soul level. It's soul school. And we definitely, it's all connected. She needed to have that Akashic experience for what her and I, are kind of moving into. And even just, it was all new to me. I'm like, okay, I had heard of it before in past lives and stuff. And, coming from the religious background that I have, that was not allowed. It was, out there or evil or, whatever. So even just wrapping my head around, I love that she had that connection to you 4 or 5 years ago, because that's some solid time, from that, and just being able to then step into a place of being able to trust you. And energy definitely doesn't lie. We know that. And there's so many times you talk and I'm just lit up in goosebumps, which is sort of saying, like, this is truth, like,
Yes.
You can trust her. And that's really important for anyone who's listening. follow your heart, follow those goosebumps, whatever the program is or whatever you're supposed to create, whatever it is, those are your breadcrumbs of saying, hey, this is part of your path.
Yeah. And be very clear as people are, expanding their healing practice, are stepping into it and creating it, be very clear in that choosing of your sense of knowing who it is that you desire to work with. Something that even before I started clients showing up, and I was doing it part-time and I was still at the bank in my career there, was being very clear that the kind of clients, so it was highly value, easily refer friends and family, and no skeptics.
Okay.
And it's interesting. I hear many other people that work with energy and they say, oh yeah, I had this client and blah, 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 such a hassle. And, and they, they're questioning. And I'm like, not one in 15 years.
Right.
Not one. So be very clear on what that is for you. And I jokingly say that, there's no chicken shits that find me.
Right. Right.
They're all they have a clear knowing. They know or they're
ready.
Yeah, they know or they don't know. And it's just like a magnetic force in your field. You're clarifying with the universe of, oh my gosh, I love helping people like this. And that magnetism vibrationally is created with your business. Your business is an energetic entity. I do that as well with clients who have businesses. And it's not necessarily spiritual businesses. I have clients that are real estate agents. And we do sessions energetically with their business entity.
Right.
But that draw of that energy and that magnetic aspect, bringing in who it is, you're very clear. And at the same time, very clear of who is to be repelled or not drawn in is perhaps a better way to look at it.
Right.
And, my client, who's a real estate agent, she messaged me the other day and she's like, oh my God, it's like stuff is falling out of the sky. Can you turn it down? I'm like, how about we manifest and draw in a new teammate to help you cover all this work? Right? So really understanding that it all does come down to really knowing and living life and doing business in an energetic way is really what it's about.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're getting any questions in the comments because I can't see them.
And I haven't been watching. Does anyone have any questions for Heather? As a healer, let me see. Let me back out. I don't see it moving, but
I feel badly because I'm not really perhaps allowing for that opportunity if someone has a burning question, or maybe I'm feeling that energy of someone having a burning question.
Let's see.
I'm gonna have a sip of water.
Yeah, cool. And it says, yes, you have to live in 3D too.
I jokingly say that, yeah, I manifest and create a lot of things. Still haven't figured out for the laundry to do itself and the fridge to fill itself with groceries.
Nice.
However, I do manifest when there's no one there, no lineup at the tills, everything I need is on sale.
Yep.
No line. I don't think there's any Costco when I have to get my tires switched.
I think this session has been really good for, healers are following us and mediums, psychics, those who are feeling those gifts and intuitives. And so I think this has just been so good. This has been a great training session for people in our industry on, kind of for your business and how to not protect yourself energy, but basically setting the intention of where your energy is in only the highest light. And I think this has just been really good, kind of like a training for healers.
And that's what I felt would be a contribution, sort of little tidbits and stuff like that. So Virginia's saying about her transition back to Canada being with ease and grace. Yeah, absolutely. It's just, you know, why do we want to take that work on ourselves when the universe is an incredible
there, right?
experience of it? And, you know, we're really, where are we getting in our way? I wrote a post on social media, I think a day or two. I wrote it a while ago, but I think it went live maybe 2 days ago about, you know, and it said, I got you, the universe.
Awesome.
And you think about, you know, how many people have back issues, how many back clinics and chiropractics, and, you know, yes, people have physical trauma, and they need to heal from that.
Mm-hmm.
But understanding energy and understanding that we're this beautiful dance with our physical bodies and our energetic self. Like, I just had 2 clients that went through surgery, and their doctors are going, what the hell? You're healed already. And they're like, yeah. Because as soon as they were out of surgery, they let me know. And I started clearing the molecular structure of the anesthetic, clearing the trauma that the body was holding on to of the procedure, calming it down, and then bringing in the healing. And it was like almost instant. I know I was to the dentist a while ago, and I metabolize anesthetic really differently. And so they need to put a lot of freezing in. And it usually takes 8 hours to come out of my body. And I'm like, I have all these tools. And so as soon as I had a tooth pulled. So as soon as the tooth was out, and she was like, oh, this is probably going to break and be in little pieces, could be a while. And in my mind, I'm like, nope, I'm seeing it come out in one piece, all smooth. And she's like, oh, wow, it came out all in one. It's out. Like, we don't realize until we really start to recognize how much ourselves and other people put those limitations on how things can be.
Right.
So as soon as she said the tooth was out, I started changing the molecular structure energetically of the anesthetic, and all the freezing was gone before I walked out of the clinic 20 minutes later.
Right? Yeah. That's incredible.
Right. And so both of these clients who had surgery, they're just like, holy cow. Right. And the beautiful magic of another thing I do a lot of is medical mysteries. Clients who have had things for, you know, 1 or 2 decades. I had a client that, you know, was having this really weird swelling and fluid build up about once a month, couldn't understand what it was. In her mind, the trauma didn't exist, but it was a trauma from a teenager where she was assaulted and the person was intending to kill her. And she was able to get away, and she had counseling and stuff, and it wasn't on her mind. But as she got older, her body was really desiring to release and clear all those residual energies.
The body keeps the score.
And so I'm like, there's something there when you're a teenager. And she's like, no, life was good. And then she's like, well, there was this, but it wasn't a big deal. And I went to counseling, you know, whatever. And I'm like, So we cleared the energy of it. And so what she had experienced for 18 years, almost monthly, completely went away.
Awesome.
A client who, you know, was experiencing seizures, and it all went back to a vibration that was imprinted in her nervous system when she was in the womb. So being able to intuitively tap in and connect and see where it is that's causing that. And I had a young gentleman recently who, for most of his life, and he's a teenager, was having incredible abdominal experiences only in the winter for about 4 or 5 months. Would be very sick, lose weight, difficulty with, you know, being able to go to school. And as soon as his mom contacted me, I saw the picture of him being tortured and forced to swallow hot coals in a past life. And I cleared it. Gone. Done.
Amazing.
So what is your body telling you?
Yes.
That you haven't heard yet? What is it that your body has awareness of that isn't in your awareness yet.
Right. Yeah.
And really working with people and having them understand that there is, we tend to dumb down our body and not recognize how much it is aware of, how much it does know. And also it has awareness of past life things. That's what birthmarks are. That is a trauma that you've experienced in a past lifetime, typically a death. So all of those things are coming into play. And as we are, and it's no mistake we're here. We chose to be here at this time.
Right.
And it's like, man, I'm coming to Earth. This is going to be a great time. Might be some shitty spot. we're heading into higher consciousness.
Right.
And I'm going to be part of this. And all this, I call it energetic luggage that we're carrying from past lifetimes. I get to clear that all.
Right.
It's like moving to a new house and all the shit gets to stay behind. Clearing it all and having much more ease with your body. And something as healers progress and expand and work and learn more and working with clients, that energy discernment and that energetic design aware and the tools that you use, I continue to expand and channel more. And as that vibration goes up, I have to constantly be in my awareness. Okay, what does my body require to support me doing this energetically?
Right.
So things that if I hadn't stepped into this path working with energy in this way, there's things my body is aware of that wouldn't come into play before, but
Right.
now do, because I'm stepping into more energetically. So,
Right.
the sadness is there's a lot of unwell healers because they haven't incorporated supporting themselves in a higher energetic self-care where when you work with energies.
Right, right. Thank you for sharing that, because there are lots in depression and sources showing me who they are, and to, shine light, be like, hey, we're here as a supportive community because we need them, right?
Yeah.
So if that's you out there and you're having some denser energies or feelings, reach out to us. Because
it's interesting. I was in a course recently to build online courses, in a more intense, not intense, but a lot of in-depth work that going into play and, marketing and stuff like that. And it was a small group of people. And it was so interesting. Yes, there was lots of great information and understanding systems and approaches and, things that work well. And of course, in my mind, the whole time, I'm like, well, I'm not going to energetically bring in everybody that is required anyway. That's my biggest marketing tool. My biggest marketing partner is the universe and being clear and energetically trusting and inviting and receiving them in. But the other piece of watching all the other people and what was coming up for them, being seen in a bigger way. They didn't realize that, oh my gosh, this is going to solve all the problems that I've kind of been holding on to keep me hidden, right?
Yep.
And so as you learn these things and do more stuff and create a website and have a community, it was very interesting to watch all the people in the classroom and as an energy intuitive see what was coming up for each of them. And I came up with an idea for a course.
Ah, funny how that works.
So we're putting themselves out there. And I think that's what I'm going to be calling it. Because when we put ourselves out there,
Right.
It's like standing naked in front of the world.
Right.
For some of us,
Totally.
right?
Yep. Yep.
Tara has
For
a
sure.
question.
Tara has a question, but do you want to come back on, Virginia? Sorry, my phone froze and StreamYard won't let me see the comments today for some reason.
Oh, you were at the dentist recently too. That's so funny.
Yes, and because that's what I was saying was when you said about your reaction to the anesthetic, I have the same thing. Like it's like don't chintz out, man, because I can feel it. And and so they, and I learned this a few years ago exactly the same way. I had to have a tooth pulled, they had me come into the dentist office. It's like, oh, it's easy peasy. We can do it right here in the office. I'm like, okay. So I go into the office, they inject me with all these needles, and I'm like, I can still feel it. Don't touch my tooth, right? And so they ended up having to send me to the oral surgeon because they were at the max that they were allowed to give me.
Oh, wow.
So they needed the good stuff. And so I went right to the oral surgeon who worked me in, and, you know, one shot, and 3 minutes later, this thing was out. But because I had so many needles in my mouth, I started with an infection. And that's what I said to them the other day is, it's the anesthetic. It's not the work you're doing. It's the anesthetic. Like, is there another option? You know, like, and apparently there's not, just for anybody who's wondering. And it's exactly what I did the other day. I came out of there and I was like, man, my mouth hurts. And like those clampy things, it's like, why is that necessary?
So tune in for a moment, Virginia. Close your eyes. And when I ask the question, whatever number comes to mind, Truth, how many past lifetimes were you tortured in a dental way?
2.
So mouth, teeth, torture was very prominent in past lifetimes.
Cringe just thinking about it. Yeah, I totally
So all of that cellular memory that's imprinted that your body is bringing to your attention so that you can clear and release it and let it go.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, because I started, and that's what I did when I got home on Wednesday. I spent the day kind of going, oh, I forgot how crappy this feels. And then it was just like, okay, no. And it was like you said, it was like choosing. I don't want to feel that. I don't want to feel that. I'm not doing that. I'm not going there. And then even though, you know, I made a little twinge when I was chewing something, it's like, it's okay. Just keep on going. And by like yesterday, my mouth feels great. So it's, yeah, we totally have control over that. Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely. And our bodies are manifestors.
Yeah.
You know, if your body's really requiring something and you're clear on what it requires, it will bring that into play. I had jaw surgery when I was 25, and I've been asking my body to release and clear whatever it requires to support me as I shift up vibrationally. And it was really interesting how my body decided to show me. And in the jaw surgery, they put wires in my cheek because they had to cut out segments. It was a shaping aspect. And one of the wires from the surgery from over 30 years ago started poking out inside my mouth. And I'm like, is that a tooth? Like, what is that? And I go to the dentist and they're like, it's a wire poking out. I'm like, oh shit. And they're like, you're going to have to go to the oral surgeon. So I'm like, okay, so I'm tuning in and my body is clearly saying this has to get taken out. I'm like, okay, I hear you. Make it happen.
Yeah.
I wasn't in the way of my body. So I get the referral call. They said, yeah, we can get you in a consult 2 months and probably 3 months after that for the surgery. And my body was like, this has to come out. So I said, okay, do you have a cancellation list? No, we really don't do that. I'm like, you know, I'm in Edmonton. I'm really close to where your clinic is because they service all of Northern Alberta. You know, if you happen to get a cancellation, like, would you just take my name and number? And she's like, well, I don't really do that, but okay, I will. She literally phoned me 3 hours later and said, could you be in tomorrow morning at 11 for the consult? And so then I was 3 months for the surgery. So going in the next day, they're like, yep, we're going to have to go in and take the wire. And then the assistant, dental assistant, she's like typing away on her computer and she's like, oh, because she's asked me what I'm doing all summer and it should be about the end of August and September. She's like, oh, can you come Tuesday for the surgery? 6 days.
Yes. That's awesome.
And surgery, because my body was clear. This shit's got to be gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it turns out there was a lot of infection and various things going on. And so, you know, doing the energy work, talking to my body, clearing the anesthetic, had no bruising. You know, it was really cool how quickly that it healed.
Yeah.
The other interesting thing is I was a little loopy afterwards. And my husband had to pick up prescriptions. I'm in the parking lot. He's inside getting the prescriptions at Costco. And I obviously was not in my body. And all of a sudden, the wind picked up and the shopping cart from about 6 or 7 parking spots over, the wind catches it and it picks up speed and slams into the side of my husband's car, the driver's door. And all of us, and it's like wham, and all I hear is "Get back in your body." I'm like, okay, I'm back.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
So when we have the openness of working with our body and really being in tune with it, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, and I would not have thought to go back to a past life, but that makes so much sense now that you've said that. It's like, yeah, right? Why? I mean, that would totally make sense. And what's interesting is until about I'm going to say 7 or 8 years ago, I had no problem with the dentist. I went in, they could do a filling. If it was just on the top, I was like, nah, I don't need any freezing. Like they could do it without it. Now it's like, man, just keep pumping that stuff in. Like I can feel it all. So that's so interesting that
as you raise your vibration, as you raise your vibration, anything lower, right? You're raising your vibration, and anything lower is being nudged so that you raise it up. And I really hate that onion expression. I joke all the time saying I hate onions. I eat onions, but I just don't like the onion analogy because you're in this energy of something's always wrong. You're always looking for what's wrong. I haven't reached it yet. I'm always searching for what's wrong. I like more of the aspect of we're raising, so that's bringing to light something that wasn't necessarily an issue before of a lower energy, but it's coming to light because you're raising even higher.
Yeah.
So you've been raising your vibration and meditating and connecting. And so your body's like, okay, this needs to be brought to light now.
Yeah.
This needs to be released and cleared.
Right.
So.
And interesting because I did unknowingly, but when you said that, asking your body, what do I have to do to support you? Because I'm a huge believer in supplements and things that, support. And it's not a forever, it's a act when I need it, right? I know what I need and whatever. And I totally picked up, like just in the last week, this Bone Basics supplement that I had taken a few years back that really made a difference with my teeth. And all of a sudden, when I had asked, what do I need to support me? This thing came up and I couldn't remember the name of it, but thankfully I bought it from my holistic person. So I messaged her. I was like, hey, what's that stuff I was buying? So I've got that on order. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Asking your body, what does it need to support at this time? Yeah.
Yep.
Totally true.
And I know Tara's question is about daily routine for protecting. As I mentioned, I don't align to the word protecting because vibrating within it is the energy of fear. But talking about the dentist office, the tool that I teach, there's an audio download on my website that I'll explain, what my routine is you can use it for anywhere that you're going. So if you're going to the dentist office, you want to be showering, clearing, and infusing the dentist office. What energy is there of people who have been there before you? Right? I always do that. If I go in for blood work, if I'm going to pre-COVID, a family member's house, different places like that. And my clients use the tool to cleanse and bring into high vibration their kids' school when they have to go to the in-laws' house. They do it for their car, for their own house. If they're going to a hotel, you know, one of the things I do when we went on holidays is I'd be on the plane, and I'd already done it for the plane before we got on it. But while on the plane, I'm doing it for the condo that we're going to be staying at the next 2 weeks, right? It's about really being clear about the space and the energy that we are, and any environment that we're in that's, you know, if we're outside of our own home. Having a daily practice and ensuring you have that heavy duty raincoat is really important now. And it really helps support you also being aware of energy. So the tool is no different than brushing your teeth twice a day, creating the energetic field that you desire. So asking for the highest light to come down and shower. Now you can ask God, love, source, universe, all it is, whatever term resonates with you. But imagining the highest light of the divine coming down in this massive shower, and it's cleansing and purifying all lower energies. And no different than in a water shower, where say you were covered with soap suds, as the water comes down, the soap suds lower, as this high vibrational divine light is flowing down and cleansing and purifying every cell of your skin, every inch of your body, sorry, every cell in your body, every inch of your skin, and all the molecules of the 100 feet in both directions all around you. All those lower energies are being released and sent down into Mother Earth, and she'll recycle those. So there's no need to figure out where something is or where it came from or anything like that. It's your choice of, these are lower energies, they don't serve me, and I'm just cleansing and purifying my entire body and field. When that feels complete, asking for divine light to come down again. And this time, this beautiful wide shower of divine light is infusing and filling every cell in your body, every inch of your skin, and every molecule of 100 feet all the way around you. And as I mentioned before, lower energies have no desire to be in a high vibrational space. You know, whether that's energies of, you know, jealousy or judgment, or, you know, some wonky stuff that's, you know, you're out and about, or you're out at the grocery store. And even viruses. All viruses are low vibration. So being in high vibration is ensuring that high vibrational energies only are in your field. And it is also increasing and bringing higher immunity and vibrant health to your body. So it is like an energetic immunity in my mind, in my awareness. So it is, and you can do that two-step process with anything. Do it on the plane, do it on your car, do it on your house, your kids' school. I actually forgot one day when I went to do blood work for my annual test. And I'm like, and it really wasn't about the blood work, because I did that and, you know, the urine stuff, and I was about to leave, and I manifested like no lineup, getting in and out. And I'm about to like leave, and they're like, oh, hang on. You have to do the ICG. And I'm like, oh shit, I keep forgetting that my doctor has added that on the last few years. So they scoot me off to this small room. There's an exam table, and they're like, okay, you know, quickly undress and, you know, put the gown on. And I'm like, oh shit. And I go in this small room, and I immediately start what I would describe as anxiety. I don't get anxiety. And I was like, what the hell is this? And then I'm like, oh, I got to get undressed to put the gown on, because otherwise I'm going to be standing naked there when she opens the door. Right. So I put the gown on and I'm like, shit, it's all the energy in this room and on the table from anyone that has had an ICG, who has been ICG, that has been EKG, whatever it's called, whatever that is for them, in concern about their heart, or like they're having issues, they're concerned it's something serious. And I'm like, EKG, that's what it is. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I forgot to clear space. And so she throws the leads on. It's 1 minute and I'm gone. And I'm like, well, that'll be interesting to see what comes back.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Bring. Yeah, there was some abnormalities on your EKG. Because your dad had heart issues, we're going to send you for a 2-day cardiac test.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, shit. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So it gets scheduled. I have it in my calendar. I'm like, oh, I have that thing tomorrow. It's in a different, professional building. So then I had an appointment first thing in the morning. So the night before, I shower the whole building. I'm envisioning the room, infusing divine light. So I go in, no wait, go in right away. They put stuff in your body to see, the flow. I go into the little cocoon X-ray machine. They're like, okay, well, you come back tomorrow. And so I was talking to my body, like, to let go and cleanse all that stuff in my system. Drank lots of water. My body asked for lemon. It asked to put some Himalayan salt in the water. So I'm drinking that to cleanse that all out of my body. I go back the next day. I showered again, the whole building, the exam room, and I go in, and this one was on the treadmill. So I'm like, okay, so I'm on the treadmill, and there is a cardiac doctor and a nurse. So I'm like, oh, blah, 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 how are you? Da, da, da. So I get up there, and they're like, wow, okay. And they're reading the thing, and they're like, so why are you here? I'm like, oh, there were some abnormalities of the EKG. And it was so funny because there was so much energy that I had put in my field and around me, and I had cleansed and cleared the whole space. The doctor had on her lab coat, and she's like, wow, it's warm in here. And she's peeling off her lab coat. And then she had a sweater on top of her shirt. And she's like, wow, I don't know what it is. And she's checking the thermometer of the room. She's feeling all the energy that's in there. And she's like, I have no idea why you're here. And I'm like, well, just making sure. And I'm on the treadmill. And I mean, I work with a trainer and I'm fairly fit. So I'm like, working away, and they're putting it up higher. And I'm just and they're feeling the energy.
Yeah.
Because often it's energy in places like that where there is existing, someone else, multiple people before us, all kinds of energies that can be there. People say, what are some of the most energy intense places? And it's like hospitals, malls, restaurants, bars. So if you want to find a quiet place, go to the graveyard.
Yeah.
It's actually like no one's there. They'll show up if you're going to visit them, thinking you're there. They'll be there, but it's typically pretty quiet.
That's funny. Oh my gosh. That's a great practice. I love that because it's very simple, right? It's really just minding our own energy.
Correct.
And clearing it and shifting it, and the energy, like you said, that we're going into. I love that. Now the trick for me is to practice it and remember it before I go, because I would totally be that person ending up in the room going,
Don't say it. Don't say it. What we say happens. I want to go back to what you were saying earlier about when you had the call and you made what part of it where you just made the decision? You're like, no, that's not part of me, or you made.
Oh, the doctor, and
yeah,
bringing up the C word, and I'm like, no, I'm not choosing that.
No, it was after that. Maybe it was that. I just want to like point out, I feel that for all of us, we have that choice in that moment, and our intuition is telling us. If someone's telling you something, it's like, and it doesn't feel good, and you're like, no. It was the dentist where she said, you know, it's going to come out in little pieces, and you're like, no, it's not. And you just envisioned it coming out full, and that's how it came out. Is, you know, we all have that choice, and even if someone tells us something, I've been learning that whatever we're saying to ourselves or other people, it's like a spell or spelling. You know, what we say is so important, but you can change it. Just because someone says it doesn't mean that you have to adopt that and take that in.
Yes.
To then visualize what it is that you want. But I think that when you're telling that story, what came so clear was that's our intuition.
Mm-hmm.
You were like, no, no, that doesn't feel good. And just ride with that, right? And then create what it is that you want. That's what you're to manifest.
Yeah, I think the pillars are intuition, you know, or your knowingness, what, you know, whatever you choose to refer to it, because sometimes the word intuition is intimidating or can bring up other energies for people.
Yeah.
Particularly from past lifetimes perspective. But intuition and, you know, really knowing that we're energy and working in an energetic way and just continuing to learn more and more and more about it. You know, no different than, you know, there's the first time we've signed on to an application or system on our computer, you know, we get to be familiar with it and practice it and learn all the different features. So really being aware of energy and to recognize that on a soul level that we do have choice. And, you know, really start to tune in and see, you know, where is it that you feel you don't have choice, and what is it that perhaps is coming into play. And, you know, often in our earlier years is where, you know, things that have occurred or we've experienced or circumstances that, you know, that we didn't have choice. And it is a very powerful energy. It is, you know, people talk about the secret. There's also a secret that they don't talk about in the secret. There's so much more to it. You know, there's so many various vibrations and aspects that come into play. I love talking and teaching about the universal energies because it's all vibration. It's all vibration and energetic self-care, as we talked about, you know, really being clear of creating your energetic designer wear and not walking around like energetic meatloaf.
Yeah, I love that.
That is not how, that's one of my many Heatherisms.
I know. I have like a vision in my head when you had talked about that earlier. I closed my eyes and I dressed myself up in my you know, my new energetic outfit, you know, like and I love that. I love the way that sounds. I love the way that feels. It's awesome.
And to know that there may be people around us that it's been very difficult for them. And one of the aspects of that is energetic meatloaf, because it hasn't been just their energy and it has been very difficult for them. And have you ever, you know, have thought it, look, or talking to someone or been with someone and you're like, wow, they don't really seem that they're there. There's lots of people now that are really not fully embodied, right?
Yeah.
So embodiment and really being present and that it's safe for them to be there. And often that has energy coming into play with, you know, they haven't had someone, you know, teaching and guiding them around how to deal with energy, particularly empaths, and really stepping into their power. For me, I feel that anxiety is a physical symptom from energy, because it's energy awareness that they don't know or have the skills yet on how to handle that. Because once my clients working with me and understanding energetic self-care and continuing to build on more and more tools that empower them, everything else just flows into place. And what's interesting is the anxiety goes away. Almost completely. And if it does sort of sneak back in, they're like, oh, okay, so what energy is this? As opposed to, oh, I'm having anxiety. And it's really much more empowering.
Yeah.
when you were telling us the story about how the wind took that cart from so far and brought it and like hit your husband's car door, like, and you just heard come back into your body.
Yeah.
I had a dream 2 nights ago of, so it was myself and someone else. I'm trying to go into a building. He's trying to come out, and there was a grocery cart there in the doorway, and it was so weird. And I was like, why the hell would there be a grocery cart? I couldn't figure that out. And it's both of us, him and I, need to come back into our bodies. So thank you. So random that happened to you and needed to at that point, but it also, was for me as well, that message. So the cart lives on.
Yeah. It's interesting because you're talking about anesthetic and different things like that. I've had a couple surgeries where I know I left my body and I actually woke up. And I remembered the surgeon going, oh shit, we didn't give her enough. And I was kind of checking in on if they were doing their job. I'm pretty sure I've been used in medical experimentation.
Yeah, no kidding. That makes sense too, right?
Or maybe I also was one of the doctors advancing medical science in some ways. But no, just really understanding that, we are an energetic being and we're in this physical body, and going at a deeper level beyond what typically is taught around that communion, and really knowing that our body is almost, if not more aware than we are. Yeah. And when I guide people into understanding that, they're like, oh my gosh, my body told me today, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, cool, that's awesome. So, I said, imagine if you had a best friend and it went everywhere you did, and you never asked it what it wanted to do, never asked it what it wanted to eat. You ordered for your friend all the time. They never really had a choice. And, you were very judgmental of it, very critical and non-supportive, and never listened to it. And they're like, oh my God, I wouldn't, why would, I treat someone that way, or why would somebody treat me that way? And I said, well, think about how your body feels.
Yep. Yeah. Bingo. Exactly. And Tara put in the comments, what is Heather's daily, oh no, sorry, I just saw something else. Oh, can you teach us to eliminate the drugs out of our systems? I think it all comes down to tuning into your body.
Yes. Yep. Just working with your body and asking for that to be released with ease. What does it require? Like my buddy had said, lemon in the water and some salt. I have taken a lot of advanced energy modalities. One of the philosophies or bodies of work is with Access Consciousness, and I was a facilitator with Access. And I've taken a lot of advanced classes. And there's many, many body energies. I think there's close to 100. And so I had a knowingness of which body energy to use to do that. So it's more an advanced energy, but as Virginia is saying, simply just tune in and ask your body. It's about choice and intention, and also, asking your body to clear any trauma, to release that this is done. I was talking the other day with someone, and I said, how parents now have an understanding of how their reaction comes into play. So your toddler, having just learned to walk, takes a big stumble, does a face plant, and there's a big difference energetically, as well as from a learning perspective for the kid. If the parent freaks out, oh my God, or if the parent goes, oh, you're okay, all good, brush it off, right?
Yeah.
And so a lot of those things have been learned. And so being aware of that, how have you responded? How's your body responded in past in some of those instances? And to have that conversation with your body to know, okay, we're going to do it differently this time. Right?
Yeah.
Yep. And that's often when repetitive accidents or injuries come up. Right? When you haven't fully recognized, or there's something there still to learn, it also tends to show up in relationships.
Yeah.
That's a whole other call.
I want to share your card just because I know we're past time and
Oh, yeah.
it's been amazing. So yeah, we appreciate you. It's called Trust Your Path. If you knew you would be supported, what would you do? And I think that's just so good of your message. Hang on, let me try and find the.
I know it doesn't work. It never works.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it's so hard.
I know.
I have many
There we
decks
go.
that I never use, but I recently got one. Thank you.
Yeah.
I recently got one that I love. It fits my personality. So I would love to draw a card
Awesome.
for
Yeah.
everyone listening
Yes.
or listens to the recording. This is such a cool deck. I'll tell
Does
you.
it have
what
F-bombs?
I don't think you've heard of it yet. It's called Bitch Slaps from the Universe. So this is for everyone listening. And the card says, go the fuck within to find the answers. Turns out your heart holds all the fucking answers.
I love that.
Our hashtag is find the magic within.
Oh.
We have the PG version.
Exactly. Oh, that's beautiful.
Nobody gets to define who the fuck you are. Your soul already knows. The universe already knows.
Yes.
Much love.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Heather. It has been a pleasure. We hope that you'll come back again because we've just had so much fun.
If you have time, Heather, hang out backstage. If you got to go, we'll connect again. We're just going to say
Okay.
kudos to everyone for the last 2 days. But thank you, Heather. We know we'll see you again on the showcase. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Oh my goodness. What a
Oh.
great couple of days. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. Thank you to everyone, to our super fans, to those who have checked in either on YouTube or on Facebook. We're here. If you have anything or anything resonated the last 2 days, please reach out to either myself or Virginia. Healing Soul School on YouTube, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, and My Soul Reconnection by Healing Soul School on the Facebook group. And if you or someone you know would love a speaking spot, we're here to showcase amazing people who are helping the collective. They have a soul-led business or a heart-led business where you're lifting other people up. We would love to showcase you. And we're just building this really cool community of people who speak the same language. So we know who each other are, and we have that support network, which is really important. So thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. See you again next month.